It's spring in Indianapolis. Everything's in bloom, and the air is bright with bird song and re-emerging life. Spring is like a perhaps hand coming carefully out of nowhere, E.E. Cummings wrote. And after a long winter, the burst of spring indeed astonishes. But you can hear something else downtown, or rumbling along the banks of the White River. The greatest spectacle in racing is coming. They call the Indianapolis Motor Speedway the Cathedral of Speed. And for me, and 400,000 annual pilgrims like me, that distant roar we hear brings a smile that lasts the whole month of May. The Indy 500 is not just a race, it's community. For me, it means long bike rides along our city's beautiful canal paths down to the Speedway. For others, it means tailgating with friends and family, some of whom you only see once a year. It means backpack coolers and headphones and decades-long arguments, and the best one in the world. A race so thrilling and wondrous that it brings together more people than any other sporting event on Earth. Where they've been racing since before any of us were born. This is Speed City. Welcome to May.
Good morning to you. We're having a few technical issues up here in the commentary box that we're hopefully going to fix, but welcome to practice number 2. Down once again.
With James Hinchcliffe, and guys, about 45 minutes to an hour ago, it didn't like we were going to get any running at all, but it has cleared up, and it has cleared up fast.
Yeah, sun's starting to pop right now, and we can see a dry line forming out on the track. And for the drivers that took stock of what happened yesterday, it was Joseph Newgarden, for me, that really set the tone. He's going after that three-peat, but the way that he took to the track with authority, I think, is a signal to the rest of this field that if you're going to get the 109th running, you've got to go out and hit it hard, like a Saturday night in Broad Ripple. You got to get after it, James. And Newgarden did exactly that.
I'm not sure he wants to replicate what happens on a Saturday night in Broad Ripple, but I agree with you that the confidence and the comfort in that number 2 machine was there right from the get-go. But there are lots of other drivers that also looked confident. Not necessarily coming off back-to-back Indy 500 wins confident, but there's going to be some serious competition if Joseph's going to bring home that three-peat.
Now, we were due to have a refresher session to start the day off today for Tony Kanaan, who isn't entered for the Indianapolis 500, but is on standby in case Kyle Larson, for any reason, can't do the sensational double on May 25th. That has been moved to tomorrow because of the delay to the start of the session for today. Here's a look at what's going down for the remainder of the next fortnight here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Practice runs through to Friday, then a 2-day qualifying May 17th, 18th, practice again on the Monday, carb day next Friday, then the Indy 500 itself on May 25th. We're going to go away for a little while and allow you to catch up on everything that happened in practice 1 yesterday, but we will be back and we will have running here at Indianapolis. Okay.
So we have a current delay to the session, which isn't great. We're in a weather hold as things currently stand. We're just getting that typed out for you right now, as the weather is keeping us delayed right now. So just installing that delayed due to weather graphic on your screen now. But don't worry, we have got numerous amounts of content to fill the time with as well as we wait for the green flag to come out here for the Brickyard. Starting with some of Bob's going around and information as well from yesterday in the press conference as well. We've got that to show you coming up very shortly, so do stay tuned while we get that operational. We were expecting this delay So we are anticipated for it here. We are delayed for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. I'm just trying to find the main screen, which is somewhere around here. Isn't it always a dramatic when you can't find the full screen of where you need it to be? So I'm just having to make my own right now and get it all set up. But yeah, we are delayed. If you're joining us for the first time here on JB Motorsports, I could do with the team, actually, and we've been having numerous tech issues as well because of the systems not booting up from yesterday's server as things stand. So everything, as you can still see, is from yesterday, which does show that it was Will Power who was the fastest, and Joseph Newgarden in second position as well. So there was a little surprise as to who could take over there, but not really a naysay that we could see differentials coming through, because we also had Carl Kirkwood, who was top in the overall no toe speed lap times. And am I doing all that from memory? Yes, I am. Am I surprised I can remember all that from memory? Even more so. But very quickly and completely throwing him under the bus, I'm going to say hello to JT, who I need to keep talking for 30 seconds while I set things up. Hi, JT. How you doing? Sorry, completely throwing you under the bus there, mate. Hi.
Hello. Hello.
So we're going to have the refresher course tomorrow, and we're delayed here again today.
Fun. And, well, behind the scenes is what I'm doing at the moment. I'm getting all of the weather diagrams up.
Sounds good to me. For the next 15...
Doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good, does it? Okay, so for the next 15 minutes, let's cross back to yesterday and get all the news at the exit of the test, because we also had the news coming in that we've got Tony Kanaan, of course, having to do the rookie orientation. That's going to come in tomorrow on Now, and that's going to be at 3 o'clock. So we'll be live for coverage of that here on JB Motorsports as well. But we also had the drivers' press conference, which took part yesterday afternoon after the curtailed session. And speaking in that was former champions, former winners as well. And let's hear from them now.
With the rest of practice already canceled for the rest of the day, we're going to bring up Kyle Larson, Marcus Ericsson. They are on their way. Joined now by, as we wrap up this day, driver of the number 20 ECR Java House Chevrolet, and Alexander Rossi, former Indianapolis 500 champion, 7th quick today. You had to wait out the rain. Finally got some time out there. What did you guys learn?
Well, I think we just validated kind of the car that we built in the open test. There were some small technical issues we were working through today. But the good thing is the car balance is as expected, and the speed of it seems okay, and it felt good in the couple laps that we got. So pretty positive start, because at one point today we didn't think we'd get any running. So
Right.
All in all, it's always a good day when you get to be on track here.
Every little bit helps.
Exactly.
In this situation.
Yep.
Open up for questions. Kenzie's got one. We'll start here in the front row. Nathan, then Bob after that. Might have
Test. Okay, cool. Can you take us through what these last, 72, 96 hours have been like for you? You're trying to get ready for the biggest race on your calendar and dealing with a lot off track too.
What a podcast.
Yeah. Just juggling that with Tim and James and.
I was surprised about it too on Wednesday. I had a kid. I didn't have a kid. My wife had a kid. We didn't tell anyone, because why would we? So it's been a pretty awesome journey. Wednesday was actually texted you, Nathan. It was an unbelievable kind of experience, more so than I could have imagined. So it was really special. It was very cool. And very thankful for Kelly, and Ben's been awesome. I don't know what else to say beyond that, but yeah, it's been crazy, but in the best kind of way possible.
Texted him to tell him you had a baby.
No, he texted me saying congrats, and so we had a short chat about it. Yeah.
Does the name have any significance?
No. Funny story about that. So Kelly was convinced we were gonna have a girl, and so she had 40 girl names. And we agreed upon one, and we kind of had like a boy name. And then when we found out it was a boy, we were like, well, we don't really have any other options. So that's it. Yeah.
So just to clarify,
I mean, the middle name is her late father, but the first name, no.
so did Ben come before the Sancio GP?
Wednesday, yeah.
Wednesday, okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
So you've
Thanks,
had
bro.
at least a little bit of time to adjust to things.
Yeah. Let's see.
How are you in these first couple days? Like, how are you finding balancing being present here for, giving your team your all and trying to help, Kelly and your family out at home as much as possible?
It's pretty straightforward because we had 9 months as it works to plan for this. So obviously May isn't the time you would choose, but it is what it is. And her mom's here from Toronto, and it's actually in some ways an advantage because I'm 25 minutes down the road, right? So yeah, while it's the busiest time for us in terms of the biggest race in the world, July would have been a lot worse. So we're managing it. It's fine. My priority for 70% of the day is here, and the rest of the time that I can give, I will give it home.
Thanks. Get some sleep.
Sure, baby.
Yeah.
Bob Hawkbrass. Good, Bob. Oh, obviously also joined by Kyle Larson and Marcus Erickson. You guys just want to open it up real quick. Marcus, we talk about your day, then we'll get to Kyle.
Yeah. No, we had a good day. I think we sort of just continued where we left off in the open test a couple of weeks ago, and I thought the car was really good. I think it looks really good as well. It stands out on track with the Allegra.
The Allegra Honda.
Yeah, that looks really good out there. But yeah, it feels really good as well. I think we had a good car in traffic. Just a smooth day running through the program, and already in a place where I'm pretty happy with how it feels. And, to be there on day one, it's a good spot because then you can really work on just the finer details instead of having to make big swings at things. So, yeah, it was a good first day.
Thanks for coming up, Marcus. And Kyle Larson, obviously back at the number 17, HendrickCars.com, Arrow McLaren Chevrolet, who qualified 5th last year in pursuit of the full Hendrick 1100 this year. How about your day today, Kyle?
Yeah, our day was good. You kind of took it easy to start, in clean air, made sure our balance was comfortable, which was happy about that. And then, yeah, just there at the end, kind of finally got in some traffic and as normal kind of had some understeer, but yeah, just happy with the first day. It's a nice, smooth day. So good place to start from.
Bobby, you got the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had one for Alex and one for Kyle. Alex, is having the baby, did it kind of either change your perspective or change your focus or change anything about last weekend and so far this week?
No. Yeah, the Kellys have bad timing, don't they? Yeah. No, it hasn't changed anything.
And for Kyle, are you involved at all with any sort of preparation for the All-Star race while you're here? Are you juggling two things, or when you're here, are you focused on here and then whenever you get to?
Yep. Yeah, just focused on Indy. Now I before I left Kansas, Cliff and I talked, maybe if there was time on Saturday, during qualifying, we could get together and just talk about how their practice went and stuff like that and get prepared for the race on Sunday. But yeah, I think, it's nice that we are so kind of well organized over there that I can completely shut myself off from them for, a handful of days to really try and learn this and get prepared for the 500. And because there's just a lot that's a little bit unfamiliar that you got to get refamiliarized with this week.
Bruce?
Kyle, is the nice thing about today, you really know what to expect when you get in the car today, as opposed to last year when everything was kind of new.
Not really. I mean, it doesn't seem any different. So no, I mean, it's just practice. So it's not a huge deal. Last year was just practice as well. So you have plenty of time to make some laps.
And Marcus, you're all swept up in Pacer Mania. So how do you feel about tonight? And how cool is it that the city of Indianapolis has these two huge storylines going on at the same time?
Yeah, it's great. It's going to be exciting to watch tonight. So I need to get out of here soon to catch the start of the game. No, but it's been fun to follow. I went to the game on Sunday, which was a lot of fun. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to catch a few more games. And I'm hearing if we go through, we're going to race on the Indy 500, or they're going to play on Sunday with Indy 500, which would be a heck of a sports day here in Indy. So that's pretty cool.
I hope they lose though tonight, so we can go on Thursday.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good point.
I think the Pacers are 7-point underdogs tonight. Is that what I read? So who knows? We might be
They're
playing.
playing well though. They're playing well. I think they're gonna wrap it up tonight. You can feel it.
Jenna.
Kyle, John spent 3 years on this program, getting everything straight, doing everything with your schedule. I know Ashley probably is on top of it, but is there any sort of difficulty or anything because John had all of that so buttoned up for you?
I think just, had he been here, it would have been more organized weeks ago. But I feel like, since he passed, it was kind of like a quick, decisions on who's going to be the team around me. So, I would say to this point though, now that we're here, it's well organized, and that's, a lot due to Ashley and everybody at Aero McLaren as well. So yeah, I think everybody, with John not here, worked much harder to make sure it was, smooth operating, which it's been so far.
Did you make sure Ashley enjoyed her first trip to Kokomo?
She's a dirt girl. She likes it. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm sure she had a good time. I don't know if Ashley ever has a bad time. So
Okay. And Marcus, you have a new sponsor. They're calling your car the Mucus Mobile.
The mucus?
The Mucus Wagon. Yeah, because Allegra is an allergy, and
mucus is what?
it's like
like stuffed up
Okay.
congestion.
So I'm the mucus mobile.
you're the Mucus Wagon. Bruce
Wagon.
corrected me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So will the Mucus Wagon be fast?
I felt fast today, so keep working on that. We'll be all right. It looks good, even though it's called a mucus wagon. Yeah. I don't know if that's the best nickname, but it's a bit runny. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are so funny.
Well done, Bruce. Nathan.
Kyle, I know you told folks at NASCAR, I think maybe last weekend, that you planned on, if you say get to the Fast Six again this year, foregoing the opportunity to run for pole and heading off to make sure that you could compete in the All-Star race on Sunday. Can you tell us a little bit more about that decision, and if that was ultimately you, if that was you talking with, Rick and Jeff and kind of making a cumulative decision? How did you guys come to that?
Yeah, I think just always for me, and I definitely for Rick and Hendrick Motorsports, I think no matter through this whole experience, especially this year, Cup should be the priority. So yeah, I just assume, we're going to run the All-Star race no matter what. So hopefully, we run into that predicament, because that means our car's fast. And two, yes, it'd be extremely nice to go for the pole Indianapolis 500, but at the same time, it's hard to turn down an opportunity race for $1 million. So yeah, it's, like I said, I hope we're in that predicament.
Alex and Marcus, if you could have $1 million or Indy 500 pole, what'd you take?
Well, I just like a race for $1 million besides this one. So let's start there.
Fair.
Sounds like a
You
good
don't have to
problem.
make that problem or make that decision.
Sounds like a good problem to have. So yeah.
That's fair. Thanks.
We'd also like to race for, $3 million I share too. So
More questions in person? Going once? What's harder, a racehorse or a baby, Alec?
Probably the racehorse, because it's cost more at this point. Yeah, copy. All righty.
All right, guys. Oh, one more, Bob.
For Kyle, did you practice at all in any traffic today? And
just right there at the end. I don't know, 6-7 laps maybe, and I was like in the front 2 or 3 cars, but yeah, I felt balance wise okay, just a little bit draggy. I felt like people could pass me earlier down the straightaway than when I would pass them. It would be kind of later down the straightaway. So I think we could work on that probably and work on the balance maybe a little bit, but I could also do some things different in the cockpit. I was more so just trying to hit my marks today than worry about, adjusting on things. So I think we can get better, but it was a good start today.
And like, do you have the weight jacker down and everything after?
I'm not touching that thing for qualifying. So yeah.
Hey, Bob's.
Is it weird having Bob here?
Yeah, it is. It's probably more weird for them though.
Last call. Guys, thanks for coming up today. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Kyle, Alex, and Marcus Erickson. Next on-track session tomorrow morning, the Tony Kanaan refresher session begins at 10. And a quick note that the bullpen still is on for 9:30 tomorrow morning, although Aaron McLaren has shifted their bullpen time to Thursday. So check the updated bullpen schedule that's located out on the racks.
And that was yesterday, but this is the scene today with JT now in the booth. Hello, JT. Weather. It seems to be a resounding factor of what we are continuing to keep up with here. Just tell us, my friend, is it good or is it bad?
Should I stay or should I go now? Well, if you want an on-track action, go. If you want bad weather, stay. Because, well, as you can see, a flood warning has been issued, and that will expire in 2 hours and 20 minutes. And that is for streams continue to rise due to excess runoff from earlier rainfall. Expect many areas of slow moving or standing water. It will take several hours for all the water from these storms to work through local drainage systems in urban areas. That's for urban areas.
And us?
Well, Indianapolis, we have jet dryers and drying equipment, so we should be all right from that one. But that is the warning. But if we go here, JB, if you don't want to see bad news, go away now.
Okay, I'm not looking at the screen. Go on.
This is today.
Yes.
This is okay. For now, this is what we had yesterday.
Yeah.
The very light green. Tomorrow.
Oh my. Right, so
zoom in.
Oh.
We had slight risk on Thursday, but now we've got a bit of enhanced risk just north of Indianapolis, but that could still change for tomorrow possibly. This is the tornado outlook for Thursday, with Indianapolis
right in the centre.
5 to 9% probability of a tornado within 25 miles. This is severe wind.
Yeah, that was going to be a problem come qualifying, wasn't it? The fact that there's high gusts of wind and we might not be able to run even with no rain just because it's so windy out there. It could throw the cars into the wall. So we might not be able to run qualifying when we're supposed to.
This is Thursday with 15 to 29% probability of severe wind within 25 miles of a point. Let's go on to hail now. This is the severe hail outlook for Thursday. And let's zoom into that. We've got a 15 to 29% chance of severe hail, but the hatched area you see gives a 10% probability of significant hail greater than 2 inches in diameter, which is around 5 centimeters in diameter for us. So 15 to 29% of yellow, add another 10% chance. It's quite high for severe hail outlook. This is Friday, and we thought we were all clear Friday. Well,
no, we're not.
Possibly not, because once again we are right in the slight risk of Fast Friday, but this is still a couple days out, so this can change. Here's the severe weather outlook for Friday, and you can see that 15-29% probability of severe weather within 25 miles of a point. We are right to the
on it.
We are. Yeah. We're in the northern part around here, like right here. So I won't be surprised if that changes tomorrow. But as you can see, from yesterday to today, there's a big difference.
Sadly, that is the case. So are we now, seriously, I think, for the first time in a long time, considering that we might have to push everything to next week and have a very weird month of May? i.e.
Maybe, depending on how much practice they get. But I will just leave that with you there.
Are we really
Thursday.
looking at the thing where we could have just like one fast Friday, say on a Monday, and then qualifying Tuesday, Wednesday, and then another session on Thursday? Could we be running up until we need to have that break day, which is on Friday next week?
Depends how much running they can get in. But what I haven't gotten up is if we go onto this website and we scroll down. This is the severe weather outlook for Saturday.
Okay,
The severe weather outlook for Sunday. Severe weather outlook for Monday.
Just a few bits
Tuesday,
in the area, but
Wednesday.
not too bad at all.
It's completely clear.
That's
Absolutely
great.
nothing.
So we
Compared
might.
to the mess we've got on Friday, completely clear.
It's typical month of May, isn't it? Really, that
Yep.
we get this just thrown into us. We're waiting to see exactly what the start time will be. So far, we have none confirmed. Just that the track is wet, and we know they take at least an hour, JT, don't they, to dry the track out, and it's still sprinkling.
Yeah, and let's go back to the radar screen. There we go. So,
This is live right now.
yes, this is live. Let's get rid of the flood warning because we've gone through that. But yeah, a couple of drizzle, the exact same we had yesterday. So this is a bit of the mist we had. Cloud cover, everything like that. Is my camera frozen or is it just... No, it is. There it is.
Or on your battle screen anyway. I haven't set the cameras up yet because that's the main monitor is set up for our next feature.
But if we zoom out, this is what
Oh, okay.
we've got. So it's all moving across like that. But
And
what
there's a
I've
little,
just
I can see a
noticed
little blob
is this-
there. Yeah.
This blob. Is that what you picked up on?
Yeah, on New Discovery, yeah. And it's a very heavy red cell as well coming through. Oh, there's another one down in Bloomington too. But unless the wind changes...
that
that's-
won't hit us.
Yeah. Now, we realised during the test, what's it like round Beech Grove?
Wind is travelling different, so...
So for once, it's not coming up from there. Okay, that's good news. So, yeah, there's another little
But-
cell coming in. How far away is that? It's at Rockville. So the rate that's coming in...
I can tell you how far away that cell is.
About...
Like 45 miles.
And in differential, how long until that hits the circuit?
I can try and work it out if you want me to try and work it
If
out.
you can work it out, we've got time to fill. We're the only one on right now. So...
Okay, you can see how I work it out.
Oh, okay, yeah. So is
Okay,
it
so...
New Discovery at Belmore, yeah.
Yes. That, but then again, it's so far out, it could just die off.
They'll keep an eye on it, though. And the heavier cells have passed. Just these little pop-ups that keep coming.
So, for example, let's say it's travelling at... So let's say 30 miles per hour.
Oh, I see how it hits, yeah.
It'll get to speedway in 83 minutes, but the way I don't think it's travelling at 80 miles per hour.
No.
I think it's probably travelling maybe 15, 20, so let's go 20. And that will be speedway in... Oh, I haven't done it far enough. Hold on.
Give us 1 minute, people. Radar watch. Here we go. Indianapolis 100, yeah, so speedway coming through.
147 minutes, so that will be...
Around about 2 hours.
There.
Yeah. So, about...
But then again, there's time for that to
2 hours, 2
develop
minutes.
worse, or there's time for that to disappear.
Well, we'll keep an eye on Weather Radar Watch as well with JT. For now, however, we are in a delay to the session. So let's turn it back in time to last night on the Grid Network Grid Tonight Show. Myself and Kobe Lambeth report on all the action from a very critical opening day.
on a special edition of Grid Tonight. Team Penske was Penske perfect on day one of practice for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Can anyone dethrone Team Penske? Hello to all of our viewers watching here in the United States and around the world. Welcome to Grid Tonight, your weekly motorsports news program on a Tuesday night. I'm Kobe Lambert, and with me is Joshua Burch from JB Motorsports. Make sure to head over to his YouTube channel for his watch-along coverage throughout the month of May. Link in the video description below, and we encourage everyone to interact with us in the chat. Support us through Super Chat and visit gridnetworktv.com for our latest content. Now I'll hand over to Josh for tonight's recap of the opening day of practice for the 109th Indy 500.
Oh, thank you, Kobe. It's the month of May. I've been looking forward to this for ages. And, you know, for the first day, it went better than what we've had the last 2 years, where last year we didn't have it at all. The year before we were rain delayed for so much we only got like an hour. Today we got, what was it, a total of 2 hours and 41 minutes out there on the circuit, which was fantastic. And then, of course, it ended with a lightning strike. But that's better than what we've had. And even though we've got reduced practice time, with only 6 hours a day now instead of the usual 8, we're still getting information that which teams are fast, which need to be improved already, and who's looking good in no toes and who's running well in slipstream battles. It's just that data we all love. People just say, oh, it's just driving around in a circle. What's so special about it? If for a motorsport fan, you can see the data, you can see the speed. It's fantastic. So let's get right into it for the month of May. So Team Penske topped the charts at the end of day one here, with Will Power being the fastest at 227.026 miles per hour. The two-time defending Indy 500 champion Joseph Newgarden was second fastest at 226.971 miles per hour, while Scott McLaughlin was fifth at 225.005 miles per hour. Sandwiched between the three Penske drivers were the two drivers from Chip Ganassi Racing of Alex Palou and Scott Dixon. They were third and fourth fastest respectively. Power, Newgarden and McLaughlin picked up where they left off a year ago and looked strong running in traffic. The photo here taken by James Black from Penske Entertainment. So Kobe, straight away, does look like Team Penske will be a tough team to beat again this year.
Yeah, Josh, Team Penske picking up right where they left off, not just last year, but 2 years ago as well, when Joseph Newgarden got his first Indianapolis 500 race win. And I know it's still a little early for our pick a winner, but right now I'm leaning towards Joseph Newgarden becoming the first driver in Indianapolis 500 history to win 3 of these things in a row. This team today, you can ask for a better start on day one, send all 3 of their drivers. Power at the top, Newgarden close behind, and Scott McLaughlin as well. I think they did a great job on first day of practice, and looking at how the cars were handling in traffic, specifically the Penske cars, it seemed like they have everything dialed in. And as they continue to get more miles during this month of May, they're just going to continue to get better, continue to get faster, and that's really scary for the competition. So I do think that Team Penske will be extremely tough to beat this year. I would not be surprised if Team Penske was sitting in victory lane once again at the Indy 500. But just because Team Penske looks like the favorite on day one doesn't mean they'll necessarily, end up winning the race, because as you mentioned, the 2 drivers that were sandwiched in between, 2 of Chip Ganassi's star drivers, never count out Scott Dixon. I feel like before he hangs up the helmet, he's due at least one more Indianapolis 500 victory. I know a couple of years ago, he almost got it, but I believe it was a pit road speeding penalty that ended up derailing his day. I had a feeling if it wasn't for that penalty, Scott Dixon might have another Indy 500 win on his resume. And Alex Palou, of course, who's been dominating the IndyCar series this year, I would not be surprised if he goes out and wins his very first oval race, and it been the granddaddy of them all, the Indianapolis 500. And just a few years ago, Alex Palou also came close to winning the Indy 500. I think a lot of people forget about it when Helio Castroneves, won his fourth. Who was running right behind him chasing down Helio? It was Alex Palou. So he very well could have won that day, and I would not be surprised if Palou's season of domination continues in the Indy 500. And as I said on the wrap-up show, if Alex Palou wins the Indy 500, I think it might be game over championship-wise for the rest of the competition, especially if this strong, historic start to his season continues. And as they said on Fox Sports, Josh, during the Sancio Grand Prix on the Indy Road Course, that Alex Palou's had the most dominant start to a season since AJ Foyt did, in the 1960s. Like we weren't even alive in the 60s, and we knew how things are like reflecting on history, how competitive things were in the 60s and how dominant AJ Foyt was. And then you look at today, seeing how more competitive it is these days. That's what makes Alex Palou's domination this year, speaks even greater volumes.
Yeah, 4 out of the opening 5 races he has dominated, only being beaten once at Long Beach as well in the 3rd round of the season. And you were right to questioning that as well by Joseph Newgarden, because he was not only 2nd fastest, but he was also 2nd fastest in the non-toe speed as well at 219.194 mile an hour, 0.3 off of Kyle Kirkwood atop the session. But taking a look at where McLaughlin was, he was 6th fastest, but Will Power is down in 25th. So he's building up to a non-toe lap, but Power went faster very late on in the day in the best of the track conditions when it was arguably cooler and the track was at its best before we got that lightning strike. Now, just focusing in on Scott McLaughlin as well, last year's pole sitter, he had a special person atop his pit box, a former Indy 500 race winner and IndyCar champion Simon Pagenaud, who helped him behind the scenes, of course, last season. This year, Pagenaud is on site at the Speedway and seems happy to be back at the track in a more visible role. While he was interviewed by Fox Sports, he admitted that he would much rather be behind the wheel of an IndyCar, but he's happy to help a driver who has similar values he had as a driver as well. And it brought a tear to my eye as somewhere on my desk here, I think it's here, I have information from the Sononso Grand Prix where you've got all the previous winners I've written down at the bottom, and sadly in green is Simon Pagenaud, no longer competing, having won that race twice. And of course he went back to back, winning both the road course race and then winning the 500 a couple of weeks later. But it's a shame he's not here. We all understand why, but how nice is it to see that he's back with Team Penske? He's being more hands-on now, and he's coaching Scott McLaughlin, who arguably has come in and sort of emulated Pagenaud on track. You look at some of the moves he does, and it's so similar to what Simon used to do.
I guess it shows he's listening to his coach, right? Making the exact same moves that Simon Pagenaud did when he was running in the IndyCar series. And yeah, it was really nice to see him back at the racetrack. Simon Pagenaud's, been a favorite of the fans. People really love the guy, fans and industry members alike. And to see him come home to Team Penske, it's like the cherry on top. And Scott McLaughlin, last year he gave a lot of credit to his improved form, not just on the ovals, but at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He give that credit to Simon Pagenaud for truly helping him out, coaching him. And Scott McLaughlin, it shows a lot about him as a driver to actually be the one to reach out to Simon and ask for his help. It shows you how committed he is to improving as an IndyCar driver. And I think Scott McLaughlin is already a pretty good IndyCar driver. And we just talked about this on the wrap-up show recently, how Scott McLaughlin, after he got his first win on an IndyCar oval last year, he said that he feels like he's a legitimate IndyCar driver now because he's won on an oval. And I have a feeling, some of those skills that he's picked up by the coaching of Simon Pagenaud has probably helped him out a lot. And I think that this is definitely a strong partnership, and looking forward to seeing McLaughlin continue to grow on the ovals and IMS even more. Winning the pole last year, leading the first handful of laps, was definitely a good start for Scott McLaughlin, before kind of fading out of contention, later on in the race. And Scott McLaughlin, he certainly wants to do different this year. He doesn't just want to sit on the pole again and lead the first few laps. He wants to be leading when it matters the most, towards the end, coming to take the checkered flag on the last lap. And I can't think of no better coach out there than having a Simon Pagenaud atop the pit box. And yeah, definitely an emotional moment there, Josh, seeing him, especially. I felt the emotions when he was talking about how he would rather, be out there on the racetrack. I know he hasn't, Simon's been private, about what's been happening lately with the concussion he suffered at Mid-Ohio, and understandably and respectfully so. Yeah, I've always been hopeful that, we could see him, get back in a car at some point in the future and end his career on his own terms. But at the end of the day, your health is the most important thing first and foremost. But even if Simon is not able to return to race, whether it's IndyCar and sports cars in the future, I'm glad that he was able to come home to Team Penske and work with a driver like Scott McLaughlin, who is, as he said, he has similar values that I did behind the wheel.
It reminds me so much of what happened to Dario Franchitti as well. The fact that when he had that crash in Houston, he came back and he wasn't allowed to race at high speeds anymore. He still does some of the Goodwood meetings as well, but Dario now suffers a lot with he can't recognize faces correctly as well, and he has a few issues every now and then, and the eye problems, and it's a reminder, isn't it? Every time you see accidents like that really do take your breath away, and you go, wow, they walked away from that, and physically they look completely fine, but it's the unseen injuries and the mental battles and the damage that is done there as well. That is the thing that doesn't get highlighted enough in motorsport. And I think for Pagenaud, it was a storyline cut so short because he was just off of the amazing runs he's done at Indy 500. He was the go-to guy at that track. No matter what car he was in, he was always performing. And now that crash at Mid-Ohio, I can still see him in my mind's eye of it just barrel rolling non-stop. We all wanted him to come back, and sadly he can't. And hopefully this new role, as you say, will give him a bit more purpose and gives him an itch to scratch being in a motorsport paddock again. And I think as well, Scott McLaughlin, as I was listening earlier on, his interview with Doug Bowles as well, we played during the rain delay, and I heard the same thing you mentioned about how he feels like he's now a proper IndyCar driver and winner because he's won on an oval, and it is sort of the thing that you've got to check off. And all three of the Penskes have now won on ovals and do well there. Powers won on ovals. Newgarden, arguably at the moment, is the king of ovals. He doesn't seem to stop winning every time we go to them. McLaughlin now just needs to pick up his 500 wise and see what can go there. And they've all got to try and stop Alex Palou, who hasn't actually won the 500 yet and hardly wins on ovals. So it's quite the contradiction of things as well. But let's move away from the Penske side of things and even the Chip Ganassis and highlight down another team, because lots of things have been going on at our McLaren, certainly as well with Kyle Larson returning for another go at the Indy 500 as the team expands to 4 cars once again. Now, the oval specialist of JR Hildebrand has also joined the team for the month of May as an advisor for the drivers. We saw him actually during the last few moments of the green flag running of the test. We went on the McLaren pit board, and Fox very kindly showed what happened back in 2011 again, and he casually looked away from the monitor from that last corner accident here as well. But the rain and change of schedule have actually pushed as well team principal Tony Kanaan's refresher test to tomorrow. He woke up this morning and he was very grumpy as well, and his wife said, oh yeah, the race driver's back then as well. But he's lost out on the entire test because he should have been able to do the refresher, then go straight into a 2-hour open test for the rest of the cars. But if we get a similar situation as last year on race day, weather-wise, Tony Kanaan would be eligible to replace Larson in the Indy 500 as well. So there's multiple things to go on there. But is it a good move, Kobe, to bring in someone like JR Hildebrand? And how strange is it for a team principal now to potentially be in line to race in an emergency?
As I start with JR Hildebrand, I just want to say this to start off. I think it's great to have him on board as someone who can coach the drivers on ovals and all that, especially for the month of May. But do not take his advice of how to win this race on the final lap. Just do not do that. That probably would not end well at all. But on a serious note, you know, despite what happened on the last lap of the Indy 500 way back when I was a little kid. JR Hildebrand has a strong record of being a strong oval racer, and I think that having him as a resource on the top of the pit box for all 4 Aero McLaren drivers at Indy is going to be huge for them, because he knows how to get around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He unfortunately just didn't win it that one time, but I think having someone like that is really good for the team. And yeah, kind of odd to be talking about a team principal who could potentially be racing in the Indianapolis 500, because I can't really think of many team principals who are also out there racing as well especially for the team that they are a part of. Yeah, so a real strange situation there, and we're gonna hope that Tony Kanaan won't be needed, because there'll be an unfortunate storyline for Kyle Larson's double to go out the window just like that, as it did last year, with the rain where he stayed at Indy and then didn't get to run a single lap in the Coca-Cola 600. So hopefully when Memorial Day Sunday comes around, the weather will be fine, so Tony Kanaan won't be needed. But unfortunate situation today with the rain and all of that, but good thing they have him scheduled to go out tomorrow, so Tony can do his refresher and then pull him off track, and then we can get to running with all of the drivers who are actually scheduled to be in the race. But yeah, good that IndyCar changed the replacement driver rules here to give Tony Kanaan a chance to do his refreshers in case he's needed on race day. But as I said, we're gonna hope that he won't be needed.
Yeah. Kind of hope not, because otherwise we're going to have a majority time trying to get the organized run for the Coca-Cola 600. Because last year they actually did delay the start time for the Cup race, but then it all went a bit wrong because IndyCar had that 5-hour red flag period with the rain and couldn't even start the procedure. And they did try and hurry things up, but it didn't really work out last year. Talking of team principals who race cars, I think there's only one that comes to mind, and that's Ed Carpenter for ECR Racing as well, as it's rebranded to this year. His first official session back in the car, and Ed went 15th fastest as well, 222.660 miles an hour as well. So he's adjusting very nicely into that situation and trying to look where he's gone in the no-toe speed. He was actually 14th fastest at 217.724 mile an hour as well. So a nice run there. He completed 33 laps before the session was curtailed at the end. Now, from one old-time driver to another, as Helio Cashinevez, his drive for 5 is still very much alive, and his month of May is off to a very good start with Meyershank Racing after finishing 6th fastest at the end of day 1. Cashinevez is now 50 years old and could become the oldest driver to ever win the Indy 500. There's currently a two-way tie for the oldest driver to win the greatest spectacle in racing. That is the two brothers, Al Unser Sr. and Bobby Unser, both won this race at 47 years old. And I think when that graphic came up earlier on the Fox broadcast of how old Helio is, I thought, you are joking me. We made that joke a couple of years ago, how old he was when he won the race for the 4th time. But does Cashinevez's longevity not get talked about enough? He's always here, time and time again.
Yeah, the numbers might say that Helio is 50 years old, but let's be honest, he still has the energy of a 20-year-old kid. Yeah, it just seems like regardless of whatever the situation is, he's always positive, always energetic, and he's always ready to go. Helio is like a 50-year-old Energizer bunny who's just still extremely young at the heart. And it's been amazing, despite him, getting up there in age, being 50 years old, he's still just as competitive as ever at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I know he's not full-time anymore. He's, just running one-offs at the Indianapolis 500, but after seeing how he's been running to start off the month of May, I think Helio might have a legitimate shot to potentially get the drive for 5. I think, of course, when you have the Ganassis up there, Scott Dixon, Alex Palou, and of course the 3 Penske drivers, I think it's going to be an uphill battle in that respect. But Helio to be as competitive as long as he has in this race, very impressive. And it's crazy to think that a 50-year-old driver could have a legitimate shot of winning this thing. And I think that Helio could potentially set history, not just, becoming the first driver in history to win 5 Indianapolis 500, but could potentially become the oldest winner of the race as well. It's just been amazing to watch how he's taken to this race, since the early 2000s. Now we're already in the mid 2020s, so he's been around at this track for a very long time, and I think it would be really awesome for him if he ended up getting that 5th Indy 500, and for Meyershank Racing. And as you mentioned, Josh, Helio is also part of the ownership group at Meyershank Racing, so he has so there's certainly a lot at stake for him in this. And also the one thing that I believe gives Helio even more competitive edge is that Meyershank Racing has that alliance with Chip Ganassi Racing, and I arguably I think before this alliance, they had the alliance with Andretti, and Andretti's been pretty decent at the Speedway as well, but I think Chip Ganassi Racing is another level up. So I think if you give Helio the Ganassi data, the equipment from Ganassi, some of their engineers as well, that's going to really make him a contender in this race.
The one good thing is, I don't know if you picked up on it during the broadcast, is the fact is that Townsend Bell asked him, do you get to see Alex Palou's data, and does Alex Palou get to see your data? Answer to that question is yes. So that is going to be quite something, because Palou can then look at what Castaneras is doing, get the experience from him with a car that could potentially win the 500. And Helio Castaneras can also then see, as you said, with that technical partnership, what the fastest car currently in IndyCar is up to. But is it fast on an oval? This is the first one we got to all year. We've got no data. It's not like before, is it, Kobe, where we would race at places like Phoenix or Texas as well, and we'd have an idea of what the aero packages on the speedway cars look like. We're coming completely blind into the 500 and trying to use the open test as a sort of reference point to mark out what the pecking order is. But just explain why it is like it's two different series almost when we run on road courses with one car and ovals on another.
Oh yeah, definitely, Josh. It's because of the different configurations. Because with the oval cars, specifically the speedway car for the Indianapolis 500, these cars are special made because, and I think we're going to talk about it in a little bit with the special sauce. I've heard some of the teams use that term, where with the road course and the street course car, you build it a certain way, for the tight twists and turns of those circuits, and then then you have to get the car trimmed out to go fast down the front stretch and the back stretch at Indy, and then being able to carry that speed and not having much lift through the four turns. Yeah, you need to be able to build a car where with less drag, but also being able to keep it full throttle. And I'm not an engineer, so I don't know all the technical bits and all of this with the speedway car, but they definitely build it in a different way to try to extract as much speed as they possibly can, and that's why you don't need to crash your speedway car in practice or in qualifying, because if you do, a lot of the times your backup car is your road course car, and 9 times out of 10 that road course car is not going to be able to get you the speed that you need, especially since we have 34 entries for 33 spots this year, and one driver is going to go home, and if you're one of those drivers, had a good speedway car and have to go to your road course car as a backup, I would be really worried that you may not be able to extract a lot of speed out of that. But we have seen time and time again, something like that happen, and team just kept working on it, and at the end they were able to get into the race, with their road course car. So you can find the speed, but it certainly won't have all that special sauce, to try to make it go as fast as possible.
Yeah, the most dangerous we ever saw was Colton Herta a couple of years ago, wasn't it? It was after qualifying. He was in the 500, and then on the practice session on the Monday, out he goes and smashes it into the wall. And I think
I think he flipped over too, didn't he?
He did, yeah. And it was a write-off. Had to go to the backup car. Then 2 years ago, we had Catherine Legg hitting Stefan Wilson on the Monday, and then Graham Rahal getting back into the race because he took over Stefan Wilson's car, and then stalling on the line, not wanting to work. So that was quite a unique race, really, 2 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. And also that year, Colton Herta, crashed his primary. You remember his Indy 500 was miserable.
Yes.
It was bad from the time we saw the green flag. I remember you just had to park the car because at that point the car was just so freaking slow. It was honestly becoming a hazard out on the racetrack. Yeah, because when you're racing 220 miles per hour this track and you're well off the pace, that's extremely dangerous, and you don't need to have anything like that during the Indianapolis 500. So that's why it's important to take care of the car as much as you can. We also saw last year, Marcus Ericsson. Marcus Ericsson, he had a really fast car. He had the speedway car. Really quick. Ended up crashing. I believe it was in practice. And then I think it was practice. Not sure if it was qualifying, but I think it was practice. So anyone can correct me if I'm wrong. And then
I think it was practice.
I remember he crashed it hard. He had good speed before that, and then you remember came out with the backup, and he was in the last row shootout. Fighting for his life to make the Indianapolis 500. And it shows whether you're with a small team who absolutely does not need to have anything like that happen at all, or you're with a bigger team like Andretti Global. You don't need any setbacks like that, because the more times than not, your backup car is not going to be as quick as your primary.
Well, speaking of cars that aren't really ready yet, and backup cars and road cars. The last team we're going to get to on the show here this evening was Premma. Now, despite day one of practice being delayed for over 2 hours because INDYCAR had to dry the track due to rain, as well, Fox Sports pit reporter Kevin Lee said that Premma Speedway cars weren't ready yet because they were still putting the finishing touches on the cars of Callum Ilott and Robert Schwartzman in the garage. Now, we've learned that they've used their road course cars at the oval test a few weeks ago, and now they finally do have some proper speedway cars, as Kobe mentioned earlier, with the special sauce to unlock speed at the 2.5-mile oval. Now, Ilott said that this is the first time the team has built a speedway car and brought up the time when he had less than 10 laps of practice in a backup car and still made the 500. So they did get some running in at the end. They were towards the bottom of the timesheets, unfortunately. But how concerning is it that Premma wasn't ready for day one of practice nearly at all?
Extremely concerning, Josh. And if it wasn't for the rain, and if we were able to start on time, at noon Eastern, I believe, if we were able to start on time, Premma would have missed, over a couple of hours of practice. They wouldn't have been ready to go then, and then for us to, have a lot of the day lost, and then they're still not ready to go. I don't think that's very promising at all for the Premma cars. And I hate to say it, but if I was a betting man, I'd say both of these drivers, Callum Ilott, Robert Schwartzman, they're going to be in the last row shootout on Sunday evening. And if I wanted to take it a step further, I would bet on one of them to get bumped from the field. I really hate this. I really hate to say that, but that's where it looks like this thing is heading. But might just be a knee-jerk reaction there because it's only day one. I know day one didn't really go as well for Premma as they probably hoped, but they can potentially put this behind them in the little bit of data they were able to collect today. Not really much. Maybe tomorrow will run a lot smoother for them, and they can start to a lot more speed in this car and get Ilott and Schwartzman a lot more competitive. And before judging the situation, I like to know when did Premma receive the chassis, to build this speedway car. If it was more recently, I would be extremely understanding of the situation. But if they've had this for quite some time and the car still wasn't ready to go, on day one of Indianapolis 500 practice, the one word I would have to describe the situation is inexcusable, because we already know Premma is on the back foot, been a new team in IndyCar. And as I said in the past, I have a lot of respect for what Premma has done, in junior Formula race. I know in Europe, Formula 3, Formula 2, some other of the junior categories over there, they have a really good track record of success, winning races and championships. But the NTT IndyCar Series is a completely different animal. Carlin Racing found that out. McLaren found that out when they tried to branch out on their own. And how did that go for Carlin Racing and McLaren that year? When Alonso missed the 500, the Carlin cars and McLaren, who were affiliated with Carlin, they all missed the race that year. That just goes to show you how hard this race is. It doesn't matter whether you're the mighty McLaren or you're a Carlin team, who took a similar route into IndyCar as Premma did. They were humbled very quickly, and I think so far at the start of this IndyCar season, Premma's been humbled a bit. I wonder what their expectations were coming into this. I'm sure they didn't expect to compete right away. I know it's been a very frustrating season, and even Will Buxton, who participated in the Premma launch, is very positive about Premma in the preseason, and he was really giving them a lot of praise for how they're building up the IndyCar program. And even today, Will Buxton, kept it straight, criticizing Premma, and he says that this is basically what we've seen from them so far in this IndyCar season. They spend more time, behind the wall getting the cars ready than on track getting practice and all of that. I remember at the Thermal Club, Robert Schwartzman had a fire that completely destroyed his chassis, and then he had to get behind the wheel of a new chassis. They had to rebuild the car overnight so he would be able to race the very next day. There's been a lot of issues going on at Premma, which is to be expected, with the new team and all of that. But for them to come out here today and not be ready to go on day one of practice, I think is just inexcusable on their part. But I'd be willing to change my opinion if we found out they just got their speedway chassis recently. But even if it was, let's say, within the last 3 or 4 weeks, or even a month ago, 2 months ago, that would make the situation much worse. And as you mentioned, they're at the bottom of the speed chart. Looking at them right now, Schwartzman was 33rd, Ilott 34th, and they were in the 217 mile per hour range. And then the next two drivers ahead of them, VK and Sato, they were in 219, and everyone 30th and above were in the 220. So the Premma cars still have to unlock some speed. But yeah, I was really shocked to see how unprepared they were for today. So and for their sake, I hope the rest of the month goes well. But as things stand right now, I would not be surprised if they're in the last row shootout, and I'm concerned that a lot of Schwartzman are going to get bumped.
I'd say Schwartzman. I've got experience around here. Schwartzman doesn't, and we know how, as you said with Alonso, how much it would not be surprising for rookies and even more experienced drivers to get kicked out as well. It was nearly 8 years ago since Fernando Alonso first got in a 500 car. That is ridiculous. It's gods like that. I can remember it now still as time flies by. So before we close out the show tonight, then let's take a look at that speed chart, and you can watch the rest of it on the Grid Network. You're back live with us here on JB Motorsport because the green light is about to go on. The sun is out, the track is dry. We're 4 minutes away from the session starting. Let's check in with Fox Sports.
Scott McLaughlin, local hero, Connor Daly, and of course a man that everybody's eyes will be on over the next 2 weeks, Mr. Alex Palou, the championship leader, 4 out of the first 5 races won. Can he take his first oval win? Can he take his first Indianapolis 500? And what about this guy, Kyle Larson? What a story once again in 2025. Well, we are about to get back on track here in Indianapolis. Welcome back to the Motor Speedway. I'm Will Buxton, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe. Guys, it is great to be able to say we are about to see cars on track.
I mean, the weather has cooperated today in a great way. The sun is out, and the conditions are probably much closer to what I would expect them to be on race day. Ideal conditions right now for testing your car. I have to take a look at the windsock behind us. 0 wind speed right now, so a perfect testing environment for doing things like back-to-backing different front wings. See if that does anything to affect the baseline of these car setups. What would you be working on in conditions like this?
Well, it's like you said, the conditions is key because the sun is out, so the track temps are going to go up. That's normally what we see here on race day. It's not what we saw yesterday, but you never know. So what's so important about this practice week is assessing everything in all these different conditions. Ideally, you want to have a little bit of everything at some point during this week so you can know what an extra 10 degrees of track temperature does, what an extra 5 miles an hour of wind does. It's experience for the drivers and experience for the engineers.
And Will, the biggest variable here at Indy, wind. We'll be talking about that a lot this weekend during qualifying. Wind has a massive effect on the balance of cars when they're going this fast.
Reports that when we get to Saturday, there could be gusts as high as 40 miles an hour around this circuit. What kind of an impact will that have on qualifying runs and just how on the edge these guys are going to be?
I mean, you are already thinking about that as a driver, especially the veterans, because they know exactly how powerful that will affect all 4 corners being different in terms of the handling of the car. For the rookies, they have no idea. They'll go out there and have to learn on the fly on qualifying day, and that's going to make the difference this weekend between making or breaking the show in terms of getting into this race.
We talk about rookies, James. Obviously, we have a rookie team in the field this year, Premma. It was a hard day for them yesterday. Callum Milot, 16 laps on. Robert Schwartzman, just 6. How important is today for them?
It's vital. I mean, you know, we've already lost a little bit of running because of weather. The rest of the week looks okay, but still, like you say, as a brand new team, they've got a lot of things they've got to do, a lot of firsts that they have to experience, not just rookie drivers like Robert Schwartzman, but teams going through the procedures, the processes of getting a car through practice week, through Fast Friday, through tech, through qualifying. They really need to hit the ground running here today.
A first for me is that apparently Wednesday here in practice week is way back Wednesday. Where people are supposed to wear retro outfits, and with that in mind, our pit reporters are all wearing retro t-shirts, amongst them Jamie Little, who is with another one of our pit reporters.
Yeah, well, we had a little bit of fun. Went shopping yesterday. There's some great stuff, so it's way back, kind of a vintage day. What do you think, Jack?
I like the shirts. I saw you guys all had them on today. I was wondering that the one day I'm not doing that, I get those shirts.
So you and I work together, obviously, on pit road at St. Pete, but since then, what's up with this Hollywood nickname? Are you digging that or no?
Every time I say I don't like it, I get abuse for it, and the people are like, well, it's going to happen more. I can't remember if it exactly came from Will or Townsend. However, it's stuck, and no matter how hard I've tried to get rid of it, it's actually got worse yesterday after they introduced me that way, so it might be time to lean into it.
I think you should lean into it, but you're a nice Hollywood.
I feel like the least LA person maybe in this pit lane, but that's cool, it works. I've actually never even been to Hollywood.
We need to change that, Jack. All right, I know you're getting ready to get into your race car here. It's beautiful. They say it's going to be beautiful until 6 o'clock. Lots of opportunity here. What is your game plan?
Really, we just want to evaluate our changes that we made from yesterday to today. That's really all designed around traffic running, just trying to be able to run a little bit closer. When I got within the dirty air, I just felt like the car wasn't really to the balance that I liked. Ryan actually had the same sort of feedback, so we're able to divide and conquer. So hopefully we just go through what we've been given to evaluate. Just some basic things, really. Then we may go back to the pad in a little bit to try something just a little bit bigger. And at this point, if there's any more rain on the horizon or not, it's obviously a bit of an unknown. So the more that we can get rid of them, rid of those big ticket items, the better.
Well, I'm so happy to see you in the race car. Because of you, I get to be back here for the Indy 500. So have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, Georgia.
Robert Schwartzman turned 4 laps yesterday, and I'd like to just get some more perspective on the process from the Premma team yesterday.
Well, yeah, yesterday was a difficult day for us. We were a bit late with the car preparation. We still managed to do some laps. We did 4 laps yesterday just as a shakedown to see if the car was okay. Luckily, everything was okay, so I'm happy that the car is in one piece, everything works. So, yeah, I mean, also today, this morning, we had a bit of rain, so it got a bit delayed. But now I think in a couple of minutes, we're going to have green flag and we're going to go out and finally test the car.
Hey, you take all this away. You are attempting to qualify for your first Indianapolis 500. Is this a dream come true?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, last year I did Le Mans 24 hours. Now I'm doing Indy 500. Honestly, these races are amazing. I know this feeling. It's something unique. It happens only once a year. It's big history. And yeah, for me, it's a new experience. I'm really looking forward for it. Obviously, I don't know where we're going to be at. I don't want to have any, big expectations of anything, but I just want to make it smooth, get all the laps that we can do, and hopefully at the end on Sunday to come out with a good result.
Thanks, Robert. Kevin.
Arrow McLaren's Christian Lugard is off to a great start. 3 podiums already this season. Your first time at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with this team, though. How was the first day?
It was good. I think where we left the open test wasn't really, we were at a 95% comfort level and just confidence level. We started yesterday back at kind of 100 where we want to be. So I feel kind of optimistic at this point. I think I learned a lot from the GP. I think, going into the GP this year, I just had so much expectations, having fighting for podiums every single time I've basically been there, changing teams. We're on the back foot after qualifying, kind of at our own fault. And just wanting too much in the race. I think, missing pit out commit line is one of those things that you just can't do. Honest driving mistake, just trying too much, and I think I learned a lot just reflecting Sunday, post the race weekend, and I think that's going to help me for the month of May, just staying calm, just sticking with the process and focus on the things that I can control. Don't try too much, really, just feel it out and do it step by step. Take the boxes off slowly.
Thank you, Christian. Well, it's about time to go.
It's certainly.
Green light, and we are running. Day 2 is green for the 109th running of the Indy 500. A full 6 hours. Yes, 6 hours of running. They are going to run until 7 o'clock tonight, which is midnight here in the UK. Which is going to be a very interesting day. Go on, JT. Oh, no, they've just reset it to 5. There we go. So they are going to leave it on time. They were going to... It was 6, now they've reset it back. So we will still keep it going. Hello, JT. How you doing?
Hello. I'm good. You?
Coffee's in hand, mate. Coffee's in hand. It's going to be a long day.
Pizza to the side. We're all good.
Very good. Very good. We're ready to go. Cheers to everyone as well. So, Will Power topped yesterday, 227.026 mile an hour. He was the fastest, but with the no toe, it changed massively. And it actually went, if I've got it on my phone here, because it didn't actually get released publicly, it got shared with the media group. It was Carl Kirkwood, 219.497 mile per hour as well. So, already JT, heavily disrupted day 1, slightly disrupted day 2, but we know the running order, we know who's hot and who's not.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, you heard a little bit of the Grid Tonight show that was yesterday, the special edition. I believe you're on again, aren't you, today?
Yep,
for the
normal
because
one,
it's
yeah.
Wednesday. Yep.
So we got the normal one tonight, and then we'll go afterwards to get everything else sorted. And it'll be a little bit cheekier this evening as well, with some other stories hanging around the atmosphere as well. But yeah, with the data we've got, by the way, we're now able to go and see everybody's lap time throughout the session. I'm going to show it to you later on, but the session data reports, we can see everybody's turn, entry, and exactly how they're running. So the data analysis that we'll bring you over this month of May is going to be extraordinary, especially on the qualifying run data, lap times, as we come to it. So it was Will Power's fastest, 227.026. Newgarden on a 226.971 already. We're getting faster times. Herta has just done a 220.995 as well on his initial run out there on the circuit. You can see on the timing tower just alongside us here in the commentary box. And I think as well, JT, the best thing possible for the 500 here, especially with yesterday's lost time, get out there and just go fast. Get your tyre run data in and just see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are continuing, only 5 times on the board, as this is the 27 coming across the line, and that's Kyle Kirkwood from Jupiter, Florida, 26 years of age, down in towards turn 1, just taking it slowly, just taking it nice and calm at the moment.
Sliding in, a bit of an upskirt, but he's not doing too bad there. He's got the new sponsorship with the Siemens livery as well, and a special tribute on that car as well to one of the higher-ups who was tragically killed in a helicopter accident with he and his charming family in New York City a few weeks ago. There's a tribute on that car for the family as well. And JT, we were talking about that accident when it happened and how horrific it was. And it's nice that the Kirkwood car carrying a special tribute.
Yeah, absolutely. As I think it was the same helicopter crash. I don't know because there's been so many.
New York City, the one in New York City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How the air traffic control system is absolutely falling to the ground in the US.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Was that the Brands Hatch Indy track map I just saw
It is.
Flash?
Yeah.
Ah.
I'm just tidying up my desk.
Good to know that I can identify a track just by seeing it for like a millisecond.
I'm just cleaning up my desk after yesterday because I've got some more papers coming in to the commentary box. Yeah. So I'm just tidying up from all the mess that we had. Literally all of the mess that we've got. Kyle Kirkwood, though, still flying around like crazy. Looking
I've got
quite
so
strong.
much stuff on this side of my desk, like with all the documents and stuff. I can't even use the other monitor because I can't get to the keyboard.
I've just popped them all on one side. So, yeah, the commentary box, that did have a clean on Monday. Means another clean again. Coming in, Kirkwood goes top 222.886 miles an hour as well, so even more faster. It's insane. No one in America does something similar to this. You have to pay for cable to get the station this practices on. Hey, well, the good thing about YouTube is that it is global, so that's what allows us
Unless
to do our thing.
British touring cars.
Yeah, touring cars do it. Although we still get decent views because they've done it, but they don't show all the races. That's where we come in. Strange how that's worked out as well. Has someone been in my commentary box? Honestly, it's all messed up here today. There we
Megan.
go. Now she's been doing her last days of university. We're back now. Hello, everyone. Okay. Malukas and Rasmussen improving on their time. Second for Malukas on a 224.618 mile lap time. For the AJ Foyt squad, much better deltas running. Pato Award, a new time set as well. So, yeah, there are some, I don't want to say it, JT, but this is the time where we start to see who's hot and who's not. And how's that weather radar looking as well? For that rain
I can show it to you if you want.
Yeah, you can. Let me know when I'll press the button. There you go. Yeah, there's a few pop-ups around the area, isn't there? But it doesn't look too bad right now. I'd say we're okay, wouldn't you?
Well, that is, you know, the bit that we were tracking. Well, it's actually formed into something now.
Is it?
And it's headed our way.
Oh, marvellous. How long?
So, soon, but not soon.
Soon to cause a problem, or? Yeah.
I think we'll get this hour done before it arrives, but it just depends. If it continues to track the way it's going, it could just go north of us.
I see your point. I see your point.
Because you see how it's moving up. It's not going direct east, it's like kind of...
It's flying just around the
going
area.
north-east-east, if I was to get technical.
Is it collecting up as well around there?
Possibly.
Are you going to stay on a stable signal? I did actually talk to Neil Golding.
Bye.
Yeah, I did actually talk to Neil, and he said that they have to move away because Fox have started using that ad break time to do some weird stuff. So there's not actually, there's not actually the international feed during that point. So they play VTs and they rewind. So there's actually no coverage of the track action. So yeah, he replied very kindly to my Twitter.
What happened to the international feed?
It just doesn't work in this way. They don't have it for this session. So that's why we're having to deal with it ourselves. But we have got some cameras, if they actually want to work today, and we can try and figure it out and get them all operational. By the way, you saying that when you close it and open it again, they all come back out. They don't. I can
They're
tell
not.
You. No, they don't. Is Newgarden out
I thought
the
they
circuit?
did.
Not for this one. Is Newgarden out there on the track? No, he's just darling around in the pit lane. Who is it? Who is out there that we can try and get? Alex Pillow. Do we have Pillows? No, we don't. That's always good. I'm trying to see who's out on the circuit, who we've got a camera of. Scotty Mac! We've got a camera for Scotty Mac. If it wants to work. It's buffering. No camera for Scotty Mac either. Who else is out there? Prism Lens. What was that, JJ? Ericsson. We've got Ericsson camera. We have a Marcus Ericsson. Do we have a TV picture for Marcus Ericsson, though? Well, I don't believe... Not everybody's got their cameras operational today. Well, Newgarden had his on, so let's see what he's doing in the pit lane at the moment. There you go. We can hear him in there. I'll just pop him over my screen. There you go. There's Willpower. Sorry, Justin Newgarden. Just circulating as we got our pictures back. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on him as we go throughout. So, 4 hours and 40 minutes to go. Let's check in, shall we, with Fox Sports and see what they're up to here as we take a look at the beautiful area. If you're just joining us, we're going to try and sync up as well with USRN in a few moments' time and get their first thoughts of the day here at the Brickyard. With 4 hours to go. Session's just started. Carl Kirkwood fastest. It's not actually bumping up to load just yet, so that's why we're having a little bit of problematic times. Fox.
This thing out the side of the 60 car, and it is a very popular attraction as it goes through.
What was it playing this morning?
I don't remember which. I saw a video of it. My Sacrifice, maybe?
Would have been fitting.
That would have been appropriate.
We've been delayed for over an hour, but finally the second day of practice is underway here for the Indianapolis 500. Welcome to everybody listening in on USRN who's just joined our coverage. I'm Josh Birch, alongside me is Josh Turner. And down on the pit lane for you, we've got Georgia alongside Jamie Little and Kevin Lee. And up in the commentary box, Paul Buxton, Townsend Bell, and James Hinchcliffe as well on Fox Sports. So far, we've had times out there on the circuit. Drivers just completing installation laps. Scott Dixon is the fastest, 224.742 mile an hour. And it's Stephen Malukas in second, McLaughlin third, Kirkwood fourth, and Kiffin Simpson is in fifth position as the session will gruel on, and we will wait to see what is the total situation we are going to be expecting here today as well. It's going to be a very interesting time. I don't know if JT can currently hear me because his camera's off, so I assume not. But I'll say hello and wait to see that. No preparation here, Chicago. David Lucas brought it with him. Welcome to you. It's about to pour where I am in NC, says Graham. So we'll keep an eye on the weather forecast and how it stands. Hello, everybody. So we're live both on USON, JBMotorsports YouTube, and Twitch if you want to know where we are. So if you're out and about, you can listen on the Mixlr app for USON. If you can't open YouTube or want to listen to the audio, Mixlr for our commentary is the place to be. Opening times then, looking rather strong in this session. Dixon, Lucas, McLaughlin, Kirkwood, Simpson, Daly, Hurd. Hello, JT, we can hear you now.
Hello. In other words, if you don't like YouTube where you have to have the actual app open to listen to it without, unless you have premium, go over to Mixlr. You can close the app and everything and still listen along. It's great.
Yeah, Mixlr is the place to be for our radio commentaries as well. If you're working out at the gym and just want ears and ears, or listening in at work, Mixlr is the place to be. And yeah, it is always raining in England. Although, JT, 14 degrees and sunny right now outside of my commentary box window. So what's it like where you are over in Andover?
It's sunny.
He says it's sunny, just shouting in behind at the back. His headset can just about hear him. Or boom mic, because
my location just got leaked.
he said my location got leaked. Yeah, we've got radio mics that we can change to. Hang on. As you can see, there you go, look. So if during the red flag we need to step away but still need to present, we've got our radio mics as well. Then we've got our headsets that we use, and they're not actually plugged in at the moment, but if we need it as well, if we are elsewhere and about, like presenting standing up, we've got our wireless XLR microphones, and we can go and have a conversation with somebody and hear what they're going to say. Hello, JT.
It's fine because what everyone says is that people who live in Andover, I don't live in Andover, so don't go to Andover and expect to find me, but people who live in Andover don't know anyone outside of Andover, and people outside of Andover don't even know that Andover exists.
What's hilarious is that I'm going to Thruxton and you're not going to be there at one time. So, yeah, there you go. Could have used his commentary box as well. We're watching now down in towards the first corner.
If you use my commentary box, my dog will literally unalive you.
You sounded like you're in a, I don't know, underground something. You're very echoing. Like, your bass is low.
Hello.
Yes. Bass low, too quiet.
Hello.
Hello. Now that's better.
Hello.
What are you up to anyway? He asked the Daleks.
Pizza Hut. Oh, Pizza Hut and fried chicken.
He's eating. Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
There's Joseph Newgarden's on board through turn 2. He's using hybrid.
Pizzas are available.
Newgarden using hybrid flat out through turn 2. A little bit of spot. Oh, there's a dead fly. That'll never go. Yeah, that's a shame. In turn 3, full on throttle. 5th gear. Never pull up to 6th gear though, out of 500, because what happens is you pull into 6th gear, it actually takes less of the revs off and less than a mile an hour. So the drivers tend to stay in 5th gear around the circuit to build up as much throttle and a high rev point. The RPM is over 10,000 at the moment, and it just builds the speed. So it's a unique opportunity. We very rarely see 6th gear in operation here at the Brickyard. You've got to continue to file in. using again hybrid power. So
Connor Daly's in 6th gear right now.
is he really? Well, he's going to become only the second.
Gone down now.
Yeah. He's of course going to be the second Indiana to win at the Brickyard, his home circuit. Wilbur Shaw the other. See, also, do you know how much my motor racing pedigree must have been installed to meet young age? I have no idea why, but do you know what my teddy bear was called growing up? Wilbur. Yeah. I'll bring him into the commentary box. He's a little yellow bear with a bow tie. Lovely little bear. The hybrid is a pig of a motor, says Zed. I agree with you. It's not exactly the greatest. Speeds though for Dixon, 224.742 mile an hour. Okay, let's check in quickly with Fox Sports before they go to an ad break.
His right clutch is actually the manual recharge. You could see him go down and charging it. He would deploy it in between 1 and 2, and he would charge it back up on the back straight. That's a different one than we've seen anyone do. It's different than what I've even heard other drivers contemplate doing. So this is the kind of stuff I'm geeking out about.
Very interesting that he's doing it at not full trimmed out downforce. That was simply a pure read on hybrid usage to study. They didn't care about trimming out for speed. It was just about the driver executing the sequence.
James, words you used there that are not used on any other race weekend in any other championship in the world. A fast jacker. What is the fast jacker?
So the fast jacker is it's a way to utilize the weight jacker tool, which is a tuning tool that IndyCars have on ovals, where the right rear corner, the damper, the spring on the right rear corner either expands or contracts, with the effect of essentially changing the amount of weight across the front axle left to right. It's a tuning tool. But what that's doing is you're either raising the right rear up or dropping the right rear down. Think of a bar stool. 4 legs on a bar stool. If you prop up the right rear, it's going to put more weight on the left front. If you drop it down, it'll move that weight to the right front. But when you drop it down, the rear of the car is physically lowering, which gets the rear wing out of the air slightly. So that's what a weight jacker does.
That's what you want on the straight.
So so that's how the weight jacker works. What the fast jacking element of it is when they come off a corner, they will put it all the way right front weight, is how you would call it, which is lowering the right rear corner, bringing that rear wing slightly out of the air, reducing the drag and increasing the speed. And then before you get into the corner, you either release the button or send the weight back. It pops the right rear up, and it gets your weight balance back where you want it to.
You get a more pointy front end going into the corner.
Right. Which is what we heard was the issue with Kyle Larson during his quali sim in the open test practice. He had the right rear down, trying to get that speed in the straight. Didn't get it propped back up in time, which meant there was way too much understeer in the car, and we saw the result as he pushed all the way up to the wall on the exit 1 and had contact.
From tools and fast jackers to, I believe, Bluetooth speakers, Georgia is down in pit lane.
James, you were talking about the speaker that they have on the side of Felix Rosenquist's car. This is it, and it fits right. You guys were talking about terminology, right? You had the debate about the Buckeye the other day. It fits right in the Buckeye. It looks like it was made for the car. So as Felix makes his way up and down pit lane, obviously not during a session, but when he goes back to the garage and everything, this right here is going to be bumping some Creed. So get all your puns ready. Be sitting in the Buckeye playing some Creed all month long for Felix Rosenquist.
Love that. How long do you think they had to search to find one?
The perfect size.
That was the perfect size to fit in the conker on the side of the car. Buckeye. There's a familiar face down at Team Penske. We will be back and hopefully we'll hit.
So there's adverts, JT, but there's no... we haven't gone away from international.
I heard the music, so I thought I'd message you as a pre-warning, because I bet they haven't gone away from it.
Do you reckon something I've done has actually changed the world?
Do you think that something that I did to message you changed the world?
Well, I ran back to the commentary box because I was just picking up my notes. They've been printed out because the driver's past performance planning became available. But I literally just ran back to the commentary box. Thank you, Sky. Literally, because this is what Neil Woodling said. They don't always go to a static cam. Sometimes they lock it off shot of a wall, sometimes black, sometimes they are rehearsing and scrolling back footage. If they were following the track action, we try to stay with that. And that's exactly what's going on now. Fox have stayed with it with International. Thank you very much. With Dixon fastest, 2:24.742. And this is what we mean, isn't it, JT? Just give us some track action. Give us some analysis of the actual runaround. And, well, I'll take it. In fact, JT, I'm going to turn your camera off for a second, and I'm going to put theirs on. There you go, look. There's a live view of Indianapolis. Exit turn 1. Here they come. That's nice. That's a nice sound. That's a nice revenue as it comes through. They're going to go to an ad break now. Oh, Sky, they were coming back. You don't need to do an advert. They were coming back from commercial break. Obviously, Neil was listening to me. Hi, Neil, if you're listening to me out there as well. But yeah, just talking through the drivers and their past performances are here, where we have to take them onto the desk for 2 weeks as well. And it goes all the way back to 2001, of course, and 2002, where it was only Joseph Newgarden who, where it was only Helio Neves who was racing here as well. And that, of course, we all know how that works. Right, back to the interviews.
You saw him a little earlier. Jamie is down with Joey Logano.
Well, that's right. You're talking about NASCAR. Joey Logano has a couple days before he's on track in North Wilkesboro. Joey, is it true you have never seen an IndyCar on an oval before?
I have not. This is the first time I've seen one go by here. And I always watch the Cup cars qualify right here, and you watch them go by so fast, and then you add another 40 mile an hour to these guys, and they're barreling down into turn 1. It's just a different feeling. As the whole environment's very different, right? Like just the culture, all of it. But it's fun to come out here and learn a little bit about how they prepare for their race, the things they look for in their cars, how they talk about it on the radio. It's kind of fun to listen to.
Obviously, Kyle Larson, one of your competitors, he's here doing the double. Kyle Busch has talked this week about wanting to do it in the past. Have you ever thought about or considered doing the double?
I knew this question would come when I came up here. I would like to drive one. I don't know if I would race one while I'm racing NASCAR full-time. I don't think I can take away from what I'm doing in NASCAR and be able to be competitive doing this. I think it just takes me a lot of time. And I also feel like I wouldn't be giving my team 100% on the NASCAR side. So I'd rather do it 100% and win one of them, right? Instead of just doing it halfway and not being able to win either one of them. In no way that's the knock on what Larson's doing. I said it one earlier. He's a freak. He's able to do whatever. He's just whatever. He's able to jump in and be really good at it. It's a little different for me. I got to really focus in to be able to win. So it's fun to watch Larson as one of us right out there and seeing how he does, but also fun hanging out with the Penske guys, which is really one of us, and watching Joseph right now, but also McLaughlin and Will and seeing what they can do.
I saw when Joseph came in, he acknowledged you, looked over here to you. You have the headset on. What was he saying?
Well, he was having, Joseph's a pretty funny guy, actually, and I had it as a one-way conversation because I can't talk back to him, so there's plenty of BS thrown my way from the driver of the two, and I couldn't say anything back, but I will get to later.
All right, that's Joey Logano, 3-time and defending NASCAR champion. Have a little fun, and we'll see you in North Wilkesboro. You're going for $1 million this weekend.
$1 million, nothing to lose. What a fun race.
Well.
Thank you, Jamie. As I'm back from ironing my notes. And yes, I did say ironing my notes. I have to because the paper's crooked. So ironing notes in order to make them flat as a pancake.
Yes, we all know he's weird. You don't have to remind us, chap.
Well, the paper was bent, so I ironed the notes. Simples. Right, JT, this is going to be histories of doing the double. This is what Kyle Larson is attempting to do. And only a few other drivers in the past have done it, and has no one so far. As well, it's going to be a tricky one to try and do doubles as well. No one's really failed before to do both. Look at that, top 10 finishes of both Indy 500, Coco 600 for Tony Stewart, the only driver to complete all 1,100 miles. And Kyle even lost down that last year. He stood no chance whatsoever when the field rolled off, and he was still racing here in Indy. As didn't we miss the first stage, JT? If I remember correctly. We had to, it was like left to everybody else's devices. I think we had to even leave it with INDYCAR radio because both of your signals were covering the Indy 500. Herta and Sato have just improved on lap times as well. Herta's gone third fastest, 224.099. Sato, trying to find him on the time, she's gone 15th, 221.575 on the overall deltas up here in the commentary box. As they continue rolling down into the backstretch as well. Dixon from Malukas and Herta as well. Now, before I press the button, JT, is the radar open? He hopes the radar's open, is what I'm going to say as well. No, the radar's not open. Okay. Dixon, 224.742. Malukas, Herta, McLaughlin, Kirkwood, Palou, Honoré, Daly, Armstrong, and Kiffin Simpson being up into 10th position is a nice surprise there. Right, what are we going on here? Consume a lot of pork here in the Midwest, that makes sense. Swine is fine, just under the hood. Yeah. Well, good thing it's under the rear wing. Pigs can fly. They can. We saw that last year. Who doesn't love bacon? Oh, no, quite a lot of people don't. Going through. Radar's open. And that cell just starting to come closer and closer towards the circuit. And there's a few more, JT, popping up inside that area, I'm noticing. So I'm not seeing dark clouds. There's no lightning at the moment, is there, inside that area? So that's going to be a little bit of a concern to keep an eye on with radar chat. People like to see fast speeds in quality, the top speed runs where they'll only car on track, full boost is dangerous to run with the cars on track, that's why there's much dirty air. Right, we'll keep an eye on the weather radar then. JT will be able to rejoin us in a few moments. Can't blame him for having food, mine's about to be delivered as well. The original plan was do an hour and a half, hand over to Fox, have lunch, and then go again to the end. But that, unfortunately, has changed as well. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be on air, hopefully, at 3 o'clock British Summer Time and 10 a.m. Eastern, as we will do Tony Kanan's refresher course. But the likelihood of that happening is coming through. Saw someone earlier go 2:30 earlier without a tow. There's been a 2:26 in the corner, 2:25. Turn 3. Yeah. Scott, take a look at our main screen here. Just need to turn that delay off. So this is the time in 71 page. Luke, you are correct. Look at David Malukas, turn 3 speed, 230.5. Herta, 231.580. So far, they're the only, and then Christian Rasmussen, 230 as well. They are the only drivers to go 230 mile an hour at any point of the IMS Speedway today. So that is correct. In turn 3 speed, they are going through. So that's the full speed run that we have. We can also bring you, as we have many different timing monitors to bring you here today in the commentary box. So I'll leave that open for 30 seconds as well. As well, board with Joseph Newgarden with Driver's Eye. Just wondering, actually, if Newgarden is on Driver Eye there, does that mean that we could probably get Driver's Eye? Yes! Hey! Ladies and gentlemen, here's Joseph Newgarden's Driver's Eye. Now that is a shot. I'm trying to get it operational. Sorry, everyone. I'm pressing buttons. I'm trying to get the shot operational, and it won't let me. Just a wonderful vision here of what the circuit looks like and how atmospheric it can be. I'm trying to get them full screens. Give me one moment. And here you go, full screen. This is Joseph Newgarden's driver's eye as he races around the IMS Speedway. You can see he's deploying the boost button on the back of the steering wheel. 5th gear, 219 miles an hour. You can see it revving up on the steering wheel there. A wonderful look actually at how it all works out. He's backed off now as well on his run. I think they might swap it soon to the onboard. Yeah, they do. To come through. Got Newgarden's onboard camera there as well. Hello. Swap back. There we go. That was live, yeah. We're trying to throw between several thousand different graphics we've got available today. But we are live for this 500. Okay, right, a little bit of a break from us. Let's head back to Fox.
We pull from Joseph Newgarden, the guy who's won this race twice, to another guy who knows what it takes to win around this fabled circuit, Kevin Twitty.
We have not had a chance to catch up with Ryan Hunter-Reay yet because his teammate, Jack Hollywood Harvey, has been hogging all the airtime so far. So how's your race car? What are you guys working on today?
You know, it's just a lot of work really to just get on top of the hybrid and where the weight distribution is in the car. It's a big change, somewhat big change setup-wise and feeling-wise on the racetrack, really, from what we're accustomed to. So we're really just, we're taking some shots at it right now. We came out, we did some changes overnight, got out in traffic, really got a feel for the changes from overnight, and now if we're going to do it, we need to do it now, go back to the garage, make some big fundamental changes as well, come back out, and just have a list of options to pick from at the end of the day, basically.
Do you want to get a qual sim in today, or is that for down the road further in the week?
Tomorrow, for sure. It's high on the list. Today, we're still trying to sort out the race car, right? You're going to spend a majority of your time here sitting in a pack, and you need to make it right there. Obviously, track position is paramount, but first things first, and that's getting the race car right in traffic. And I want to get myself to where I'm really, really comfortable sitting in that dirty air, waiting for the opportunity to pounce. And we're not quite there yet. We've made some improvements, but it's still a work in progress. I'm trying to get the car basically in the middle of the corner, just to do one thing. And to do it predictably, and that's the big ticket item right now.
It's the only one-off team, Dreyer, Reinbold, Cusick, and they're always fast at Indy.
Thank you, Kevin. Of course, the 2014 winner, an incredible final 18 laps. The back and forward between himself and Helio Castro Neves paused only, I'm sorry to remind you, T-Bell, for a caution brought out by the man to my right-hand side. He held off Castro Neves for victory. Pointless statistic of the day, the only man with a hyphenated name to win this great race.
So, Ryan Hunter-Reay still coming through, and he's leading at the moment with a time of, I'm trying to find out where he's gone on my timing board. He's 7th fastest on a 2:23.204, so looking a bit stronger as they all will continue to fly through. 4 hours to go then here in the second day of practice for the Indianapolis 500. Scott Dixon is top as things stand as well. And I'm not even going to reply to that. Scott Dixon, David Malukas, Colton Herder, Scott McLaughlin, and Kyle Kirkwood has your top 5 from Alex Plow 6th, Ryan Hunter-Reay is 7th, Connor Daly 8th, Marcus Armstrong 9th, and Kiffin Simpson is in 10th position. Larson is 11th with Ericsson 12th, Harvey 13th, Rossi in 14th, and Louis Foster in 15th position. An impressive run to come through as well for Louis Foster for the Rahal Lanigan Racing, and he's up for the Rookie of the Year candidate, of course, with him being a rookie alongside Jacob Abel, Robert Schwartzman, and Nolan Siegel as well. And I don't know if JT is available to talk at the moment. I was going to say, I think my pick from that list would definitely be between Foster and Siegel, who so far this year have done absolutely amazing. I don't know if you're here or not, mate.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. What an amazing thing. Who would you be with the Rookie of the Year, Siegel or Foster?
A hard one, isn't it? Foster.
Yeah, I was thinking either him or Siegel. I would go Siegel though, because that McLaren was strong yesterday. Trying to find where he was.
Here's some news for you.
Go on, what have we got?
HMD Motorsports have announced Davey Hamilton Jr. will compete in all oval event weekends this season in Indy NXT.
No way. Fantastic.
Davey Hamilton Jr.
Anyone else feel really old now? Junior. I'm just going to tell you to look at managers to come through. So it was Power yesterday, but that's what I was looking for. Siegel was 20th fastest as the rookie. He was top rookie yesterday, actually, as well. Jacob Abel was 28th. Louis Foster in 30th. Robert Schwartzman was 33rd as well on the order with our rookie runs. And Siegel was a Siegel 221.822 as we get track noise back available coming through. Love the sound that you get as well from these cars as they fly by down at turn 3. Newgarden pulling to the outside. Is that it's Pelot pulling to the outside of Power as they're coming towards the first corner to do some longer runs now as well as they flash by. Yeah, Power top yesterday, but he did his time on lap 61 and 73 in total. It's very much about 10 minutes before the yellow came out for the lightning we had around the circuit as well. Right, let's head back over to Fox.
Tipping it over in any direction. That's really a driver that's done this a lot.
Speaking of another driver who has many successful appearances in his young Indy 500 career. In fact, only driver in history to finish in the top 10 in all 6 of his first 6 races. He is down in Gasoline Alley with Georgia Hannaberry.
Yeah, Townsend, you're right about that. Santino Ferrucci has an incredible track record here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but today, trying some new things. Did a little bit of traffic running, and it seems like you might not be as happy as you want to be.
Yeah, I was pretty happy in the open test, but I was on our road course car, so it's our second time in the Speedway car, second day in the Speedway car, probably our 4th run, if any. Felt comfortable with what we did overnight in clean air, decided to go hop in the back of a train just to get a balance read, and yeah, nope, I'm going back to last year's car. I've fed up with trying to make this work, and you know, there was light at the end of the tunnel, but not anymore.
When you're out there in a pack of cars and you are immediately not happy with your car, what are those feelings like?
I mean, when you're out there and you're chasing a really good car, you know, you're able to look through the corner fully, look 2-3 cars ahead, turn in late, arc everything. When you're out there in a car that's trying to, you know, basically kill you, all you can see is the wall. You can't look more than 200 feet in front of you, and you know, you're just constantly holding your breath. And yeah, no, it's not how I want it to be. So I know what I want to go back to, which is great. So I already have the setup in my head. Let these guys work. We'll be down for about 2 hours, so we'll come back out for happy hour, I guess.
You mentioned last year's car. What are we looking at change-wise?
Can't say that, but
come on.
No, I know. There's just some things that it's just a basic fundamental in the car and the rear end that I just trying a different rear end. Not for me.
Back out for happy hour. Thanks, Santino.
Yep, thanks.
Happy hour, of course, that final hour of the day when the fast times tend to get put in. Guys, clearly a very unhappy Santino Ferrucci there. A couple of things I want you to help clear up for me. He talked about the car that he ran in the open test, how it was the road and street car. Obviously, you have to have the cars set up for the Speedway with the Speedway wings. Why would some teams, and I know Premma did this as well, run their road and street car, but just with those wings? How different are the setups when you're comparing the two, or is it just the
setup shouldn't be that different, if at all? It's the build. So it's the Speedway build, the body fit, the uprights, gearbox, all of your go fast, ultra streamlined mechanical drag parts. You know, you're going to save those for the Speedway. A lot of teams will dyno test their gearboxes, their full assemblies. And if you know as well as I do, you buy 10 of anything, typically one's the best in just about any product you can find, and you save that best of everything for this week right here. I got to go back to what we said at the top of the show. You were celebrating genuinely everybody's positivity after yesterday. We just heard two back-to-back interviews. Ryan Hunter-Reay, Santino Ferrucci, not happy at all. Ryan didn't say that explicitly, but I know him very well. You do too, James. That's not a happy Ryan Hunter-Reay, not a happy Santino Ferrucci. And I look immediately to track temperature, now getting closer to 110 degrees. That's how sensitive this track is.
And I gotta be honest, I don't think I've ever seen Santino kind of seem so down at the speedway. That's the most despondent I've seen him after a run. That's a guy that's brimming with confidence around this place. You mentioned that track record here, only man in history to have finished in the top 10 in all 6 of his first starts.
The difference is 5 years ago, Santino Ferrucci would have expressed his dissatisfaction and not know the solution. But he felt confident that he knew what it needed to get back to where he wanted. That's the veteran experience, and hopefully it all lays up just as he projects.
And you talk again, and it's words we heard from Ryan Hunter-Reay, just needing that confidence in the car, knowing where you are, knowing what it's going to do. As Santino said, the car at the moment is trying to put him in the wall at every corner.
At the other end of the spectrum, Joseph Newgarden, Alex Palou, Kyle Kirkwood, all the guys that were like, yeah, race car is pretty good, let's get into qual sim mode. Those are the guys that are feeling very good, very confident about what they have right now in race trim. I put Helio Castroneves in that bunch too, just based on what I'm seeing on track. McLaughlin, Team Penske looking good. Chip Ganassi Racing looking good. And Andretti also. I'd say McLaren somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, they're a funny one, aren't they? They didn't look great yesterday. The team themselves expressed happiness with what was happening yesterday. Lundgaard didn't appear too upset this morning, very confident after the run yesterday, but the time wasn't there.
And this guy, Pato O'Ward, as he makes a move on Jacob Abel in turn 1, he talked about not having outright car speed. That's what they're looking for, is just more go fast.
Let's go into a commercial break then. So we'll filter in that, yeah, we're basically, JT's back with me. Hello, mate. Now, I've got no problems eating on air. You, however, do. As they go to a break, but yeah, basically.
I don't have problems with eating on air. I just think that people don't want to see it.
Well, I'm having some lovely chicken and rice. There we are. That's my dinner coming in as well. So that was always the plan. That's how the day would run. I'm hearing myself on an echo.
Are you?
Massive.
I'll turn my speaker down then.
Right, what have you made of it so far then? Only 15 minutes in, but Dixon already up there doing quick cut times again. But this turn 3 speeds impressing me like crazy about how we're having 230, 231s. They really are taking the last corner with some oomph as well and getting on that hybrid power boost. Is that going to help them with, you know how towards the end of the runs we usually see, yeah, the team are, you might have to change your headset, mate. Do you know how at the end of the run on qualifying you're losing that speed? Is the hybrid going to give us a little bit of a boost to get some of those speeds back that we lose as the 4-lap average goes round?
Possibly, but if they regen it well and get that down, they will probably be able to do it. Okay, I've got a fun statistic from Christopher DeHard about Scott Dixon. First, Scott Dixon, 224.742 miles per hour. 30th, Patro Ward, 219.558 miles per hour. Time difference of the field, 0.9456 seconds.
That's amazing.
The field is less than a second apart.
That's just absolutely amazing. We've got 30-odd cars separated by less than a second at the Brickyard. And do you remember days gone by where we had issues where it would be like, it would be like we had cars that were like 4 seconds off the overall pace, and it would be a continuous struggle in order to get them in. And bump day would always be which is the slowest actually going to come back into the mix and not really have a chance to win it, but just be trundling around the back. Here, anybody who enters and anyone who faces bump day, they all could have still been a chance to win the race.
Yeah, absolutely, because, well, it's Indianapolis. That's always the case. But Power is now at the top with a 225.584, so another 8/10 of a mile per hour in head is Will Power in the number 12, as I just have a quick look over the radar. It is gradually getting closer, but it's slowed down a little bit.
I'm on the radar screen. There we go.
We go on board.
Although it's a tiny one.
Quarter span, 3/8.
Do we call it a gurn? Maybe a quarter.
Yeah, right here, adding some downforce there in race trim as temperatures rise. I mean, it's gone up quickly, guys. 110 now. It was 108 about 2.5 minutes ago.
And this is what, we were kind of laughing at yesterday, talking to drivers. Everybody's saying, yeah, we feel pretty good. Plow cover, low track temps. The cars are always going to feel better in those conditions. Now the sun's out, track temps start to come up, and this sounds like an exaggeration. This sounds dramatic, Will, but I'm telling you, you can get to a point where a driver can tell you a difference in 1 or 2 degrees of track temp. That's how the balance can be affected.
Some good news for our newest team. They are out on track. Schwartzman and Eilert. Eilert, actually, with the 3rd fastest no-toe time of the day so far. Currently sits 25th fastest. Schwartzman 30th fastest as things
Interesting here, guys. If you look at the rear wing, it does not appear like there's a gurney there.
No, it's not.
So that comparison, if we go split screen with Will Power, on the right there, you see that quarter span gurney on the right with Will Power. And nothing on Pato Award as James gets fairly aggressive with the telestrator, and Will Power aggressively makes his move on the front straight.
Trying something new there. But look, you mentioned how Pato's going for straight line speed, just outright pace in the car. That's not what you always need, though. I mean, to win this race, it's about traffic running. Hunter Ray didn't have the fastest car in 14. I don't think that Newgarden had the fastest car in 23. But if you're good in traffic, you can put yourself up into that battle at the front, and then it just comes down to being in the right place at the right time, executing those passes. It's tough to lead. The car up front's always the slowest car on track, essentially. They are vulnerable because of the draft that they're creating behind them. So if Pato can get his car comfortable and competitive in traffic, you don't have to stress too much about not having a car that can fight for the front row.
I feel like through the years that Team Penske is historically always at the sharp end of being lower on downforce on race day, probably because they expect to lead. Maybe just by virtue of their incredible pit stops here, right? They have such an advantage year after year, seemingly on pit lane. That's why they've won so many pit stop competitions. I think it was like, what, 19 or 20 to date? Something like that. We'll see that on carb day again this year. But Penske always aggressive on low downforce.
What was super impressive for me last year with Joseph Newgarden was his pace out of 2. Every single lap was just absolutely phenomenal. The pace that he could hold through the corners was impressive. But that run out of 2, it's ultimately what won him the 500.
None of us saw it coming. I mean, it was incredible. We thought when Pato O'Ward made his move with a lap and a half to go that would be the one. And then, as you said, coming off a 2, Newgarden just motoring with authority down the backstretch.
Well, we're very happy to welcome to the booth someone we heard from a little earlier, a name which will be familiar to you all, of course, Joey Logano. Welcome to the show. Welcome to Indianapolis. You were saying your first time seeing IndyCars in the flesh.
This is it. I watched them on road courses before here at the Grand Prix, but I've never seen them go into the corner at 230 plus miles an hour. And it's pretty awesome. You know, I got to stand on pit road there a few minutes ago and get to see that firsthand. And you know, it's one thing to watch a big, heavy stock car come by in qualifying when we're, around 200 miles an hour, but these cars are small. Like, they're so tiny, you can barely see them over the wall, and they are zinging. It's a different sensation.
Have you ever climbed in one at the shop?
I sat in one years ago. It's a little tight, little tight squeeze. You know, as a NASCAR driver, you get used to, like, even though we can't move much in our area, we have a whole passenger seat over there that's just empty.
Get elbow space.
Right, a lot of space to put our things. You know, we can put our stuff places. Not in these. There's no extra room anywhere, right? When you look at the whole car in general, like, there's no extra space for anything.
What's the emotion as a driver when you come here and see this in person for the first time? Is there a natural urge like, I really want to try this?
Well, it's the racer in you, right? You can't ever take that out of you. You see a race car, you're like, well, I don't want to drive. I can do that. I want to give it a shot. I want to see where I stack up. You know, the curiosity will always, you know, be there of seeing, you know, do I still got it? Can I transfer into something quickly, or would I be lost? And there's no doubt it would take me a lot of time to be able to jump into an IndyCar and think about, you know, where do you lift, what do you do, not only just to make speed, but the racecraft. That's something that would take a long time, right? We think about what NASCAR is and how we race each other and how we make moves and what we need in our race car to be good in the race versus practice. All those things are the details that wins the Indy 500. Right, those are the things that you don't know until you do it a few times.
For sure, that experience is huge. And you know,
trying to get across here, but we've got a full yellow coming out of the circuit, guys. No one's crashed, so I wonder if this is track inspection. No, JT. It's a track inspection. So yellow's out, JT, for track inspection. I was just double checking there was no lightning in that area.
Yeah, I believe they used the lack of adhesion flag for track inspection or weather related, I don't know. It's not because they have a different lack of adhesion flag, don't they? Am I thinking UK Speedway?
You're thinking UK Speedway, yeah, they've got the same one. Okay, so yellow's out for track inspection. Let's head back to Joey Logano's interview.
There's just so much going on inside the car, but it's just different, you know, and you see it so many times in motorsports. There's specialties, right, where you get really good at one thing, right? Whether it might be street racing, it might be, you know, oval racing for us in stock cars, or Indy cars, or dirt cars, or sprint cars, whatever it may be. When you do it for a long, long time, you're gonna get good at that thing. And to switch back and forth, that's really what makes what Larson's doing really impressive. That he can just jump from one thing to another. I say he's kind of a freak of nature. Yeah, normal people don't get to do that very often, and that's honestly why I don't feel like I should be doing the double, because I don't think I can do 100% in any of it. So I don't, but it's definitely pretty cool to watch him do it.
Well, he's on a headset, so we can actually talk to him right now. Hey, Kyle.
Hey, guys.
How you going, man? How is it this morning?
I'm good. I'm just curious if Joey's getting some DAP points today.
Definitely, maybe.
That's not fair, NASCAR. That's not fair.
How's it been out on track?
It's going okay. I ran some by myself there, and then got in some traffic there the last few laps, and had, you know, quite a few laps on the tires, so was a bit understeery. Into turn 3, I think the wind maybe affects that a little bit there. So, yeah, just got to work on that. I think, you know, if we can get our balance as comfortable as it is in clean air and traffic, you know, I could be a little bit more confident, I feel like, and build some runs. Because right now I just feel like I'm stuck, you know, wherever I'm at. So just got to work on that.
Kyle, I got a quick technical question. What's with the tear-offs on your helmet? You got an aero screen. And have you ever pulled one of those things?
I've pulled a few thousand, I think, in my career, but
are they just there? But seriously, is it a safety
tinted.
measure in case you got something?
No, I think it's just a tinted. Oh no, I do have tear-offs. I don't know why I have tear-offs. We'll have to ask my guys. So,
it's extra weight, man.
Yeah, that's true. You know, we're basically just rookies here, so you know, and I'm a dirt guy, so they probably just want me to feel at home with some tear-offs.
All right.
Okay, look, we got Joey standing next to us here. Let's switch roles a little bit here. The sense of, let's say Joey was jumping into an Indy car here at the Speedway. You guys both know it well in a stock car, but he's about to turn his first laps in an Indy car. What advice are you giving him? What are you telling him to prepare for?
Well, he's in a Penske car, so he's got that easy. But so just hold it flat. It's honestly, it's nothing too crazy. Like when I came back here for the Brickyard, I was surprised that like the sensation felt, you know, as fast or faster than the Indy car here, just because the Cup car, you're sliding around a little bit more. You know, you got less kind of to lean on. So I think the Indy car, you know, when you look at the wall, you feel like you're hauling ass. But, you know, before that, you're pretty stuck. So, but then traffic, it's all similar. It's just like more magnified. Like the dirty air is just more magnified. The effect of it's similar, but it's just the wash that you get with the front is more. So I wish more guys would try it, because I think they'd be surprised at how similar it all really is. So
I enjoy it, you know, with a great team here with Aero McLaren, and having Hendrick Motorsports involved in it again is cool, and just having fun. So thankfully the weather's good right now, and hopefully we can, you know, get our car dialed in a little bit better and have a decent shot come next week.
Well, it definitely looks fun to drive. It looks very interesting from our point of view. One of the biggest things that I think, though, is the draft. You know, you look at these guys when they're drafted, they're able to, you know, from 4 or 5 car lengths back and get these huge runs. I guess, are you working on the timing, Kyle, on how to, like, time these passes to do it right?
Yeah, for sure. And I still don't know, like, how to necessarily time it. I think your balance has to be matched up well with all that, too, because currently, like, I try to build that run, and I just I have to, like, bail out of the throttle, so then all that momentum you're trying to build is stalled out, and then you get in the tow, and then it's just too late by the end of the straightaway. So just got to get our car, and I don't know how to do that, but get our car handling better, you know, closer within that 3 to 4 car length gap of the guy in front of you, and I think you can, you know, build that run and then make passing a little bit easier. So that's what my goal is throughout these next few days, and then, you know, get to qualifying, hopefully have a good balance there, and you know, qualify towards the front like we did last year.
How much more confident do you feel in your second year? You know, last year, things like restarts, pit speed, you know, getting in and out of the box, you know, some of those things, you must have a checklist now in terms of refining a lot of the little fundamentals that are part of it all coming together on race day.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say I think there's areas that I don't even know if confidence is the right word, but, like, you know, like with the pit stop stuff, I think I know what to expect a little bit better there, and, like, what it takes to turn into the stall and get stopped on your sign. Like last year we were trying to figure out where to even put the sign, like what worked best for me, and now we're comfortable with that. So that should, you know, I should get up to speed a little quicker on that. And then, yeah, I think, you know, race procedure stuff, you know, I'll revisit kind of that as we get later in the week. But, you know, I made some mistakes on the starts last year with missing shifts and stuff. So hopefully we'll clean that up a little bit, you know, this year and make things easier on myself. But as far as, you know, confidence and whatnot with the car, I'm more confident, you know, after yesterday than I was at the open test. I feel like my balance is better this time around. So, yeah, just got to get it better in traffic, and then, you know, I think then I could, like, learn and build those runs and learn even more to benefit myself for the race. So, yeah, still got some work to do, but having fun so far, and we'll see what we got.
And Kyle, you, like every other driver out there on track at the moment, having to use the hybrid around IMS for the very first time here at the 500. How much has that changed the way that you approach your runs in terms of when you're harvesting, when you're pushing, or are you, like so many of the other drivers, actually still trying to figure it out, still learning?
Yeah, I'm definitely, you know, still trying to figure it out, and I don't even think the teammates quite have a grasp on, like, the most efficient way to use it all. So, yeah, that's another area that's new to me, and just trying to figure it out. I don't really feel like it's, like, that huge of a benefit anyways. Like, you don't necessarily feel it, at least for me, like a ton. Like, it's, you say push to pass or whatever, you think, like, oh my gosh, it's going to be like 500 more horsepower, but it's just a little bit of help down the straightaway. So then I think it's trying to, like, figure out how to, you know, regenerate that energy and then have it be useful, you know, as you're out front, stuff like that. So yeah, I think right now, though, we're more worried about getting our balance right, and then I think we'll have to work on those details as we get closer to the weekend, and then definitely next week.
Lovely stuff. We thank you for your time. We'll let you get back to work. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Cheers, man. Good to hear from him, and Joe, wonderful to have you up here in the box. Before you go, we've been talking about, would you ever want to try this out? You obviously have access to pretty phenomenal sims, given who you drive for. And I know you don't have all that much spare time on your hand, given how often you race. Have you ever asked, can I just jump in the sim and try out an IndyCar?
I have not asked. It's because everyone's so focused on what they're doing. You know, like, I don't want to take anything away from what the IndyCar guys are trying to develop, and I don't want to be a distraction, right? Like, I'm so center focused on winning and not really focused on having fun, right? It's just about winning. And so for me, I stay in my lane, right? Like, I stay in my NASCAR lane, and I keep doing that, and we try to make that as best as we can. But it is fun talking to Kyle about some of the things that are different. And surprisingly, hearing him say how similar our Cup cars are now, it's probably closer now than it's ever been with the next-gen car. Now that we're creating a lot of downforce from underneath the car, the smaller sidewall tire, the cars are a lot edgier than they used to be, right? They're a little twitchy. And when I watch these Indy cars, I don't really knows. I haven't driven one, but it looks like when they get loose, it's wham, bam, and you're in the fence, right? Like it happens so fast, you can't keep up with it. And our cars have gone a step that direction since we've introduced the next-gen car.
Right.
And then it's interesting listening to Kyle Larson, how he kind of says the same thing there. So, yeah, maybe I wouldn't be as far off as I think. I don't know.
Well, maybe first week of the off-season, jump in the sim, give it a go, and we'll see you here in 12 months' time practicing for your debut in the Indy 500. 110th running, why not?
You make it sound like it's the easiest thing in the world. Boy, yeah, if it's so easy, why don't you do it?
Hey, I'm not Joey Logano.
There we go.
Thank you so much for coming up, my man. We really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Right, we'll be back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for more practice for the 109th run-in of the Indy 500.
Yeah, and at the moment we are in this track inspection delay at the moment, which is nothing too serious. JT, they're just checking the circuit, making sure all is okay, and really we just have to hang around. Are you actually in the box? Are you there? He asks.
Hello.
Hello. How's the weather radar looking? Am I available to go to that screen?
If you want.
So what's it looking like then, JT? What have we got coming into the circuit? Have you just taken it away? There we go.
It's, well, you can see it all coming in from the west. There you go.
Yeah, well, under the delay. Go on, talk us through it. So that's coming in fast, isn't it? And it seems to be collecting other cells together.
Yeah. It's not fast, but it's collection cells.
If that comes in within the next hour, and we'll lose the track. Now that comes in with 2 hours 48 to go, let's say, and we lose the track and it stays for say 45 minutes. That takes it down to just getting the track sorted within inside an hour, as the track goes back to green. Is that possible? Or are we going to lose it early and have to catch up on running tomorrow?
I hope we lose it early just so I can get a good night's sleep because I need it. And, well, we have gone green, but we can't see it.
No, we can't. JT, do you remember what you told me about when you unmuted your mic and it wasn't unmuted? The same thing just happened to me.
Let's go. It's not just me.
No, I unpressed the button and it didn't come through. Anyway, green light now away. Cars venturing back out onto the circuit for day 2 of practice here for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Power 225.584 from Dixon, Malukas, Palou and Herty, top 5. Lunch, dinner, whatever, eaten. Coffee still very much in hand for the Frappuccino. Other brands are available.
Bottle of sparkling flavoured water, which was an ice block. Very, I don't know. Can you see the ice in the bottom of that?
Yeah, we can actually, yeah.
It's very nearly gone.
Now, I heard with these Frappuccinos, you're not actually meant to drink them from the bottle. You're supposed to pour them over ice, but I can't be bothered. It's just a coffee, so it tastes just as nice.
I mean, yeah, that is what you're meant to do with them, but whatever.
It's a coffee. Just drink a coffee. In that case, why put them in glass bottles if you're not meant to drink them? The only reason I've got this, however, is because me and Megan realised for when we need to drink the milk, we need a bottle. So we've got a bottle to put some milk into to drink for the 500. Because we tried to, well, how much is this? This is 250 millilitres. We tried to drink a pint a couple of years ago, and that didn't go down very well. So a quick 250 millilitres of a milk will do when we get to our 500 coverage as well. Hopefully the Vortex series will come into play, says SC.
Hopefully you leave it in the fridge.
Unlike Omi, who a couple of years ago didn't. And how long was it? 5 hours or so? He left it out on the side and then drank it. Yeah. We didn't see him for a week. Hospital, food poisoning. Alex Jakes has just liked my comments. And I must say, congratulations to the voice of Formula One and his lovely wife on their birth of a baby girl. Congratulations, Alex, and family as well on that. Kept it well hidden, though, didn't he, as well? That camera, it's just like Alexander Rossi, as we found out that his wife is also pregnant and just had a baby as well. So, Jakes, he's done a Rossi on that front as well. Andretti, though, out there at the front. He's done so many starts here, of course, as Marco Andretti. All the way back in 2006 was his first start here. Started 9th, finished in 2nd place. He finished 3rd then in 2008 and in 2010. 4th in 2013, 3rd in 2014. Then he was pole sitter back in 2020, JT, but ever since then, he finished 13th that race. It's sort of gone bad for him, hasn't it? So yeah, time and time again. What are you looking at, JT?
Nothing.
I've just seen what you put in the chat, by the way, to me. I didn't do that. Newgarden washed, says, let's have a look. Where is Joseph at the moment? Well, Newgarden is down. Where is it? I can't even. I've got 34 drivers. It's quite hard to locate where they are on the timing screen. So I apologise if I'm being dumb here and not spotting him immediately. Where is it? I need a bigger monitor. I'm now having to get my paper going down one by one. He's down in 31st position, 219.719. And he's done 14 laps so far. Thank you very much, SCG. I'm going to call you 001 for now. I think that's the quickest way to get you around. Not the monitor. But yeah, Joseph Newgarden. We all know his history here, don't we? 23 and 24. He has been victorious here. Started 3rd last year, 17th in 2023. Biggest as well, back to front we've had in a long time here at the Brickyard. For a race winner. Yeah, well, yeah, actually. Finish first you must finish. And this place is grueling. Jamie's down with Alexander Rossi.
Rossi, beautiful family for welcoming their
George's
son Ben to the world. How incredible.
Yeah. Tough timing, but that's the way God intended it. So we're so over the moon with that, and it's, I don't know, do you celebrate 1 week birthdays? But yeah, today's just 1 week birthday, so there we go.
Happy birthday, Ben.
Right, exactly. But no, it's what an amazing experience, obviously. You hear about it from your friends and family, and then when it happens, as you well know from recent experience, it is truly spectacular. So thrilled for my wife and so appreciative of her, and she's doing a lot of hard work right now while I'm out here having fun driving race cars.
Hard work on both ends of the spectrum there. Speaking of your hard work, did you get to do any traffic running today, and how did that go?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, we got a lot of rain overnight, obviously, so the track reset a little bit from yesterday, but I think the ECR cars are always incredibly strong here in all types of conditions, so we're in a good spot. I think it's just still trying to understand where you stack up compared to others. I think that certainly some other teams have taken a step forward from last year. So as always, it's going to be tough. There's no easy road here at Indianapolis, but we feel good with what we have, and we're just going to keep working on it and continue to get better as the week goes on.
Thanks, and congratulations again.
I appreciate it.
Alexander Rossi, who won this race in 2016, a race where James Hinchcliffe had the pole, and our Townsend Bell played the ultimate wingman to pull him around for all those laps on low fuel. Rossi getting the job done on debut.
Yeah, 2016 was a classic year. The 100th running of the Indy 500. That was our first broadcast we covered on JB Motorsports as Indy 500. It's recorded somewhere in the distance in time. We are, I'm delighted to say, trying to get it out and uploaded with some graphics, and we'll try and premiere it going forward. So we have some of the classics to throw back on in the month as well in our break period. But we're a bit busy with this weekend at the moment, so not all of it's working. JT's back with us as well with headset on. Has your dog descended, or cat? What is that inside of your studio? Oh, he can't hear you because your mic's not on.
Nightmare dog.
Nightmare dog. Lovely. I'll tell you
What do you want?
Can't hear him barking now. Usually we can.
Because he's not.
I see. But yeah, just need to go over my notes actually from yesterday and write out the overall speed times. By the way, the Grid Tonight podcast will be back on tonight as well. The Grid Tonight show is at 11:10 British Summer Time, so it's literally 10 minutes after we finish here. So as soon as we're done, hop over, we'll go. There will be a redirect as well, link for you to all go to that at the end of the day.
Hello, Amy.
Hello, I heard there was a nightmare dog in here, so I had to get in here.
Del, come here. Del boy.
Cars asked, no cars are on track. All cars are in pit lane. And we're in green flag conditions. What is going on? We have 3 hours 40 to go. It's quite unusual. And
Nightmare dog.
There you go, Omi. I
There he
have
is.
absolutely no idea why Omi wants to see Del Boy.
Alright, bye then.
Are you seriously already off? Typical. He's only here for Del. He's only here for Del.
What?
Only here for Del, aren't you? You're not here for the 500.
Well, I had to specifically join Del, but...
Oh, yeah. Tell you what, I would like to know, actually, Omi, while we come back to you. Alex Jakes, he's the pappy.
Yes, he is. Absolutely. Absolutely brilliant news coming earlier on today. And yes, really happy for him and his entire family as well coming in.
Yeah, he'll be back on site in Monte Carlo at the end of in a week's time. I'm looking forward to hearing the commentary as well at the start of Emilia Romagna as well, to see what that's like. If he's doing Emilia Romagna, that is, he might have paternity leave, and Ben Edwards will be taking it. However, I do know that, as far as I'm aware,
You've got a coffee in your hand.
yeah, Crofty, I don't think is doing this weekend. I think it's Harry Benjamin.
Oh, is that true?
As far as I know, which means Ben Edwards would be on BBC Radio 5 Live. So just stay tuned for that, everybody.
Ah.
Oh, pictures break up. And here is Will Power, just sat currently in the garage, waiting to head back out onto the circuit. Onboard cameras, by the way, the only one working is Joseph Newgardens. So hopefully more come active throughout the day. And he's currently not out there. He is out there on the circuit, but it's not working now. So, oh well, we'll try and get operational as we go. Newgarden yesterday to power the overall speed traps though, JT, 0.0097 off the pace.
Just a little bit close.
Yeah, INDYCAR, of course, time to 4 decimals. Here's Premma with their practice speeds so far. Schwartzman was a 217.836 yesterday. Eilert 217.189. Today, though, Schwartzman is a 219.750 and Eilert 220.897. The only thing, though, JT, is that is, as we said yesterday, a completely brand new car that they are shaking down for the first time. They didn't run it in the open test, so they need as many laps as possible out there, as they're a day behind everybody else. And quickly, let's go down and join Jamie Little.
Track activity yesterday and then again today.
Yeah, it's been a good start to the 2 weeks for us. I think we've made some progress on the car, and yesterday I was feeling really comfortable. So today we're just trying to build on that and make the car as good as we can for race day.
Now this will be your second Indy 500. We got qualifying coming up this weekend. How is it the second time around?
Yeah, I think it's a lot easier on me. Last year it was kind of difficult. We had a lot of issues leading up to qualifying and kind of cut our track time short. But this year I feel a lot more comfortable, even just starting off the open test we had a month ago now. And yeah, I feel really comfortable this year going into qualifying.
Well, this team is stacked. Of course, Alex Palou, one of your teammates, Scott Dixon, your other teammate. How can you lean into them, and how much information, knowledge, and maybe even question asking do you have?
Yeah, I think it's been great having them to learn off of and have them going their own setup direction, and us all having our different ideas on how we want the car to be, and then we can try different things from the other cars. So it's been a great start to our Indy 500, and I think we're gonna try our best to keep it going.
You look back to last weekend, you guys raced here. It was for the Grand Prix. You guys had some issues. What exactly happened with your car?
Yeah, unfortunately, we had a clutch issue, and it just meant that we weren't able to select first gear, and, you know, you can't select first gear, you can't drive, so that's just how that goes. But, you know, it's motor racing. Those things just happen, and in the end, we're still really happy with it. We felt like we were really strong at the Indy GP, so we're just trying to keep that momentum rolling.
Good to see you, Kiffin. He'll get back in the race car and make some changes and try moving up that board, guys.
Thanks very much, Jamie. Okay, JT, back to you on that question. Yeah, what can Premma do coming into this one?
Get as much running as they can.
Simple as, isn't it, as well? I mean, what about you in their run? You were optimistic of them yesterday, now we're all a bit worried.
Yeah, a little bit worried, but hopefully they'll be able to turn it around and get the running in that they require.
So, there was a question, a follow-up I wanted to ask, and I've lost sight of what it was at this moment in time. 001, yes, the cameras are not available on the INDYCAR app at us this time. They are, however, available on multi-viewer on the INDYCAR.
If they work.
If they work, yeah, because quite a lot of them aren't. Like, for instance, I've got one for Kyle Larson that I'd love. Where is it? It's not working. Quite a lot of them are not working today, which is a real disappointment, because they were working yesterday. Any we have, we'll drag in front and get a camera on and show you some onboard laps, but everyone we try isn't working so far today. How about this? 1985, May the 26th, the spin and win, JT. A moment in history as it was side by side throughout the last lap overtake. And that was 40 years ago for Danny Sullivan as well. It's just crazy to think that it was 40 years. So it's Ruby anniversary.
40. Yeah, well, of course you remember it so clearly
right,
as you watched racing from 1960s.
Stop. On Sunday, it's my mum and dad's 40th wedding anniversary, their Ruby anniversary, this coming Sunday. So, you know, I'm not that old if they're only just celebrating their 40th wedding anniversary. You get less for murder, as they say.
Still watching racing from 1960s?
Yeah, actually. Yeah. It was back. There wasn't even a Grand Prix show back then, chaps. It was either Grandstand or Wheelbase, which was a show, or was it World of Sport, which was ITV. Yeah, Jim Rosenthal used to present the football on that one as well. Oops, that was not in the 60s, however, that was in the late 70s, early 80s for Jim Rosenthal.
Of course, you know that.
Yep.
I can't remember what it's called. The big match, something like that. It was ITV's version of Match of the Day back in the early 70s. Do you think he'll finish? Do we think Larson will finish? If JT's right with the weather forecast, I don't even think Larson's going to race. It'll probably be Kanan. If Kanan can even have a go. There's the families on the infield, all looking through and climbing the fences. Get that kid in the car. He's a future Spider-Man for Helio Cash Nevers as well. So we have only one car out there at the moment, and it is the resident of Indiana himself, of course, coming in as well, of Connor Daly as they fly through. That microphone looks familiar. We've got the same one up here in the booth. But yes, I need a new triangle, don't I? Look at how bad the triangle's got there, the blue one. It's awful. I can't hear you, JT. Your mic's on mute.
I'm more concerned about the microphone cover, not the triangle.
That's what I'm on about. The microphone cover triangle. Look at it. Look at it.
Oh, this to me is the triangle.
Do you know why? Because
that to me is the triangle.
Ah, right. Because that is where I hold it. But I didn't even used to hold it in the old days. It used to be here. But then every now and then it rests up there and it just wears off. It wears down from where you hold it and present and host the shows, etc. So I don't know whether to go to blue or to black or just pop it as we have for touring cars and have a black circle. What do you think? Black circle? Blue another blue triangle or black triangle sound shield? Because the black sort of goes with the triangle we have. Let us know, as we're on a commercial break right now. The things we talk about. It's calling for even more rain on race day. If it does rain, I hope the 600 rains out so we can do both, just not the same day. What is the long-range weather forecast at the moment, JT, for the 500? Do we have...
Ask Owens.
Say again?
Ask Owens, he knows.
Oh, right. Well, I can't ring up Matthew Owens. He's working right now. It's only 2:30 over there in America. Oh,
okay.
Eastern time.
Ask Owens later.
Oh, always fun, isn't it? Here's our stat sheets that we get printed out for the practice times. However, nobody's printed out for me no toe times. Sato was out there, but he's just come back in, and I lost him out there. Go on.
You do your own printing.
I didn't print this. Not this.
Okay, 9 times out of 10 you do your own printing.
9 times out. Well, yeah, but I didn't do this one. Coffee's going through me. Might need to go have a bathroom break soon.
Oh my god.
We can't be sat in here for 6 hours. It's even. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old.
oh yeah. Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah.
Very old.
Callum Ilot's out there, then, Naomi. What a guy this man has been, of course, across Formula 2 back in the day. Didn't get a Formula 1 shot, but he's over here now. What can he do? What do you think?
Hopefully something magical. That's what I'll hope for. But yes, absolutely extraordinary driver. Definitely ones that do get talked about for missing out in Formula 1 seats as well. So a really, really talented driver. Great guy as well. And he will be hoping for some success. But yeah, it was really, really good when it came to the level of Formula 3 and also Formula 2 with everything that he did in, well, GP3. He also got to compete in at the time it was.
Yeah, he's getting older now that it's still even GP3 he was running in. That's how much you have to remember. It hasn't always been that way. It used to be Formula 1, then GP2 and GP3. Now it's been rebranded to F1, F2 and F3. And Naomi, we've got some great news about Silverstone. It's the first ever time in history, after 75 years, we can have F1, F2, F3 and then F4 there as well. British F4 is going to be at Silverstone, and you're very excited about that one, as you've been following it with also with us on the British Touring Car coverage. They're having a standalone event, and you'll be no doubt having the call for that one on a special weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Standalone and also no points, meaning there's just going to be a lot of chaos in the races as well. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So everything's quite positive. The changes come, of course, the Porsche Super Cup moving to Spain. They have got a Spanish team coming into that category. So definitely a decision as well that was made, possibly due to that. But yeah, I think the people around the circuit, I don't know how they will find the British F4. Of course, if you follow the category, I think you'll like it. I think when you already have F2 and F3 there, I think people would prefer Porsches, considering they're actually louder, and considering they actually have the different feel to it, as we already have the single-seaters out there on the circuit. So yeah, I don't know how the atmosphere is going to change when it comes to on the circuit, but I think for the people who do follow British F4 and actually care about it, I think they'll quite enjoy it.
And JT, we could sort of explain the opposite, because the Formula 4 quite often are part of the British Touring Car Championship, and it's quite the opposite there. They're the only single-seaters at that event, so it's sort of, everyone always goes, oh, single-seaters, eyes on them. The paddock is always, it's always full of people just having a look and going, oh, look, single-seaters. And to be fair, I'm quite sick of tripping over them, to be fair, in the paddock. It's because they just sort of leave them out in the centre, and I nearly trod on Ella Lloyd's wing the other week. I mean, it was destroyed, but either way.
No excuses.
But yeah, so do you reckon they're going to... Do you reckon it's a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, the British fans will know, because quite a lot of them would have gone to touring car events as well. It's a good thing, is it?
Well, I guess, yeah, to some degree it is. I mean, it's great for the drivers, it's great for the series. They've done a lot of work over the years, so to be having a race, I think they definitely do deserve one as well. But yeah, I guess we'll see once we have the event in terms of how the atmosphere changes, because even though the Porsches, while they may not be watched when it comes to on television, when people are out there on the circuit, they really do enjoy it. especially due to the sound with it being louder than F3 and F2 and also F1, as we mentioned earlier. So it definitely has the different feel. But British F1 standalone event, I think it will definitely be good to have that one addition change as well, and maybe it will continue as well throughout the year. So I think it'll be interesting to see. I think we'll have to let it happen to see how it actually goes and how it all plays out.
Yeah, reminder that we've got coverage of the Porsche Super Cup once again this season, including delayed coverage of qualifying, thanks to Omi. And then we'll also have live coverage of the races with Omi now as lead commentator for the Porsche Super Cup. I gave up. I've got too much on to do the Porsches this year. So Omi takes over at that series as well. And I think you're also leading our F2 and F3 coverage a lot this weekend as well.
Yes. I mean, I would know what we're doing, but I'm still waiting for you to put in Formula E timings properly in and then see what you're doing. So yeah, we'll work that out. But yeah, there is a few F2 and F3 sessions that we will be exchanging and sorting out all throughout with our usual chaos of things clashing.
I don't actually know. 9 o'clock. I mean, we're off here early for the FE race because I've got somewhere else to be. So I want a quick off for that in race 1. No.
Time for our on-air production meeting, everyone. Here we go. Here's a preview.
You're on Formula 3 Sprint. To be honest with you, I think you might be. I think I'm only doing one thing. Those that I'm down for. Okay, so I might do a F3 Sprint race. And then I don't think I'm doing the F2. No, I'm not doing the F2 Sprint. And I am doing the I'm not even doing that because it's double header. So no, I'm only doing one, which is the Formula 3 Sprint, which I might not even do. So it might all be Omi.
Well, I mean, you'll get Friday at least. You'll get Friday at least. That's one thing. As well, we've decided that World Superbikes can just be World Feed for that one. And then you can do the F2 and F3 on Friday because I'm not actually here for that.
Yeah.
In a couple of days' time.
So basically, I've turned into Chris McCarthy on F1 Academy. And he's going to be Ben Edmondson, come in and do the Sunday jobs.
Yeah, do the races while you'll take practice and quali.
Does that mean that I don't even get Monaco either? Because I'm elsewhere. Where am I in Monaco? British Touring Cars. Blimey, I'm not going to get to do F2 and F3 for ages. It's like Moto 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't really say touring cars. I'd say more MotoGP, and that's what I'd say. That's the one that will clash more.
No, I get to do touring car race 1, and then I go to do MotoGP, and then JT goes to listen on Sunday.
Yeah, with Sunday the touring cars usually clashes with Porsches, but that's not your baby anymore,
no.
so that's fine.
So
if we're going off,
I can escape.
Yeah.
That one's going to be a hard meeting. I can tell you that right now to get that one sorted. Anyway, that's for next week. It's difficult, although we haven't even had a production meeting for this weekend because it's so chaotic. So that's going to happen early tomorrow, but no one else is here. So yeah, basically how it looks. So 001 says, just look, race day looks promising. Only problem is it's so far out still. Yeah, I suppose what we've really got to look to is qualifying day. And JT said the rest of the week so far looks clear with 3.5 hours to go. Is the radar
I
on?
did not say that.
Right, you said that for the weekend it was no weather. Shall I put the radar back on?
I said for Saturday and Sunday there's no weather. I didn't say rest of the week.
Right, pop the radar on, because I'm on that screen now, and show me that stat where you've got the predictions for next week. Let me know when it's on and I'll go back to it.
No.
I'm just going to wait and hold the broadcast until he does it. There we go. Right, we're on now. Right. That weather... Oh, that is coming in, isn't it? Is that going to miss us, or would it actually hit? I'm trying to look where we are in the speedway area. It's like it's hovering just above it, isn't it?
The bit to the north of it will miss us.
There's a few more bits that are flying in there. Yeah, not great at the moment, that radar. Anything more coming in the rest of the day, or is that the only worry that we've got to think about?
We will see when it appears on the radar.
That helps. I've just got a frozen image on my screen. It's not even moved.
That's because it's not moving.
Well, there's the radar. Being a stone's throw from Charlotte Motor Speedway, I do like Larson. He's a very talented driver. but it would make sure my race day if it would sure make my race day if he couldn't make it and TK took the wheel. I think there's also another issue, isn't there, JT? That one quick. There's another issue, isn't there, JT? Is the fact that TK hasn't even driven a car with hybrid or even driven a proper car in ages, and he's now not being able to do the refresher course until tomorrow morning. So it's taking more and more time away from him to actually get this even attempted.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see when he is able to do that refresher course. I won't be surprised if it gets delayed even more. It depends what the weather's like tomorrow morning.
Basically, he can do the refresher course on Tuesday morning when everyone else isn't testing, which means we might get a special show covering one car circulating out there on the circuit. That would be hilarious. Instead of just going on air 2 hours early and filling the time. Cashnevers and Armstrong have just set new best times as well. Cashnevers has gone 7th fastest now on a 2:23.589. Armstrong 4th. In the other Mayo Shank Racing, 2:24.409 is the better time. Not too bad then. Green flag time in total, 1 hour 21 minutes. Yellow flag time just at 10:59. That was for a track inspection earlier on in the day.
Do you have that stat?
It's on the
just like readily available. Okay.
It's on the quick insights on the timer. Yeah. Why?
Because I work out all of the yellow flag times.
So the first yellow flag time was 10 minutes 59 seconds.
Yeah.
Because it's been the running one. JT, don't look at the screen. Amy, don't look at the screen. Danica Patrick was just on there. Is he even here? Has he gone?
Well, I mean, you shouldn't be looking at it either, then.
I've had to edit Miami this weekend as well, processing that weekend, and I was able to re-watch her fight with the umbrella. That was quite funny. And she just abandons it halfway through. So, we're back with action then. All cars out on the circuit now. Doesn't actually tell me how many we've had out there. Total 830 laps have been completed. Now 835, 36. See how many are flying through by everybody on the quick insights powered by NTT data. This is the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500, and the first ever presented by Fox Sports. Back with the action. Ray Hall coming in now as well. Flying. Just so far, I'm liking Fox's coverage, bar the ad breaks. That is driving me up the wall.
Well, now you understand the pain of what people get in America.
Yeah, now I know why we're so popular in America as well. I do get it. I get your pain, everybody. Over the line we go then. Massive gaggle of cars. McLaughlin's in the middle of this mix as well in the Penske. Got a Hendrick just behind would be Kyle Larson. Not hard to miss him, is it really? He's right on board with Newgarden. Down McLaren as well is just behind him. Now backed out of traffic. On board though with Newgarden and the Penske. This is going to be such a cool angle when we get to the race, isn't it, JT? We'll be able to show that to you back at home as well. The driver's eye cam. Is Newgarden's camera working? I really hope it is, so that we can show it, because this is an amazing angle. It was working earlier on. Yes. I'm just setting it up now. And we'll go full screen if we can. There you go. This is driver's eye with Joseph Newgarden and what he is seeing at the speedway. And doesn't that look cool, JT? So many cars in front of him with a perfect view as they come over the stripe. Oh, that is fantastic. A little bit of a glitch.
Absolutely. It's McLaughlin and Power are in front of him with a car in between him, with Kyle Larson just behind him as well. I think that's Glenn Rahal in front of him as it is.
Wonderful driver on board here that we're seeing. Love every single second of it. Let's go for a full lap with him, shall we? I want a full lap for everybody watching. This is into turn 3. Hugs that inside line. rides up against the barrier, into 4, 5th gear still. He's second fastest at the moment. He hasn't put too much hybrid, then over the line we come. And there's a lap of IMS Speedway with Joseph Newgarden. Can't show it too long now, however, they don't like it. But I'll keep that onboard open actually, so that we can pop back to it throughout the broadcast. You back with us? Hello. Well, board actually. Yeah, they've taken off driver's eye now anyway and gone to the T cam at the top. Let's have a look. Graham says, now I want to see Larson complete the double. It was a hard break last year being at Charlotte and him not being there. Even the rain delay and the speeding penalty was tough. He got his helmet on, but never got to get in the car, unfortunately. And Ava says, I was at Charlotte when Tony Stewart took hot laps in an INDYCAR. That was even before Tony went to NASCAR. Tells you how old I am. My goodness me. There's a wonderful song about NASCAR as well if you want to listen to it. 31 laps led in the last 2 Indy 500s, and yet he's the fewest laps led by a double back-to-back champion in the 500. This man is just knowing where to be at the right time in the right place. Which of the two, JT, would you say was his best victories? 23, where he climbed up as well from his starting position of 17th, or 2024 with the last lap pass and attack?
I think we can all agree that the last lap move was absolutely incredible, but 200 laps is a long time. But to go from 17th to 1st is impressive as well, so yeah. Both.
He's done it both ways, hasn't he? Let's see if he can do it a third way. This was a replay. Who's touched the wall? Well, there's Scotty Mack in the middle. Joseph Newgarden's at the back. And some of that traffic getting in the way there. That's Kyle Larson in the Arrow McLaren Hendrick Motorsport entry. We're riding with him now, coming out of the back on the back stretch. Lifts off. Let everyone through so he can go to the back of the field. And that's all we're going to be watching a lot on race day, isn't it, JT, as well? This lifting throughout the field and saving your tyres and saving hybrid power. We're going to see a lot of lifting and coasting, just sort of giving up a few positions to get the draft and save the car. It's going to be a very, this year, more than ever, a strategy race.
Absolutely, it will be a strategy race, and I believe Omi has disappeared, which is a shame. Omi, please come back.
That was Larson starting in 6th. He's gone back down into 4th. Sorry, back down into 5th. Yeah, look. So now he's gone back up to 6th again. That's not something you see. So he's on a race run. On a quali run, you stay in 5th gear. But he's now on a race run. So he's proper practicing out there, is Kyle Larson. Not doing too much. He's done the refresher course. People always say to me, and many people have said it as well to us, JT, over the last couple of days that we've broadcasted. Good afternoon, Daniel. Good afternoon. In the YouTube chat. Is anyone actually in the Mixler? Not just yet. Go fly past again. But yeah, why do they need all this practice time? The answer is, make a mistake here, biggie. They need the time to build up that confidence.
Saw that with Takuma Sato.
Yeah. Smashed it in the wall and opened it. Oh, that sound. It's addictive. It really is. Just a reminder, on Friday, JT will be starting the show. And I'll take over. Yeah, because there's a clash between the end of free practice. So you get the first 10 minutes and then I come in and take over again.
If it starts on time.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice if it rains? There will be a practice session we missed, however, due to other series. Which one is that?
Practice 5, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Which is the hour-long session before qualifying. It's scheduled down as Megan PC. Do you know that?
Yeah, because I'm on a Formula sprint.
Oh, well, that's easy. I've got it sorted. Why can't my Mac do it? What's that doing? Qualifying. There we go. Okay. I'm with myself now. I know what I'm doing. Fans crawling in to watch practice days for the 100th running of the Indy 500. Yeah, and the action.
Because believe it or not, it doesn't look like it, but there are fans at the track.
That's what you get when you've got such a massive speedway.
Yeah.
It just looks empty all the time. But this place is packed out. It's a sellout crowd, actually, for this year's 500. I believe
You'll be able to tell on the main day.
Standing room only on the infield. Car parking's full today. That's a surprise.
Is it?
Yeah, a tweet went out earlier on in the day saying that the car parking that's open for this test is full. You guys say he's got 5 cars behind him. It's just on the onboard that we're hearing. In fact, while they're in commercial break, shall we take a look-sees at Joseph Newgarden's laps? Oh, flying through the cars. Oh, and he's lifted off. Is he boxing? He's boxing! Typical. The moment we decide, oh, let's go in, and Joseph decides now's the time to come into the pit lane and box. Let's see actually how he boxes. That'll be nice to watch. Down a couple of gears. It's not too bad, is it, JT, at the moment?
I can't see what you're seeing, so I
Oh,
can't
can you
comment.
not? Oh, sorry. So
No.
in he comes down pit road. He's on the radio as well talking. That's why his thumb's down at the bottom there. In he comes, change down to neutral. And it'll be a switch the engine off. And they'll do the next telemetry runs for the next time by. Yeah, it's the way it goes. For this one, welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for those watching on Fox Sports 2. I don't think you've switched over yet, have you, to the next one? No, I don't think so either. It's an amazing achievement and run. We're just sorting out Newgarden's camera. Give us a second. Yeah, it is Newgarden currently, who is second fastest to Will Power. Exactly the same timesheets we had yesterday for the top 2. And Dixon was actually 4th yesterday, so he's improved up in position where we stand. Yeah, there's the camera. We have cameras. Only one camera is working at the moment for us today on the onboards, and that is Joseph Newgarden. So we'll take what we get. I can't believe it's almost 8 o'clock in the evening. The time flies by when we get this commentary box. This McLaughlin flies ahead. Now, that, I believe, was Venus... No, he's in the pit lane. Hard to tell who's where on this monitor. On board with Scotty Mac right now. That's the engine you're hearing. As we continue to fly through. So data looking stronger as well. Let's go down to Kevin Lee in the pits.
Went out, just ran into Brian Barnhart, who's one of the managers and is on the pit box for Lundgaard. He said no issues. In fact, they're finishing up prep on the car. They should be back out in about 15 minutes. He finished the day yesterday really happy. They wanted to confirm they liked that change, so just ran a few laps, not a qual sim, in race trim this morning. Liked it. So now they're going to try something a little more aggressive. They feel they have one good option, so they're going to come back out on track and try something else in race running. Probably not going to do a qual sim today for the number 7 Aero McLaren car.
Interesting stuff. Still running that gurney on the rear wing. 5 laps under his belt so far today as they ring those changes. 35 laps for Will Power, 35 for Joseph Newgarden. From what I can see, a max of 53 on track for Kiffin Simpson. And as we sit on board with Scott McLaughlin in the Yellow Submarine, Jamie, some more news on him.
Yes, love watching the Yellow Submarine make its way around the racetrack. 46 laps and counting. I talked to Scott before he got in the car and asked him kind of what the game plan was for all of this practice time today. He said, we want to run as much as possible. He actually said this could be the most important day before the Indianapolis 500. Why? Because of the weather. He said he looked at the long-range forecast for the Indy 500, and it's supposed to be, as of now, about 72 to 73 degrees. That's exactly where we are now. Starting tomorrow, we might hit 90 degrees here in Indy, and for the next few days, he said we want to run as much as possible, get this race car dialed in, and run in traffic as much as we can as well.
JT, that's exactly what you were telling us about. The fact that tomorrow is going to rise in temperature, but there'll still be some rain in the air, a lot of it coming in. But the conditions now seem like what we could get on race day, the overcast conditions and not the sunny Indiana we're all used to. Sort of a bit of a chillier one.
Yeah, one of the reasons that it could be hotter tomorrow is the weather that the heat is bringing with it.
You mentioned about that possible tornado.
Severe weather likes heat.
You know more reasons about that than I would as well, so I'll go with you on the weather forecasting front, my friend, to have a go with it. There's some more action further back. Let's do a quick through the field. Well, we have it. Will Power from Joseph Newgarden in second, Scott Dixon third, David Malukas fourth, Marcus Armstrong fifth, Chuck Harvey in sixth, Alex Palou seventh, Colton Herter is eighth, Christian Masterson ninth, and Helio Cashnevers is 10th. And then we get Takuma Sato 11th, Scott McLaughlin 12th, Graham Rahal 13th, Carl Kirkwood 14th, Ryan Hathaway 15th, Kyle Larson 16th, Marcus Ericsson in 17th, Nolan Siegel in 18th, Conor Daly 19th, Kiffin Simpson 20th, Felix Rosenquist 21st, Alexander Rossi 22nd, Robert Schwartz 23rd, Louis Foster 24th, Pato Award 25th, Devin Di Francesco 26th, Marco Andretti 27th, Callum Milo 28th, Stingray Rob 29th, and Venus VK rounding out in 30th. Santino Ferrucci 31st, Jacob Abel 32nd, Ed Carpenter 33rd, and Christian Lundgaard is in 34th position. That's how things currently stand here, as we have 3 hours to go coming up for this practice day of coverage. And Alex Palou just being followed now by Kiffin Simpson, the exit of turn 2, and Palou really darts down low, JT. That was almost into the exit, the pit lane. He's trying to break that turn to Simpson, and now he's diving into the pit lane as well. That was a late commitment there from Alex.
Yeah, just getting down early, and quite a sharp turn down into the low to get out of everyone's way as Simpson goes across the yard of bricks now.
Joseph Newgarden is coming out on the circuit, by the way, everyone. So this is him now changing up finally. So let's see what he's got in a few moments' time as well. I was wondering why I had that camera on twice coming in as well. That's even confusing me why it's open twice. Actually, I want that one down here. There we go. But yeah, Newgarden flying out then on his next run. Will Power at fastest speed of the day so far. Sort of running out of topics and conversations, aren't we, at this point? Riding on board with Alexander Rossi in the JavaHouse.com car. What a speed he's going to have actually come race day. So I'm being told that we're going to go to Fox information in a text that was received.
Proper drivers
that are showing big success, whether it's over here in North America, over in Europe. A lot of them come from a heavy sim racing background. Alex Palou is a big sim racer. That's worked out pretty well for him. You know, guys like Max Verstappen, like Lando Norris, Simon Pagenaud, I know, and Will Power, both kind of into it on the early side here in North America.
My son Jackson never raced a go-kart, only used Dad's simulator, and then boom, absolutely, got in a race car and was right on it. So it's amazing what's available, and it's brought the cost down for participation to near zero, comparatively speaking, to real car racing.
You mentioned those COVID years. I remember a certain former Indy 500 winner and Formula One world champion who competed using a joystick.
Well, after the promotion party last week, Luke Humphries continued the celebrations here in Leeds. The world #1, our Week 14 winner in the Premier League. Well, 3 players have qualified for finals night, but who can clinch that final spot? Night 15 is live from Aberdeen on Thursday, 7 o'clock on Sky Sports Action.
There's nothing like summer in New York City. Something new and unexpected always awaits. Plot twists, we can choose to embrace a new chapter.
Really sorry.
Apology accepted.
I'm gonna go now.
The living, the dead, can they coexist? If you say his name 3 times, he will appear.
Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice! Beetlejuice!
The juice is loose.
You need to help me save my daughter. How do I know that you're going to keep your word?
I swear I'm a good mother. Let's go, honey.
Beetlejuice, available Friday on Sky Cinema.
Goslings in print on the first thing they see.
Hello.
You're his mother now.
I do not have the programming.
Just make it up. To survive, you must become more than you were programmed to be.
The Wild Robot, available from the 23rd of May on Sky Cinema.
I'm Elspeth Tassioni. I work with the police. Hi.
Damn Jack in the Box just pops up and makes noise.
Colton Herta rounding the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, currently 8th fastest. From Joseph Newgarden behind him, who has looked very hooked up today. Guys, when we talk about, and we do talk a lot about the body language of a racing car, when you look at that #2 Shell Chevrolet of Joseph Newgarden, how would you describe the body language of that car? Because for me, it looks incredibly purposeful.
I was going to say checkers or wreckers. It reminds me of the way he's driven to his 2 wins, which is decisive, committed, determined, sort of all or nothing, right? He's not thinking, certainly not thinking championship this season the way things are going. So his entire year is going to be defined by what happens a week from now on Sunday. It's all about racing in Indy because the season's been super disappointing otherwise.
You could say his entire career, because if he wins, he would be the first driver in history to go 3 in a row here at the Indy 500. So, I mean, he's already a 2-time champion. He's already a 2-time 500 winner. But if he becomes the first to do that, I mean, that is an absolutely career-defining.
Would he take that over winning another title?
Yeah, 100%.
So this brings up a really interesting question. Is you got to close your eyes for a second and just imagine. Last lap, neither of you are closing your eyes.
Oh, sorry. I don't want to miss anything.
It's Palou versus Newgarden. For the last lap of the Indy 500, you've got total determination, all or nothing with Newgarden. You have championship leader, big picture thinker Palou, but never won at Indy on an oval. How does Palou drive that last lap? How aggressive will he be?
That big picture mentality goes out the window. The big picture is his face on the BorgWarner trophy.
But it never has for him. In fact, he's the only IndyCar champion in history who's never won on an oval. In fact, he's a 3-time champion that's never won on an oval. I don't know if I agree with you on that last lap with Palou.
I think that he has 3 championships in the bag. He has an almost 2 full race weekend lead going into the 500.
Oh, he goes all or nothing
this year. It is absolutely. You want to tell me that's a record?
I agree he should. I just don't know that he will.
Yeah. He will. It's just can he outdo Joseph Newgarden in the same scenario?
I feel like we might have a chance to see it. The way things are framing up right now, it feels like that could be coming.
Well, with Helio sitting third, just waiting. Just waiting.
And Pato battling Helio to see who gets to pick up the pieces if it all goes south.
Come on.
Guys, we got some great storylines.
We got reason to get excited.
I'm ready for race day.
Let's go.
Fast forward this thing.
Let's go. Less than 3 hours left of practice. What can this man do? Alex Palou. He's looked purposeful and pretty great so far over this day and a half of action that we've already had out here. Doesn't appear to have any issues, any worries at all. James, you were saying that he looked phenomenal during the open test, and that appears to have carried through into yesterday and today.
There was a confidence yesterday that I found fascinating. They weren't as eager to run, or maybe not as urgent a need to run. They felt like they could take their time. They spent a little more time back in the garage. Their lap count wasn't as high as a lot of the other cars, but I think that comes off the back of a very, very strong test here. Single lap pace, they look strong. In race conditions, they look strong. Fast forward to race week, this is when it matters. The open test is the open test. Alex even said that when we interviewed him yesterday during the rain delay. It doesn't really matter what you did in the April test. And looking at it now, do I think he looks as confident in traffic as Joseph Newgarden? I do not. So
I agree.
I think that the team is, quietly confident all the time because it's Chip Ganassi Racing and their track record speaks for itself. But even just coming off the back of this string of 4 cars, he's 10 car lengths back. Joseph, by this point, had caught up to and driven through half that train of cars. So, again, you don't know tires. We're going to throw all the same caveats out there, all the same asterisks beside it. But to me, that car does not look quite as comfortable in traffic as what we've seen from the 2.
So Palou jumps up to 5th fastest and pulls it onto pit lane. Kevin down on pit lane has an update for us.
So just kind of looking up and feeling it's getting noticeably cooler. It's a little bit different. As we watch Alex Palou, when I was in the garage 20 minutes ago, looking at Barry Wanzer, his strategist and a team manager, asked him what he's seeing on the radar as he was checking. He said, I think we might be okay to get through the rest of the day. Kyle Kirkwood just told me we're hustling back out to pit lane because it looks like it's shifted and we might get some rain, so we want to get some more work done here in case it does. A little bit of urgency going on right now.
Thanks, Kev.
It looks breezy up there on the stands. I don't know. Kev's the local. He knows what the weather can do here in the Midwest. You see the flags are picking up.
Yeah, I'm going to interrupt the Fox part of the show. JT, this dark cloud over the circuit right now, if we have the radar open, do you want me to open it up so we can have a chat about it? Because that is looking quite menacing. Hello? Can you hear me? Do you want me to is the radar open? Yes. Right, what's it like then, JT? Because it's coming in over the circuit just ever so slightly. We've got your radar open.
Well, this is what is passing south of the circuit, and well, the circuit's here. It's passing here, so that's what we're currently watching.
And that could, yeah, leading wind speed, 9 mile per hour burrowing into turn 2. It's 6 mile an hour at turn 3, 7 mile an hour at turn number 4. So 9 mile an hour at turn 2, JT, blowing into the circuit. Would that push it over? It's going to push it over us. Yeah. Oh, dear. We've got moisture in the air. The drivers are reporting over the radio, I'm hearing. I'm not seeing any rain flags being popped out there so far, JT. But if there's moisture, how long until they throw it? We'll see in a second. Jamie Lynn.
Working through some things. What were you throwing at this car, and did it make a difference?
Yeah, I mean, we were on some pretty old tires too, which I think was kind of killing us, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, just trying to figure out how to get. I think the hybrid mass is really, for whatever reason, with our team, is just throwing us for a loop, and with these green tracks like it is. And you get into this vicious cycle because of the regeneration of the hybrid. Like when you lift in the corners, it makes the oversteer worse. So it's really kind of tricky to drive. But no, I mean, all of a sudden, you know, at the end we made a couple of changes, and oh, here comes a 223.5 like without a problem. So it's Indy, it's confusing, it doesn't really make a lot of sense sometimes, and it's windy today. It's going to be really windy the next few days to make it tougher.
Well, you mentioned the hybrid, and for people that don't know, this is the first time you guys have run this system at Indy. So for race day, I mean, what kind of different tools, what kind of different things are you dealing with?
Yeah, it's quite a bit different, actually. I was kind of messing with it there in that group run. You know, we did a pretty good lap, but then I was trying to gap a little bit, and I kind of fell back into McLaughlin. I was like, all right, you know, midway down the front straight, I was like, I'm just going to do a full deploy to see if it'll stop his momentum, and it did. He couldn't get me into one, so there's going to be a lot of strategy and thinking that goes into it too in the race, and how you use it, when you use it, and how you regenerate, which is what I was just saying. So regeneration happens on the coast side or partial throttle. So if you lift, it creates more mass in the rear because of the way that it's trying to charge the battery. So it's kind of hard, I'll be honest. Like it's hard to figure out, but it's the same for everybody. It's just when you're carrying around 120 more pounds, it's a lot to figure out, and we got to get the cars better. I mean, there's some cars that look pretty darn good considering how little time we've had, but there's a lot that don't look so good, and I feel like we're right in the middle.
Well, there's a lot to look forward to. Always good to see Graham Rahal here at Indy, guys.
Right in the middle, but actually in the top half, 13th fastest so far for Graham Rahal. Simon Pagenaud will be on the pit, will stand, be on the pit wall for Scott McLaughlin this weekend.
Yeah, still got a little bit of weather in the area. It might. Well, where the speedway is, it's just
would you look at that? You're actually here to turn it off this time.
Just double check. Yeah, so, what do you mean? I was here before.
No, you weren't.
What, was there an ad break when I was at the box?
Yes, there was.
I didn't get your text. Did you text me?
I messaged you 3 times.
Well, I didn't have my phone in hand. That's why. When did you text? Right, where did you actually text me? At 19:59. Oh, yeah, you did. Sorry. Why are you playing TV radio coverage? Because we have a media pass, and it's also international radio, and we have things with broadcasters. Do you have to know everything to come through? That's why. So, here we go again. Will Power from Joseph Newgarden, Scott Dixon, David Malukas, and Alex Blair. That weather just blowing in. I'm keeping my eye on it, same as you are, JT. There's just a small little rain cell that's just next to the circuit. I'm noticing. Could you just zoom into the speedway? I can just see like a sprinkle forming up as well.
What, this one?
Yeah. Is that the moisture that the drivers were reporting that they were getting on their visor?
Yeah, but it's not rain, it's just moisture. It can turn into rain, but it doesn't.
So just a little bit of a spray to come through at the back. It's not. That just proves how much you don't know coming into that one as well. To come through. Back down, pit road.
You, I think, accurately said it feels like it could rain. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, we're paying close attention to the weather right now. You know, all this morning, all the rain was kind of coming straight from the west, and now it's shifted more out of the south, so it's like almost heading a north direction. So there's like rain right outside of turn 2 at this time, and we don't know if it's going to hit us. It might be one of those things where it's like, you can see it's blue skies right here, but right there on the other side of the pagoda is rain. So we don't know if it's going to hit or not. We want to go do some running. Like you said, we did some Q-Sim stuff this morning, fast no-toe times, but not a lot of people have done any Q-Sim, so we're not really sure exactly where we stack up, but we feel good based on last year, our pace, and going to get into some race running if it doesn't rain here in a minute.
Will you have all the Andretti's trying to run together?
Likely. We wanted to do that last night. We always do, pretty close to the end of the day. People have kind of learned that we do that, and they love to wait for us now and kind of jump into that pack with us, which is fine. It's good to have some race running with everybody, but we like to do it all together and have like a nice little car compare from each other and see how each car races against equipment that we know a lot about. So
when you do that, are the cars set up differently, or do you like them all to be the same to get the same read on how it's handling in traffic?
I tell you what, there's no one IndyCar that's the same out here. Whether it's something aerodynamically that's different, you have to go your own direction on what you want for a balance in a car and what suits your car. So in many ways, yes, they're all different. Whether it's a test item or it's something that you just like personally on your car, they're not all going to be the same.
Thank you, Kyle. He's been really strong here the last couple of years, and we expect him to be a big factor again this year.
Just to answer a few things that have come up in that YouTube chat, we go through Sky Sports here in the UK, and that's how we deal with it, with our watch-along coverage. As part of the international deal, we have a media access pass with INDYCAR, and yes, I do, and I have spoken with each of the broadcasters, including INDYCAR Radio. Thank you very much. We've been doing this, we've been doing INDYCAR since 2021 live, and we have made several connections over the time. We have media passes in several different series, and we have been doing watch-along coverage for 8 years. We know what we are doing. Please do not come in here and abuse our stuff. Thank you. So, as things stand, Scott Dixon, third fastest out on the circuit, along with Alex Palou, Takuma Sato, Robert Schwartzman, Louis Foster, Venus Vigay Carpenter, and Christian Lundgaard. Yeah, I'm here now just quickly to get that through there as well on this time coming round. But yeah, not many out there on the circuit at the moment. I'm not really surprised about that with some weather hanging around in the area. The last thing you want to do is if it starts raining, you're out there on the circuit, be the driver that smashes into the wall and has an accident. So we'll keep an eye out as the circuit goes on. But yeah, so far so good. Just bringing some more information as well about Tony Kanaan's practice times test. It is going to be now confirmed. They're going to try it tomorrow morning. We'll be on air for that coverage as well. Fingers crossed they have the same information that we have, considering it's the rookie orientation and refreshers. They should do, even though there's only one single driver out there. We've had that before a couple of years ago. Oh, I can't remember if it was 2017 or not, but we had that same situation to come, and we had only 2 cars out there on the circuit that had to do it. One of them was a Carlin. It could have been Max Chilton who had to go through the refresher. He did it in a couple of hours. Interesting at the moment from Newgarden, they've blacked out the camera, and I can just see the halo lights, the graphics on the side of the car on the onboard camera we've got on here on our monitor. But yeah, as it comes through. We've been flecking around on all sorts of sides as well while we've been listening to some of the interviews down there in the pit lane, and I'm trying to get to the end of a statement that was put out about the media access for later on, but it hasn't yet popped up on our monitors as to who is going to be conducting and what time that will be and who's going to be there, because the email is not loading. So in the commentary box, so I can't even access it. It came up. I tried to read as much as you can on the pop-down notification menu, but it's not actually reading through. Reminder, you can join us on the Grid Tonight show 10 minutes after the conclusion of this episode, and we'll have all the access there as well. So, Ed Carpenter's coming to the pit lane, and about 30 seconds ago, so did Robert Schwartzman. So we've got... Is Logano actually gone out there on the circuit? Yeah, he is. He's just circling at the mid-pack. We've got multiple cars coming out of turn 1 and turn 2. Still power with a 225.584 as fastest time from Newgarden.
And Ed is getting some more work done here in the afternoon.
Okay, that's Ed Carpenter that we had that information from as well, who is 44 years old. Another runner like Connor Daly from Indianapolis. He only does he does like 2 oval races a year, doesn't he, Ed? He did a couple last year. Worldwide Technology Raceway here. And I think he even... did he turn up at the final? I can't quite remember from memory. But, yeah, the newly rebranded ECR Racing. On again, Carpenter Racing, ECR. And they've been doing Amazing so far. 6th most led laps by a non-Indy 500 winner. 3,791 completed, and he's had a couple of times here before, hasn't he? He's been close, and he's even had a pole position. As I'm trying to see when it was actually on my monitor. It was pole in 2000. Where is it? My monitor? It's pole position in 2018 and 2014. He was a 2-time pole sitter here. A 3-time pole sitter coming through. He also got it in 2013. Back to back he was coming in. I'm trying to read my very tiny notes. There you go, look. There you go. Tells you where all the positions are for all the drivers with Ed Carpenter coming
Confuses me so much when you're like trying to read it quickly, when you're like filling ad breaks.
I know, it's hard, isn't it? Because you're trying to read it and then you just get lost. Because you start over here and it goes all the way back to, on this page, 2013. And then we have a second page where exactly the same number of drivers are, that goes back to 2001, and that's thanks to Helio Castroneves. Usually, and JT can back me up here, it's just a single page, so it's easy. But then, you have to look over 2 pages, and you can't
because of how historic this race is.
Yeah, and you can't just have it like that. You have to have it like that. And it really is annoying. So it is quite difficult to read back to back. But Castroneves, of course, won here in 01 and 02 and had the pole position here in 2003, 2007. Pole and win back in 2009 alongside Scott Dixon, who did the same the year before in 2008. It's very rare to get a pole and win here at the Brickyard. They are the last 2 to do so inside the last 20 years. Isn't that quite a scary thing to think about as well? They are the last 2 to do so. On board now, well, actually, this data goes back 25 years, doesn't it? So 25 races here, which is why it's quite a big document. Still flying in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars in line. And starting with Scott Dixon at the front of that one. And diving down pit road now. Well, we all know so Dixon and Lundgaard are coming into the pit lane. That releases Alex Palou from Takuma Sato and Louis Foster. Now all 3 running together on the back stretch. So annoying. I keep hearing Jamie Little behind on the headphones, but it's not her talking, it's the production that she wants to talk to. So it's throwing me off ever so slightly. Good point, actually, JT. Yeah, we had a commentary box at Donington. Yeah, that was fun. So there we go as they fly through. Power 225.854. Yesterday's time was a 227.026 in what was very similar conditions. So there's not 2 differentials so far. Here's Louis Foster exiting at 214. And we've seen turn 4 exit speeds at higher. What's the lap time for Palou on that last run? Palou did a 212.064, Sato 214.896, Foster 215.497 as they're running together in the tow. So it's the 45 of Louis Foster who's directly behind Alex Palou, with Sato about 3 more further car lengths back. 6 starts in Indy NXT careers on oval, well, Indy Next really. 6 starts on ovals for Foster. He's inside the 2025 Indianapolis Rookie of the Year candidate. You can really have a go through. Right, what's INDYCAR Weatherman posted as well? Yeah, we even have him on alert up here in the commentary box as well. As is going to alert? Yeah, there you go. Here's if you're looking southwards. Well, JT, I'm going to hold my phone up to the camera, hope it goes in. Can you see that? I don't think it comes up well on the camera lens. I'll try and dim the picture for you. Just a very heavy darkness of rain that is billowing in from just outside the circuit. It hasn't hit us, so that's a good idea. But the parking lot might get a little bit of a wash down here. He says, some weakening showers passing north and south of the track will avoid a direct shower. Worst case is a brief drop or two at the closest approach. And that, JT, is what we were saying, and that's exactly what we had.
Yeah, but I'm just having a look at what is to the left of us at the moment.
Oh my God, where the hell did that come from on the radar? That was not there 10 minutes ago.
Look, ready?
Yeah, oh my goodness me.
Out of nowhere.
This is what we mean about pop-up showers, everybody. Here at the 500, it can just come in out of nowhere. That's insane. And that's a... Well, I'm going to make the awful pun, and you can feel free to stop watching, but ding dong, Avon calling. It's right over there. It's right over Avon in the big 4 yard. Wow.
Ding dong, time to get server muted.
Oh my word. And there's another radar that's just popped in from the top there as well. It's blowing in. Foxtrot uniform. Foxtrot uniform. Oh, Foxtrot. Love Foxtrot. Thanks for coverage. It was cool to be able to listen while working. Pleasure as always. We're here for all of the 500 in the test. So, yeah, there's still a pop-up rain shower around the circuit. Cash Neves has ventured out onto the circuit. So has Colton Herta and Felix Rosenquist. They've all jumped out now.
Yep.
So the rain shower really did come out of nowhere, and that could hit the circuit as well. Okay. Well, apparently it's just started raining in Brownsburg. So that's just next to the circuit as well. We'll keep an eye, and we'll bring you any updates when we have it about whether or not we are going to have a little bit of a delay to proceedings here. Just having a quick flash by on Bob Potcrest's Twitter while we wait for our audios to come back. No onboard camera working at the moment because it was only New Gardens that was activated and he hasn't switched on as things stand. So Bob said 12 minutes ago, the radar showing a very small cell just south of the speedway. That's what JT's been keeping an eye upon. I'll hold that up to the screen.
That was
12 minutes ago.
One here.
Hang on a minute.
That was this one here.
Yeah.
Which passed, but now we've got this one. But if this one doesn't hit us, this will hit us in probably around 40 to 45 minutes.
See, that's what's worrying me. Because that takes us to 1 hour 50, 1 hour 45 left on the clock. We know that we'd lose the circuit for an hour. That's how long it takes to dry as soon as it stops raining. So even with an hour 45 left, we might lose all that time and have to call it a check-in. And then you have to think about the other thing, of course, which is there any lightning in that area? Like what we had yesterday. It doesn't seem to be any strikes I can spot on this map of yours, JT. So that's not too bad. Oh, it's a weird day here. It's a weird week, and it's a weird month of May, but that's just how the rolling of the dice works here. Some slipstream battles going on further behind as well as Colton Herta dives below Marcus Ericsson on the inside towards turn number 1 and a lovely draft overtake into the first corner. I'm so odd. I remember when Takuma Sato did that and took himself out of the race as well as the race leader. I think that was that 2014? I can't quite remember. It might be 2013 actually. And then Montoya ended up with the victory, so it could have been 2015. I think he did it twice. I think he did it twice. Hang on, let me see. When did Sato do it? It doesn't tell me. 2019? No. Denies it. It wasn't 2020. Sato did it a couple of times though. I think he's done it twice to my recollection. So I seem to remember saying in the commentary box once.
Sato won the 2021 behind closed doors.
Yeah. But when did he take... He actually took someone out of the lead of the race. He crashed. He went to the inside and they bumped into turn 1 and they both spun up and hit the wall. I can't remember what year it was, but it did bring out the red flag. I know that. So, yeah, just trying to remember. If anyone in the chat knows it...
Look, ready?
We're on the radar screen.
Next frame, little bit. Next frame, little bit more. Next frame, little bit more. Next frame, more. Next frame, more.
Oh my god. That's definitely going to hit the circuit then, isn't it? It's too big now not to. Because where Speedway is, and where that's coming through, yeah, that's going to hit the circuit. Right, okay. Yeah. There's a Speedway. You can't miss it. So it's right where Speedway says it, and bang, straight in. Okay, we're waiting for the control call then. Okay, so... You don't get this on Fox. So much for people saying about the TV audio. They're giving you radar, timing screens, data, driver tracker, information galore. We've got, and commentary, let's not forget. Bar the few moments where we need to be human and have either bathroom breaks or scheduled food breaks. There's only 2 of us during the week. There'll be more of us come race and qualifying days. The Oracle is with us on Friday. Matthew Owens is going to be dropping by. Okay, for once I'm going to smile at something that Red Bull have tweeted as we ride on board with Dixon with Herta just in front of him down that back straight. Herta touching 229 mile an hour over the bricks using the hybrid power. That's going to be a special race.
The max squared?
No, say it with us. La GP. Imola GP. And they've put Formula 1 AWS Gran Premio de Mail in Italy e dell'Emilia Romagna. Coming through. Yes. And everyone else is calling it San Marino. I was like to point out, this is actually one of the most hated races weekends of the year. Not because we all hate Imola, we love Imola, we wish it to stay on the calendar, but for God's sake, change the name. Because all the commentators have an asthma attack right at the end of the saying it. Myself included. Some great top speeds coming through at the moment, though. Scott Dixon. Last lap time was a 2:16. Herta 2:17. Cashin was 2:12. I'm very concerned about Nolan Siegel's last lap speed, however. 1.628 mile per hour. I don't think that was the correct one. You're seeing on the monitor alongside us the fastest speeds of the session so far. That's what you're seeing as well, along with fastest times. Are we playing high five, JT? Are we doing a high five?
No, I was just resetting the camera.
Is my green screen on? I just thought, I'm wearing a green shirt. It's probably not the best idea to wear.
Hello, Amy.
Hello, Amy. It's sunshine at turn 1 and 2 now, but then turn 3 and 4, you've got the rain coming in. Oh, how the juxtaposition of this could be.
Wait, if I...
It's 2 point, yeah. What?
I'm green now.
Well done. There's this on the radio. Don't know what's going on.
There we go.
What are who's going to be in the comments box during the race?
I can tell you who's in the commentary box.
Del Boy? Dog.
That's just got bigger. I've just looked away and the radar's got bigger.
Oh my! Do you know?
Still, it could be worse.
How could it possibly be worse? We've got basically, you know, a story from a Bible coming through us right now where we're going to need Noah to sort of part the rain.
Hello.
Hello, Amy.
Hello. Omi only turned up because Dog was here.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently
apparently
it's Tony Stewart in the commentary box.
JB, would you like to look at my radar screen?
We just had it on. What could change in literally 5 seconds of me pressing the button? Oh my God, there's 3 of them. Who's got who's got a magnet? Oh, that's red as well. So
that is the difference between the 2 frames.
What time frame is that? Like 5 minutes?
No, half an hour.
Oh my god. How long before that approaches and arrives at the circuit?
Half an hour.
That takes us down to 2 hours, hour to lose the track. Yeah, we might get like half an hour of running after the 2 hour mark. So that's going to get tasty. Stay tuned.
But it depends, that red bit is currently going to the north of the circuit.
Yeah, but it's too big, it's not going to hit in some area, is it?
True.
It's going to hit eventually, somewhere around there. That's the problem. That's what we're all looking at as well. Sail
Why
building
are they
west of the
proud
track.
to display IndyCar hybrid on the back of the car like it ever works?
IndyCar spent a lot of money on the hybrid instead of a new car. Don't know why we haven't got a new chassis. This is the DW12 chassis, by the way. 12. It's been around for 13
We've had for
years.
a very, very long time.
13 years across 5 different aero bodies of skin. But it's the same basic car we've had for 13 years and 14 seasons. I've just realised, actually. Do you know? Well, actually, to be fair, I think it's only fair that we played at least one Sky advert during our coverage because Sky do an awful lot for us with information and timings as well. Shout out to Neil and to especially Tom Gaymore, who friend of the show and a friend of mine as well. I believe he's going to be on the call again for the 500 in a studio once more.
What, in London?
I believe he is in London, yeah.
With the big Sky Sports F1's Sky Sports Premier League studio they use.
Yeah, I think that's what he's got, with some virtual graphics as well coming in.
Because believe it or not, they use the same studio for Monday Night Football and F1.
Yeah, and to be fair, have we seen that this year, that studio in Formula 1? I don't think we have.
No, not for Formula 1, because they've actually been at all the races.
That's because they got such a backlash about them missing 3 of them last year. That
I
they had
think
to go.
the Sky Pad with Anthony was there
That was
one
it,
time.
yeah.
But not the full broadcast.
And to be fair, that makes sense because Anthony had a family thing going on. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was his anniversary or something along that. But he had something going on and he wasn't there for it. Which kind of makes sense, to be fair. And he had to go out to Japan a week later for something as well. Well, he was in Japan for that one, but I think he's only... and he just got back from a wet race. And he had a family thing on. I can't remember where that wet race was. Where have we raced so far this year? Qatar, Imola...
And Spa.
And Spa, yeah. So that's the 3 so far. It's been a very good month of May so far for us. Always bugs me that it's not the full month. That's why next year it's going to be fantastic. According to Jackson Lambros, our colleague here, he says, who is trackside, by the way, with IndyCar and gets his information as well, just in case anybody has any queries about legality as well. Jackson said that they are rotating Barber and the Open test. So the Open test would be the first week of May, and then we have the Grand Prix of Indianapolis, and then we have the Speedway. So very much so, the month of May, once again, is all at the Brickyard, and that is how it's supposed to go. Yeah, JT, exactly what you've said now, in Avon, 40 minutes away, that's blowing into the circuit as Herta lifts off behind Rosenquist coming through turn 1 as the pack trials continue on here on day 2 of testing. And it's just bubbling. You can see on board with the Colton Herta. It's coming in through turn 2 with a massive black cloud. Let's go on to Georgia.
We were just talking. You'd only turned 9 laps and big changes happening back here in the garage. Can you give us some more insight on those?
Yeah, I mean, you really have to look at the week as a whole, right? Thursday is a bit of qualifying prep to get into Friday where the boost goes up. So you want to be prepared for that boost increase on Fast Friday. So Tuesday, Wednesday really is, for the most part, race running. And if you're going to do some wholesale changes, some big changes, Tuesday, Wednesday is the time to do it. So we had a bit of a fork in the road. We had a time where we could do it and get it done and get back out and really test it. And it was a good 2-hour change, right? These guys come back on the setup pad. You got to make sure everything is absolutely perfect, especially when the change is that big. And Yeah, so this was the time to do it. It was kind of a responsible call on our part. We could have stayed out there and just pounded laps and, you know, kept chipping away at it. But we had a good indication that the changes that we were doing to it on the racetrack were limited, right? It was more, you know, poking it with a needle rather than really hitting it with a sledgehammer. And we wanted to come back and, you know, see if this is the direction that we want to pursue going forward. So it was the time to do it. Unfortunately, I have to sit here and watch everybody on track have fun out there, but you got to make the race car right. Like I said before, that's where you're going to sit most of your time here at the Speedway, is in a pack, in dirty air, and that's where we have to really make gains.
Certainly is an importance of being thorough, guys.
Thank you both.
You know, again, this guy's experience here just pays dividends. He's losing track time, yes, but it's about quality, not quantity, for a veteran like Ryan Hunter-Reay. And, you know, again, I'm going to bring up 2014 a lot because I got to see it firsthand. And I think he qualified 17th or 19th, something like that, for the race. Was so disappointed in the speed of the car. But I said to him, I was like, dude, you look better in traffic than anyone else out there. And sure enough, throughout the race, he slowly picked his way through the field and put himself in a position to pull off that great move on Helio down into 3 for the win. It's about being in traffic on Sunday. These guys are probably realistic about not trying to fight for front row. You know, if they get into the top 12, cool. But as long as they're solidly in the show in the top half of the field, focus on that race car, get Ryan comfy in traffic, and he can do some real damage with that.
And that, of course, is the car of our very own Jack Hollywood Harvey. Looks like a bit of a, well, they're pulling, where are they? Rear drive shaft.
Yeah, looks like they're racing something up in there.
Yeah. There's a team, James, that is running exclusively in the Indy 500 this year. How much of a challenge is that for an outfit to turn up for just the one race? And then to counter that, actually, how much more time can they dedicate to it? Because they didn't do the Indy GP. They're not off to Detroit in a couple of weeks' time. This is their sole and only focus.
That's just it. It's I don't want to say a double-edged sword, but I want to say there's pros and cons to this situation. The pros, of course, being you can dedicate everything just to the Indy 500. You have a whole week of practice to get up to speed. The cons are only doing one race a year. You don't have that sort of repetition, that familiarity with operating a car, the team working together, pit stops, things like that a full season entry would have. So pros and cons, but this group has been doing it so long here at the Speedway. They've been doing it so well here at the Speedway the whole time. You know, as far as a one-off program could go, I'm not sure you could assemble a better group and, you know, a more experienced group to put 2 very fast race cars on the track.
And that's exactly what we get here. Veterans all the way in and out of the Speedway is the way it goes. Rain clouds over. Scott McLaughlin giving a little wave to his team and everybody around the Brickyard here as we continue on running with Schwartzman and Foster out there on the circuit. Yeah, and it looks like that rain cloud's just hovering over, JT. What's the current radar looking at? We've got
going north, though, like everything else.
Is it going to hit us at all? I think
We'll
it
have
might
to
just
see once it gets closer.
So I'm being critical, but I don't want the wind to change. But we keep getting lucky, don't we? Yeah, it's like someone has put a shield up around this circuit.
Oh, well, there is it. Yeah, it should just go north. It's this tip end here.
That's what I was just looking at. Yeah,
this bit. But we'll see.
Interstate 36 down at Chapman Hill as well, just and Keystone Manor. That little area, and Ben Davis for some reason. So that area I could just blow up towards the circuit as well, and that is growing. That little tail area as well. Another little cluster just coming together out there on the circuit right now.
Old Speedway.
Yeah, this is gonna get
Speedway, old Speedway, Speedway, old Speedway.
Don't know why that bit's called Old Speedway, but there you go. It's not where the Brickyard has remained the Brickyard the whole time we've been here. Problem is, it's such a big circuit here.
Yeah, look how they've all just grown out of nowhere.
It's like we're in a cyclone area, isn't it? As well, it's weird. You were mentioning a tornado risk. Could that be playing into a factor of it? The wind speed being in 2 different directions, sort of throwing it all together in one area?
No, because the small tornado risk is tomorrow,
But, you know, the build-up to it as well, and all the rain going in two different directions. Like, for instance...
No.
Good. I'm asking you these questions. You're our expert here. You tell us.
Stop it, you're embarrassing. You are embarrassing us.
Am I a meteorologist? No. Are you knowing what you're talking about? Yes. Do I wish that I'd hired Abby Dewhurst onto the channel? Doubly so. Abby doesn't work with the BBC. Well, she does, but doesn't. But maybe I wonder if she can come on and help us out on the show. Coffee time. As I'm low. I'll tell you what, this it's a creamy vanilla. It's a vanilla flavour, this one. It's quite nice, their new flavour of Starbucks for coffee.
Okay.
And their Frappuccino. Other are available. I don't mind Starbucks. I'm usually a Costa man myself. A few droplets, JT, on Nolan Siegel's car. You're spotted. He's turned his camera off. I assume Nightmare Dog is in the area.
Have I?
It's off for me.
Let me unplug it. Okay.
Through turn 1 and 2. Wait, it's complete juxtaposition, I mean, because it's sunshine through 1, and then you sort of turn into... You go from Alice in Wonderland to Alice Through the Looking Glass, really, isn't it? Through 1 and 2. It's like two different films. A few little droplets coming down, but nothing too serious at the moment.
Yeah. All very interesting out there on the circuit. But yes, completely changing throughout this venue. Also a little bit more news. There was a lot of drama, including High-Tech. It looks like they have been able to get there to the circuit. But their trucks that they've come in and all of their lorries and everything that they've used to bring stuff to the circuit don't have any branding on it. So we'll see what happens with that.
Oh dear. So that could be quite entertaining if they don't have any of the high-tech numbers on the side of the cars this weekend. Right. Robert Schwartzman, yesterday it was a 217.863, today 222.042 is the speedometers at the moment. And the only car now running is Helio Casneves. Go on.
Yeah, also quickly just wanted to also mention on that story, as Toyota are the title sponsor, who knows, maybe they could be taking over. That could be quite a lot of fun if they do.
Well, they've got Toyota Gazoo Racing, the British Touring Car Championship, the World Touring Cars as well. They've got it in World Endurance Championship. They're part owners of Haas. It would be nice if Toyota sort of took over the Formula 2 team and sort of had it as a Haas development, because the latest thing we know is the fact is that Haas might be selling permanently to Toyota as Toyota come back as a factory sponsor in the next few years. And then they're also looking here, aren't they, as well? Because alongside Honda, they're looking at Toyota. Here you go, Naomi, Robert Schwartzman, Ferrari Formula 1 reserve driver. Up until last year, the 2019 Formula 3 champion, and apparently an aspiring rapper as well. But that is Robert Schwartzman's career.
Yes, very talented driver, and a great one as well. Getting that title in 2019, wrapping it up at Sochi in Formula 3. A superb drive all season by him as well. And 2021 and 2020 showed great demonstration of talent, always being near the title. Couldn't get there, but was always near it. So definitely did show his talent. And another driver who's in that group of, it would have been nice to see him in F1 kind of thing. Kind of what we described with Callum Ilott earlier on as well. So all of these drivers come under that bound. But the great thing is, if it doesn't work out in F1, there is so many different series that they can go to, like this one here at INDYCAR. Some of course go over to sport cars as well. It's all great that there's so many different series that these drivers can get themselves into and also be successful at, and that's exactly what Ilott and Schwartzman will be hoping for.
Yeah, and it was back, and Alex Palou now out there on the circuit as into pit lane comes Helio Casneves. Georgia.
Indianapolis 500 and now three-time strategist of the Indianapolis 500, Davey Hamilton. He is calling strategy for our very own Hollywood Harvey. But let's talk about you for a second. Coming back to call strategy? How did this come together?
You know, small world, right? Dennis and I have been friends for a long time. I drove for him, actually drove for Dennis and a driver Ryan Bolt, and we met up and started talking, and it just kind of happened because Chase was doing it before, team manager, but it was just a lot of work for him to do it. I've done it before. Last year I did Carlin for a couple of years, and it just fit. And then I thought, well, what better of a radio guy doing strategy for a TV guy, right? So it just fit.
That does fit. Davey Hamilton, of course, on the INDYCAR radio network. But what is this role like for you? How much are you learning each and every time that you're a part of it?
It's actually really good for me, you know, being on the radio broadcast. You know, I do strategy on radio and try to, you know, inform the listeners on what's going on and who's doing what. So I'm learning a lot behind the scenes, what the hybrid system's doing, the goods and bads with it, and just kind of what the cars are like today. So it's going to help me after the 500, going back to the radio broadcast and radio booth. It's going to help me. So I'm learning a lot. It's fun. We're having a good time right now. As you can see, Jack's running pretty quick too. So, you know, we like to be on top of the board if we're going to do this, right?
Right. What's it like working with Jack?
He's great. You know, I mean, I've known Jack, but never really got to know Jack. And so he's very calm, very, you know, as a driver that doesn't do this full time anymore and just shows up at the 500, he's very calm, very collective. He knows what he wants. He gives great feedback, which is obviously what we all need, is myself and the engineers need to, you know, to make it better. He just does a great job. It's a pleasure to work with him for sure.
Driver, strategist, analyst, Davey Hamilton, he does it all, guys.
It's better than the owner part that used to be. It's definitely better than that.
Thanks, Davey.
An 11-time starter here at the Indy 500 with a best finish of fourth. Of course, finished second in the IRL series in the 96, 97, 98 seasons.
Yeah, and running in together all as well. Right now, more cars starting to circulate back here on the circuit. Finally, as the runarounds go, but we've still got more time to wait and focus with 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. I want to ask if the radar is in use, but I've got a feeling that JT, it's on, so let's check it out. Yeah, it's still blowing around the circuit. I don't think his camera's, I don't know if he's there or not, but he seems to have stepped away for a moment from the commentary box. So Amy's here with me. Yeah, it's just that tail end. There's a few more pop-ups coming, but we might just miss the rainstorm, which is great news to keep this day running. But yeah, fingers crossed that we will actually have the complete conclusion to today's action after yesterday got curtailed, and then just it's time and time again that the running order keeps on changing. Herta, Kirkwood, Ericsson, Siegel, and Full Course Yellow has just come out on the circuit. Unsure why as of yet, and no information coming, but we have the Full Course Yellow out here on the track right now. JT, now might be a time to run back to the commentary box because there's a few things around the circuit, but I can't imagine there's anything but time for a track inspection. Has to be to come through. Had nothing from race control as things currently stand. Yeah, go on, Emmy.
A very quick tracking inspection yesterday we had near the end of the session as well. So hopefully it will be quick and we can get cars back out around the speedway as well. And I mean, it never gets old just seeing all of these cars go round and round and round. It's just amazing. It's just that feeling. It's the month of May. It's just absolutely incredible.
And it is confirmed caution for rain. So it is raindrops that are falling upon our heads right now as we look back to May 30th, 1969. And the race won by amazement. The one and only Mario Andretti on the Firestone tyres. Managed to go so long on those sets of tyres and limited on fuel, but he was great. Yellow's out though.
E3, what a top three. We have a yellow flag and a caution, and you'll see the slippery flag, the yellow and red one as well. We believe we have drops of rain at some point on the circuit. Don't tell us Bob Potcross was right all along. I think his timing was pretty much perfect on that hedge.
Yeah, he was pretty close, wasn't he? Said it was coming, building off to the west, and not what you want to see. However, if it's just sort of a passing thing, we could
and Ferrucci's air intake is loose, Omi, at the top of the monitor there as well. He's come flapping out, so that would be the reason for caution. But yeah, that would be hurting his head a lot, even at this velocity, how much it's whacking around.
Oh, any distractions, absolutely not needed around the speedway for the drivers. But yes, the caution now will allow the team to get that sorted and all ready for him to head back out there. But it's not what you want. It's not what you want at all around this circuit. Out of all venues, even though it may look simple when it comes to a map, it's the complete opposite when they are out there. And we now get back to the circuit drying procedure and all of that stuff that goes on with a caution for weather.
Yeah, let's hope it just remains as a few drops, then we can get the session underway quicker. However, the rain is out here, so we will go into this yellow procedure. As you can see on the radar, we've yet to go into a full hold, which will then be classified as a red flag. And when that comes out, the red flag is the indication that INDYCAR's lost the circuit. We're not anywhere near that, just a few droplets of rain and hopefully not too long of a hold here as we hand over to Fox Sports.
Designed to keep some air flowing into the helmet area and keep the drivers cool.
How fast does it come in?
As fast as you're going.
So 230 miles an hour. Is it a bit like opening the car window and sticking your head out?
Not quite as dramatic as that. It's, the openings don't give it the opportunity to kind of carry quite that much speed in. It slows down a bit by the time it hits the helmet, and it's dispersed across all those different openings. So
you're not getting battered around inside the helmet?
No, not at all. But you don't get any of the you do feel it. No, you don't get buffeting. That's kind of one of the advantages, actually, of the aero screen. Before this, helmets used to have all sorts of crazy wickers and strips on them to kind of help control the buffeting, control the airflow around the helmet, make it more stable for the drivers. Now that's not an issue, and it's just it's all about cooling, which has been a huge topic of conversation since the aero screen came in 2020, and we've found multiple different solutions. So here's a great shot on the car of Kyle Kirkwood. The inlet, again, right here. The tube then goes around, hooks into the top of the helmet. Or actually, in Kyle's case, it hooks onto the chin piece at the front of the helmet. As you see him, you can kind of see it. Mechanics just blocking the way. There you go. So right there, the hose clips into a front on that Bell helmet and gets the air into the driver's.
What's the preferred method, front or top?
I think it depends on driver preference. I think it depends on helmet manufacturer. A couple different things that can contribute to it, but along with that, a couple other vents, some vanes that direct air into the cockpit. These are all different solutions that INDYCAR has found, on top of course, adding a cool suit system that's optional for the drivers to help control cockpit temperatures after we noticed they were a little roasty the first time we were driving around with the aero screen in some high heat, high humidity conditions, as we finally see the number 23 of Ryan Hunter-Reay coming back onto pit lane. Hopefully this weather passes and he gets the opportunity to test out these wholesale changes he was working on.
With the 4.6s sponsorship on the back, which thanks to sponsorship through INDYCAR and the Indy 500 last year, I found out wasn't simply made up in the imagination of Taylor Sheridan for the sake of a television series.
It's a real place?
It's a real place.
And he now owns.
Does he really?
He does.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Wow, fascinating. Very cool. Very cool. Folks, we are going to be on FS1 from 4 p.m. We hope you will join us there for more practice. Well, we hope there will be more practice from here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Some cars being taken off pit lane to be taken back to the garage, but we hope this is a passing mini stormette, and we will be back out on track shortly. Do join us, though, over on FS1. We thank you for joining us here on FS2 for practice day 2 here at IMS. Join us on FS1 for more running here from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It has been a great day so far. Will Power, the fastest man on 225.584 from Newgarden, Dixon, Malone, Malukas, Armstrong, Harvey, Rasmussen, Herta, and Helio Castro Neves. We'll see you on FS1 in just a few moments.
Well, typical that all the running might have come from that, Omi, and now we're sort of just having to wait around. But it's the problem at speedway racing, isn't it? That this rain could come at any moment.
Yeah, and I mean, when we were at Miami, all our fear was, of course, of lightning.
Yeah.
And all of that stuff. It's similar here when it's just any type of rain. We cannot have them circulating around, and I think everyone will know that after what we had last year of hours and hours of waiting for the 500s to actually begin, and all of the annoyance that we had after what was a bit of a snooze fest at Monaco. We wanted to get to the proper Indy 500 action. We had to wait for it, and we had to wait quite long, but it was finally able to get going, and and it delivered at the end of the day. So that was quite a lot of fun. But yeah, it's not what we want. It's not what we want in terms of weather affecting stuff, and we're hoping that race day especially is clear. There is that chance it's lowered, but there still is that chance, so we're going to hope that it all just stays out. So also we can see Larson doing the double as well, which is going to be quite fun.
Yeah, that double coming up is going to be quite fun, as he will aim to do both the Indianapolis 500 and the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway, 1,100 miles in the space of around about 9 hours. It is insane strength to put that through the human body, especially when it's it's two different machines and two very different styles of circuit racing as well. Charlotte with the high banks compared to Indianapolis, which arguably has only 9 degrees of banking. It's not the highest we see on the calendar by far, but it's just the strength. It's almost racing as a flat oval, but that's what the Indy 500 is, and we're coming in to tick into 2 hours remaining right now. And we're still in this weather delay. A mini summit. Hello, Craig D. Nice to see you again, Craig, as well. I do remember you from the YouTube before as well. As we are currently delayed then, once more. We've had a little bit of green flag running. You can see all the times running alongside us here in the commentary box as we take a look to the weather radar. I have no idea if JT's back yet, or even where he is. He might have just stepped out for a break. Do you know, Amy?
Absolutely no clue. But yes, he does have some nightmare dogs and cats and stuff to deal with. So who knows? Who knows? He could be doing absolutely anything right now.
Yeah, probably as well, just getting a drink or something, or hopped on his bicycle and gone down to the corner shop to get some food.
Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised, especially, I mean, at least he's picked a good time, though, when there's nothing going on, due to a caution. So if he has decided to do that, then, yeah, perfect timing.
Crisp time, I think, for me, and maybe an apple pie to come through that mother has made. Rather super. We're just stereotypical British, aren't we, now, as well? But still, yellow is out, and we are waiting to see when we get restarted. Meantime, we'll hand back over to Fox, who are now on FS1 to build up. A little bit of a delay. We'll also play some analysis and some more Doug Bowles with drivers as well, if this does turn into a longer delay. Let's check with Fox.
To the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it is day 2 of practice for the 2025 Indy 500. We have had an awful lot of running so far today. And at the top of the time, just as he was on day 1, it is Will Power in the Penske, 225.584 from his teammate Joseph Newgarden, and Scott Dixon third from championship leader Alex Palou. Then it's Malukas Armstrong, our own Jack Harvey 7th, Rasmussen, Herta and Castro Neves round out your top 10. And Georgia is standing by with the championship leader, 4th fastest on the day so far, Alex Palou.
Yes, Alex Palou, 4th fastest on the charts so far. 5th fastest, I should say. No, 4th fastest. 4th fastest.
Don't take one position away.
No, I wouldn't. I would never do that to you. We're standing down here. It's starting to sprinkle on pit lane, which is unfortunate today. But the good news is that you have gotten in some running. And what did that running consist of?
Yeah, I mean, we did a little bit of traffic. It's always tough now when people is in different run plans and stuff. But yeah, got a couple of good traffic runs. Car feeling good. You always want it to feel a little bit better. But so far, so good.
Have you done any qualifying sim runs at all?
Not yet, not yet. Maybe tomorrow, otherwise just directly on Fast Friday. So we'll see. I mean, it changes so much nowadays with the high boost that you can get a little bit of a feel of what the car feels. But yeah, I mean, when we're gonna be heading like 10 or 15 miles an hour quicker at the end of the straight, it's gonna be a bit tougher.
This is such a busy month, but you have had such a stellar season already. Do you approach the month of May any differently?
Yeah, a bit happier than I was, a bit happier than I've ever been. But apart from that, now, I mean, month of May, it's part of our season. But I would say it's yeah, this is the biggest race, and that's what we work so much towards. So yeah, we're gonna try and chase that win.
And one more shout out, it's Ricky Davis's birthday, 33, right?
Happy birthday, Ricky, 33. He's been in the paddock for like 35 years. He started when he was 10, so he's 45 today. So happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah, you look great.
Ricky Davis, Alex Pallou's crew chief. Happy birthday, Ricky. Thank you, Alex.
Lovely stuff. And, okay, we're starting to get drops.
Yeah,
of rain.
not lovely stuff.
Not lovely stuff.
We can see it out of the windows of the commentary booth. We're seeing umbrellas go out for fans in the stands, drivers popping out of race cars. Suboptimal weather conditions, as we say.
And we'd had such a good day of it up to this point. Yes, a delay to the start, but we'd had a good run. You know what? Why don't we have a little step back in time and take a look at what things used to look like here back in the 1920s. This is Harry Miller's garage, once called the greatest creative figure in the history
back in
of
JB's day
American
then.
racing. His cars, I believe, won this race 9 times. And his engines won another 3 Indy 500s. Jamie is at the museum.
It's amazing to relive history. I mean, this is the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. So much history, and it's all right here showcased at the museum, right inside the racetrack. This place was closed down for 18 months. It was completely reimagined. This is where it starts. This was the first decade. We kind of covered it yesterday on our broadcast, but the first race here in 1909, when the track opened, was actually a hot air balloon race. It wasn't until 1911, 2 years later, that we had our first Indianapolis 500. So I'm walking on the yard of bricks. It's just amazing what you see in here. Gasoline alley. As we move on over here to the second decade, it starts really in 1920. The 1928 Miller Special. This was driven by Leon Duray. That wasn't even his real name, by the way, and we'll get into that in a moment. But look at the tires. Look at all of the things from that era, from that garage. I'm going to bring in Jason Van Sickle. He is the Vice President of Curation for the museum. And Jason, you are such a wealth of knowledge. Yesterday, you were so helpful. Let me switch sides with you because I want you to explain a couple of things in this beautiful garage. First off, tell me the name. Why was the name not even the guy who actually drove the car? He changed it.
Yeah, so he went by Leon Duray. That's what the record books say. But he was actually, it's a pretty European-sounding name, but he was a Philadelphian named George Stewart, but changed his name after a driver that he saw race, Arthur Duray, who was a French driver.
So he just wanted to sound cooler.
Yeah, it's a little pseudonym.
Yes, so you look at this beautiful race car, guys, and one thing that stands out to me yesterday, in the first decade that we talked about, they had the riding mechanic. This car does not. Very sleek. Jason, tell me what happened then. Did riding mechanics, they just weren't cool anymore?
Well, so the regulations changed after the 1922 Indianapolis 500. So in 1923, the riding mechanic was removed, single-seat cars. That lasted until 1929. AAA implemented the riding mechanic back in 1930, which lasted for another 8 years before they went back to single-seat cars once again.
You see those tires, everything so sleek and streamlined. Tell me about the engine. They condensed them. They got smaller, but they were fast.
Yeah, you saw during the 1920s, the cubic inch displacement started to shrink. They had straight 8 engines at the time, went from 183 cubic inch to 122, and then with this car in 1926 onward was 91.5. So 1.5 liter displacement with a centrifugal supercharger that also added power.
So Bama, our cameraman, getting all the great shots. Take a look at the radio over to the right, and that has significance because this is when actual radios were getting around. Everybody had them in their garages, but it was the first time we were hearing reports of the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, so in 1922 was the first year that they had live hits, if you will, updates during the race, and people would tune in for those quick hits to see who was leading. Obviously, the race took, at that time, every part of 5 to almost 6 hours to complete, so you would check in and hear these updates throughout the race.
Let's talk a little bit more about the race cars. We look at the front end. What makes this so unique during this era?
So this Harry Miller built Miller car is unique because it has a front-wheel drive component. You may think a lot of automobiles today have front-wheel drive platform. It must be a new thing. It was tested and tried here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway during the 1920s. Actually became successful in the late 20s and earlys with the winning cars. But Leon Duray in this front drive would set on pole.
So this 1928 Miller Special you just mentioned sat on pole, didn't finish the race. What happened there?
Yeah, so he had some mechanical difficulties in this car that hampered his 1928 attempt. What's unique about this car is the following year in 29, DeRay, along with this and a sister car, went and set track records in Europe, raced the Grand Prix circuit, and actually the car itself and the engineering took the idea of, or the interest of Ettore Bugatti, who actually purchased the cars and reverse engineers Harry's engineering prowess into his Type 57 Bugatti race cars.
Love to hear all the histories. Gentlemen, any questions as you look at this amazing history that you can find right here inside the racetrack?
Jamie, I got one. I noticed on the walls, you know, we saw it yesterday in the first decade hit, and we see it again here. Those driver qualifying photos on the left-hand side there. You see the driver parked with their car. We still do that to this day. Has that been done from the very beginning? And just to ask Jason kind of where that tradition came from and why it started.
Yeah, so James Hinchcliffe, he's talking about when you qualify for the Indianapolis 500, we still have the photos. Back in the day, we do it to this day. When did that actually begin?
So we have records all the way back to the 1909 races and 1911 Indianapolis 500 is photographic evidence. But the qual shot, or what we would consider a qual shot, really started in the early 1920s. We have them back to that time.
Unbelievable things all the way around as you continue to look at the 1928 special. Jason, thank you so much. Bama, we take a look out here in Gasoline Alley. I mean, guys, the eras, every decade of the Indianapolis 500 is here. We're going to get more in depth throughout the shows. Starting tomorrow, you'll see more and throughout the weekend. But it is just amazing. You can spend hours in here. Look at this, Johnny Rutherford fire suit. They've got trophies from him, old articles. There's plenty more to come tomorrow, so be sure to tune in here, and we'll bring you up to speed on some of the history of this amazing race. Well,
thank you, Jamie. Lovely to see that car from 1928, a race course which was won by Louis Meyer, his first win. This, though, the very first race won by Ray Haroon back in 1911.
Still under a rain delay here at the Brickyard, with more of it just sorry flying in, and it's now over the circuit. We can see Speedway, so chance that we might lose the circuit coming in. Omi is still with me, and JT I think is around somewhere saying that he had the same scanner as Jamie Little as well. JT, are you actually in the studio?
Who are you?
I can hear you. Hello.
Who are you?
Who am I?
I'm hearing this voice for the first time. Who are you?
I am your conscience, JT. Yes, I'm your conscience.
My camera isn't turning on.
No, we can tell. This is the best you've looked all week.
I left when it was green. I went to Co-op. I came back.
I knew he'd gone to the shop. How's it been you? And we were indeed caution flags. Yes.
And it was yellow.
Yeah.
So much so that my lights are still... There we go. No one saw my lights were still green. But I have also gone for an iced coffee version.
You've gone to an iced coffee too? Hang on a minute. Let's get the cameras on. There we go. Hello. What have you gone for? I went for vanilla. Can you see? There you go. Vanilla. That's alright, this one.
Let's just say our co-op is very stocked because of everything that's happened with co-op in the past month.
Yeah, what has happened to co-op?
They had like a massive cyber attack and they do all of their stocking online.
Oh, I see.
So they've lost track of all of their stocking numbers. Can you still see my screen, by the way, or has it gone off?
Number 3 now. Yeah, it's gone off.
Right. It'll return soon. Stand by.
Well, we are waiting. Hurry up, because we're going back to Fox.
kiss the bricks, wear the wreath, drink the milk, all the stuff that you see, and then you find yourself in that moment. So going through those traditions was, for me, a bit surreal. Like, it didn't feel real. It was kind of a bit bizarre.
That what keeps you coming back and being so hungry and feisty to get another one?
It's probably getting beaten. This race is the biggest race in the world, also the most challenging. I think, like, what I say a lot of the time now is even if you have the perfect race, it only gives you an opportunity to try and win it. It doesn't guarantee you anything. I think I've finished second 4 or 5 times. I think those close misses are the ones that you think about the most, and that really keeps the fire burning for me. But I love racing, man.
Well, Scott, if I can't win it, I certainly hope you're one of the guys who's fighting for it. I would be really jazzed to see you get your second.
JT got lightning.
It's even a debate, but cement your position as one of the greatest of all time.
I hope that it's a second. And if I can, I hope it's you too, man. So we're going to have a good one. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, you will.
Cheers.
Best of luck, buddy.
Appreciate it.
Latest news coming in from IMS Speedway. Lightning has been detected in and around the Speedway area. Please exit the grandstands and seek shelter until further notice. So we are under a red flag here at the Brickyard. The session is suspended and rain is falling. JT, we are, for now, done for the day, and I don't think we're going to get restarted in an hour 46 on the clock, and we are now back on the radar if you want to pop it on the screen. We can't hear you either. I just want to get a quick look at it. Yeah, there you go.
I unmuted my headset, not my boom arm. I don't know where they're seeing lightning, but they're seeing lightning.
They've got lightning, so yeah, there's lightning in the area. We're seeing the course car go out on the circuit now below us here on the circuit, and well, there you go. There was a brief radar screen that everybody else saw around the area where that lightning is, and
that's, I'm guessing, what Fox's shenanigans are.
Yeah. So they're staying with it because they know how this is going to be. Is your radar back on? Okay, I'm trying to access it. Fox and Sky have now gone to pre-recorded programming. So there we are. So yeah, we are now delayed due to this weather as well. Okay, while we have this setback, let's head over to another Doug interview, shall we? To come into it and get the action. So this is now going to be Will Power and Joseph Newgarden again, 1-2 on the list. But does anyone remember where we got up to yesterday in Doug's interviews? Because I can't remember. Oh, and I'm on the wrong site. That's why I can't find it. I need Indianapolis Motor Speedway's YouTube channel, not the INDYCAR YouTube channel where Doug is doing the Doug and Drivers interviews. So where did we get up to? Oh, quite handily, it's telling me we got up to Will Power yesterday on the broadcast. There we go. Right, so we're in a delay. Me and JT will be around as well as Omi. But for now, let's go over to Doug with Will Power.
Speedway fans, the NTT IndyCar Series is underway, but we are getting ready to have the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge. And you all know my favorite IndyCar driver is Connor Daly, my stepson. But if it weren't for Connor, this guy to my left is my absolute favorite IndyCar driver, Will Power. Not just because of how great he is in a race car, but because of how fun he is outside of the race car and what a great ambassador he is for our sport. Will, I want to start back in 2018.
Yeah.
2018, the month of May in Indianapolis was a pretty special month for you.
Massively special. Huge weight off the shoulders, and funnily enough, I just felt like I was going to win it all month. It was just a weird thing. You know, my wife felt it. Even my brother said it. I just walked out of the bus on Sunday morning, and he's like, "I got a good feeling about today, man." I was like, "Yeah, I'm not nervous at all. It's a weird deal." So it did work out that day.
So you and I had talked a few times before 2018 because you were so dominant on the road course. And in 2018, you pick up your third road course win at the Speedway.
Yeah.
But what really endeared me to you was just the craziness of victory celebration and the eyes of Will Power just going nuts. And it's sort of been that way ever since. People now, I think, celebrate the way they should. Just let it all go.
I can't see how you would celebrate any other way. Like, it is such an epic event, and it's such a tough one to win, and it's a career-defining moment. There's so many things that make it special. you know, and you get to a point where you wonder if you'll ever win it, and those sort of thoughts. So a lot of pressure off. And I honestly, it's been so long since I've had a good race there. I feel like if I won it again, it would be the same celebration. The importance of it this year would be big for me, very big.
Well, you know, your ability to dominate on the road course and then to pick up that win in 2018, since 2018, I mean, you're the fourth most winningest driver in the history of our sport. You won more poles than anybody. You got a chance to be more than Mario Andretti, which is super crazy. I think third or fourth most podiums in the history of our sport. How powerful would it be for you to pick up that Indianapolis 500 win? You don't have to. I mean, your career is defined as one of the greatest of all time. Yet another Indy 500 win. Does that make a difference?
Oh, mate, big difference. Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's just, it'd be great to tick that. Well, it's not even ticking a box, but I would say that your appreciation for that event just grows over time, and you start to understand the history more, and, you know, the people that have won it, and understand what it means to win it, and really what it means to, or how privileged you are to do this for a living. So yeah, it would be just such a cherry on top to win that thing again. It just would be.
So last year things started out really well. It's a Penske lockout front row. You've got those 70 poles. I know you'd love to have one at the Speedway, but pretty special moment to celebrate with your teammates and for Roger to be right there on the front row together.
It was actually really cool, and the reason for that is that we struggled for so long, and we kept trying to understand what is it, and, you know, we did a lot of work. So I was so confident that I said it at Long Beach. I said, I think we'll, you know, lock out the front row. I can't remember. I may have even given a speed that I think we'll do, but I feel like that will be the case. I get in trouble from Roger for saying it. You know, he wasn't happy when I said it at Long Beach because, you know, you're going to jinx it, but I was so confident because it's just, I thought there's no way anyone's done as much as we have. So maybe people have gone back, and that's not the case this year, but that was a special moment to be a part of a front row lockout.
So obviously winning a second Indy 500 means a lot. What would winning your first pole in the Indy 500 mean? That would be
a big deal for me. You know, it would be, I guess you're ticking a box there, but it'd be a special pole. It's its own sort of race week in itself to get pole there. It's not always easy. To qualify last row was much more difficult than to qualify second this last year on the front row. So, you know, yeah, I've been on both ends of that. I would like to get a pole in a way where you trimmed out enough where it was quite difficult. It was quite difficult and you hung on to it. It wasn't just one of these, I've got a very fast car, and that was actually quite easy.
Right. Well, it certainly doesn't look easy to those of us standing on the sidelines as you're going through that. So last year was a pretty decent race season for you. You picked up 3 wins. It's been 6 or 7 years really since you'd had 3, maybe 2018 may have been the last year that you had 3 wins in the season. Your mentality as you approach racing has changed since 2018 as well.
It definitely has, yeah. I think you just mature and you understand yourself a lot more, you know, when you get to my age. You've been in racing 20 years, so you certainly know the mental approach that is needed, the amount of pressure that for yourself you need to perform at a high level, and all the details that go into, you know, putting race weekends and seasons together. It's difficult. It's a difficult tightrope to walk, that the aggression versus, you know, conservative. It is a hard one to find. Alex Palou seems to nail that very well.
Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at your new fire suit here.
Yep.
Long relationship with Verizon, special one for you.
It is. You know, there's been 3 or 4 different CEOs during my time with Verizon. I've been friends with all of them, and you know, I think I'm lucky in the fact that, you know, I drive for Roger. You know, companies like this want to be involved with a team and a person like Roger. So I feel privileged to have had this same sponsor for this long. It doesn't happen in motorsport very often. Yep. It's very difficult to keep a sponsor, especially of this size, for this long. So I feel like I've had a part in that by performing well, because, you know, they want to be part of people that win. And the current CEO, Hans Vestberg, is very interested in IndyCar racing. He loves the Indy 500. He's told me this off season, like, I really want to see you win a 500, and so he wants to see that happen.
Not as if you needed more pressure, right? You got Roger wanting to win up 21st, and then you got that CEO. But at the same time, that's kind of what you live for. You live for that pressure.
I think that, yeah, that stuff's good. You know, I think it's easy to sit back and think that, if I didn't have the pressure, I'd perform better. But it's actually not true. You need that sort of, that thing pushing on you all the time to, make certain decisions that are going to push you in the right direction for winning races. Yeah.
So one of the scariest moments I've ever had at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway was making the mistake of getting in a Corvette with Will Power to take laps around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I can't even remember that. When was that?
It's because it probably wasn't a big deal for you.
I did see. Gave so many people rides.
130 miles an hour through the corner in a Corvette is probably worse than 240 in an.
I think it was you who told me. It's like, they told you can't go over the speed. It was, and you said just don't say anything.
And I probably got out and was white because all I could think about is Roger's not going to be happy.
Oh, if
Chevrolet's not going to be happy.
If you hit that, oh my God.
You
gotta be careful.
One of the. Yeah. But it also gave me a great appreciation for the precision that it takes to run 100 miles an hour faster through the corners than we were going, and how hard it is to drive those cars and to sit on the front row and to get a pole position and to win the Indy 500, and how 20 plus years into this, you're still as good as they are.
Yeah, still rolling. I feel good. I feel like I can still perform at a very high level, and the competition's only got tougher. That's all it does every year. It just gets harder every year.
Absolutely. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My current, other than Connor, favorite IndyCar driver, Will Power. We're going to see if he can pick up that second Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge win on May 25th, and maybe even pick up his fourth road course win in the Sancio Grand Prix. We'll see you soon.
So that was Doug with Will Power, but as things stand, we are currently inside this rain delay. Now, apparently, the rain is going to move away. JT, by the way, is just resetting his PC. He's had a few issues with his camera, and that is where our weather radar comes from. He controls it on his computer, and we have our screen shares, and it comes onto us here. So he's just resetting it. You'll get that radar back shortly. We've just gone to the Timing 71 page. Temporarily while he resets itself as well. So we are waiting for that clock to go down, which we have around about 20 minutes to go of that. Rain should stop in around about 10. Then it's drying the track. So we should get going realistically with about an hour, maybe just the single 45 minutes to go. We'll keep an eye on it. Right now, though, let's have a word. Doug, we're speaking to Nolan Siegel, who is the McLaren driver, who's currently up for Rookie of the Year as we get ready for the month of May. Let's have a word what they said.
Welcome back to another episode of Doug and Drivers. This is the third season that we've done these, but I think it's the first time that we've gotten to speak with this guy, Nolan Siegel. Nolan, welcome to Doug and Drivers.
Thank you.
Excited to have you here. This is going to run sometime in March, so the season will have started. But I want to go back to last year. What a crazy year last year was. And I'm going to start with maybe a painful moment, but one of the moments where I think all of a sudden you stepped up and people noticed you. That last qualifying attempt to make the Indianapolis 500 last year, you laid it all on the line. And I don't know if you expected the response that you'd get at the end of that run. It didn't end the way you wanted, but people went crazy for the effort.
Yeah, it was a tough experience, right? Like that was one of the hardest weeks of my life for sure. But yeah, I mean, in the moment, it's the Indy 500. Yep. Like you have no choice but to try, right? So no, I definitely didn't expect the response, and it was really nice to, the IndyCar community is great, and it was just very, very nice to, receive the support that I received after that, and certainly unexpected, but something good did come out of it. I learned a huge amount, and I can't wait to go back.
So one of the things I think you literally said when you got done is you were either going to qualify, or if you didn't, it wasn't going to be because you lifted. And I hear people often talk about the speedway being intimidating, and I've heard people say, I literally have to take my left foot and put it on my right foot to keep from lifting. Did you literally not lift?
I did not. I think I hit the wall and spun, and I was flat until I came to a stop. But it was tough, right? It was going to be tough no matter what. And the run I did before that was already like on the edge, and then we pulled a bunch of downforce off of it and, you know, tried again, because what else are you going to do? And I wouldn't have forgiven myself if I had, you know, missed the race because I didn't try hard enough, you know? So in my mind, that was the only option.
Well, and I think that's probably the reason people just really embrace that, is like, here's a young kid, never done this before, but clearly knows what making the Indianapolis 500 means. And you probably had no idea at that point how crazy your season was going to get, right? So you get to go back to Indy Next, you're going to run the Indy Next series, and Road America comes along. What a crazy weekend that must have been for a young guy to go, okay, what do I do here? I'm in the middle of a championship fight, yet I have this opportunity to do something even bigger.
Yeah, those really, I mean, 2 months felt like 2 years. Yeah, going to Road America, I mean, yeah, I thought I was going to be racing Indy Next for the rest of the season, and that was that. Obviously, that changed. I was on track, pitted in practice 1 in Indy Next, and I signed the contract to drive the INDYCAR with my gloves on, sitting in the race car, strapped in during the practice session. So I don't know if anyone's ever done that before, but yeah, wild experience. Again, learned a lot, and it was tough, but grateful for it, you know? So yes, it was insane.
And then maybe something crazier happens. You start wearing papaya. You get a call, I assume, from Tony Kanaan or somebody like that, says, hey, you interested in coming over here? That has to be completely surreal to get an opportunity to put that papaya on, represent that brand that means so much, and then have a mentor like Tony Kanaan who's kind of walking alongside you as you get ready for the 2025 season.
Yeah, it all started, I met Tony for the first time at the 500.
Yep.
He was, you know, gracious enough to come and help and offer some insight. I think he kind of knew what I was going through. So I met him there. Great guy, and you know, we stayed in touch, and then I went to Le Mans and drove for United Autosport with Zach. So you know, Zach Brown was there the whole time, and got to chat with him, and it was after Le Mans that he said, you know, hey, instead of going home, why don't you go to Indianapolis for a day and sit in the IndyCar and race the Laguna? So that was quite a week as well. So really just a sequence of pretty insane weeks.
You've packed a lifelong journey inside of a year. So now 2025 comes around. It's a brand new day. You get a chance to focus on a full season. You know where you're going to be. You're settled. What are your goals for 2025?
The goal for 2025 is, I mean, it's to win races and be on the podium and, you know, be a contender in IndyCar. I think that's why we're all here, and that's the expectation of the team. Obviously, it's extremely competitive, and it's a really challenging race series to win in, as we've seen with, you know, the number of different winners and how few people win multiple races a year, right? But I think the goal is to be one of the top contenders in the series, and that's certainly the expectation from Arrow McLaren.
So you have kind of a wild teammate, maybe one of our most popular, if not the most popular driver we have. Have you gotten to spend much time with Pato yet?
I have spent a lot of time with Pato. Yeah, I was just at his house for the blizzard, which was a great time. He's a good cook. So yes, we've spent a lot of time together, and we've had a good time. So I'm excited to continue working with him, and not only is he a fast driver, but you know, he's a fun person to spend time with. So it's always good when your coworkers are people that you enjoy spending time with.
Absolutely. So one last question for you. So this is running sometime in March. We're getting ready. Thermal, a bunch of things coming up. We've probably gotten through St. Pete at this point in time. A lot of things as we lead into Indianapolis, Long Beach. We've got Barber, but then you get to the Sancio Grand Prix at Indianapolis, the road course. And then you should get to come back to the oval. So those first few laps on the oval in May, will you be able to put behind you what happened last May and focus just on this May? Or is there going to be a little bit of you that's just got to get through those corners a few times and then say, okay, it's done, I can focus on what I'm doing now? What's the mindset?
Yeah, you know, I think it's going to be a very different experience. You know, being full-time in IndyCar, being with Arrow McLaren, it's going to be a different month, right, than it was last year. I don't think it'll be an issue getting past it. You know, I did ROP, I'm good to go. We'll get right out there and get going. I think no matter what, the first time you go flat through turn one at Indy, for the year is probably quite nerve-wracking even for veterans.
Right.
But no, I don't think we'll have any issue, and I feel very prepared for it. So I think it'll be much easier than it was last year, and I have a lot of knowledge now that I didn't have last year that will theoretically help me quite a bit.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. I get to write notes to drivers at the end of the season or the end of the 500, and the one that I wrote to him basically said, you really don't see people's character when they win. You see it when they struggle, and this guy clearly had the character, the way he embraced that moment, the way you fans embrace that moment. Can't wait to see Nolan Siegel qualify for this year's Indianapolis 500 and see if he can not only be Rookie of the Year, but maybe he can put his face on the Borg Warner Trophy in 2025.
So, I'm getting one finger from JT, not the middle one, just a number one. What are you... I don't know if that's going to be radar or not. We're still in a weather delay here, everybody. We've got at least another 15 minutes to go. But I've not seen any information from the circuit yet, or at least anybody there telling me what the information is going to be about a possible restart time. All we had is that we're 10 minutes away from a possible lightning hold return to come through. So, yeah, we'll take it through, and we'll see what's what. As radar screen is back, JT is going to be on audio. Maybe, I don't know. He's up, if he is, he'll start talking. But let's take a look at the speedway. Well, the big thing's gone, JT. So and there's no lightning in the area as far as I can see.
My camera's making a weird beeping noise every single time I turn it on, and it's really annoying.
At least we can't hear it. No, we can't hear that beeping. No, you're fine. So, what do you think? Are we good to get restarted soon?
Ear-piercing beep. It's like the high-pitched ear-piercing.
Oh, I hate that one, yeah. So, what do you think? Are we good to get restarted soon or not?
Probably, yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you there.
Whenever they dry the track, probably yes.
Whenever they dry the track, probably yes. Okay. So we will keep on waiting and keep on hoping that we will get a restart time soon. Right now, though, let's head down to another winner of this race as well, talking with Doug, and that being Scott Dixon, who started on the pole here in 22 and in 21, but won here only once back in 2008. He's talking with Doug Bowles.
Well, welcome back, race fans, to another episode of Doug and Drivers. And this one's a pretty special one, actually. When you get a chance to talk to a guy who's led more laps than anybody in the history at the Indianapolis 500, it's the second most winningest driver in IndyCar history as well. In fact, I was thinking about the laps led at the Speedway. You've led twice as many laps as your nearest active competitor. Ladies and gentlemen, Scott Dixon, Indy 500 winner, finished third last year. I know that's not exactly where you wanted to be, but, you started 21st.
Yeah.
And you came through the field, and you probably were sitting back going, okay, Pato and Joseph, go have your fun.
I was hoping for a different outcome and maybe, not wishing anybody to crash, but maybe they could have had an altercation that, leaped us to the front. But, I think, with the most laps led, unfortunately not many of them done at the right time, which is always, tough. But, last year's race was fantastic, man. It was definitely a battle for us. We didn't really have the speed all month as a group, and, we gave it our all, and to get a third for me and obviously a fifth for Alex was huge.
When did you have an idea last year that you might have a shot? Because I know you started 21st. You're usually one of those guys that's in the fast 12, and you had to start there in the back. But you sort of work your way through, and about lap 130-ish or so, you actually find yourself in the lead. At that point in time, do you think you have a shot, or when do you really think you have a car that maybe, if everything rolled together right, you could win the race?
I think you never really think you're out of it, right? There's no point doing a race if you never think you're going to have the chance to win it, and obviously there's always a ton of strategies. It probably wouldn't have been that early on, but I think later on, right before the last caution, we were in a great spot. We were ahead on fuel consumption. We wouldn't have had to save. There was a few guys around us that were close, but they were going to have to save. So I think if it had gone green from that point on, we would have been definitely in the right position to try and win, or at least have a great shot at it. But, you know, the dogfight at the end, we just didn't have the speed. You know, both those two, and even Alex Rossi were very fast. You know, we just didn't have the straight-out speed. So that was frustrating, but, you know, still in a good spot.
So you hear that a lot from drivers, we don't have the speed. When you're talking that, you're not talking 10 miles an hour. You're talking still marginal amounts, correct?
Yeah. The hardest part, I think, for me last year was, you know, they were kind of tussling, going back and forth, and I was flat the whole time, just on the gas. Like, you know, just trying to keep up, even in the draft, which, you normally gain 2-3 miles an hour in speed that pulls you around just with having no drag. But, yeah, that was a tough part. But, yeah, you're talking such small amounts when you're saying that you didn't have the speed, and that was kind of us all month.
So when do you realize that? I mean, do you realize that just looking at the time charts, or can you tell it when you're literally behind somebody?
You can tell it pretty early on. Like, obviously the first practice, you know, depends on trim levels and all that kind of stuff. But I think once you start to go into no-toe laps, it paints a picture. We have so much data coming in that, you know, immediately you can see. But it's always that first 4-lap run that you do, even in practice. If you're not near the top, you're like, okay, we've got a little bit of work to do. You know, you hope you can immediately jump to the top, and then, you know, I've had weeks like that, days at the speedway like that, where you just have so much speed, and you know, those moments definitely put a smile on your face.
So 22 Indianapolis 500s this year will be 23. Last year was a unique one. We had to wait out some rain. And we went almost to sunset. From a driver's standpoint, what'd you do during the rain, and then did the sun setting impact you at all? It's not because the sun got in your eyes, but because it's just such a different feeling than maybe we've ever had at the Speedway.
Yeah, I think with the Indianapolis 500, you know, that week leading up to it is kind of long. You get a little bit of time in the car on, you know, carb day and you know, pit stop comps and things like that. It's definitely the most stressful part of the month, just because you're talking about the race. You know, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. This person's going to, you know, nobody really knows. You know, you just want to get after it. So for me, you know, kind of getting to race day and seeing that weather coming, you're like, oh, I just want to get out there and race. That's all of us want to do, is see what, you know, today is going to bring. And you know, there's a lot of antics going on in Gasoline Alley, and people, you know, in the rain, and yeah, just chilled out. Probably ate way too much food along the way. Took a nap. Maybe might have taken 2 or 3 naps at that point, but it was kind of cool actually, where the end of the race was, and just with the sun setting and things like that, visually it looked pretty cool even from the car.
It felt like, and I think that also probably helped the competition, right? The cooler temperatures right there at the end of the day, and it just seemed like those last 100 miles for sure were just an epic.
Super fast, yeah. The cars, you know, definitely work well in those kind of colder conditions, especially after a rainfall like that.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you've started, like you said, 22. This will be 23. 12 people have started over 20 in our 800 plus drivers who've competed in the Indy 500. So it's a pretty rare piece. AJ made it to 35.
Oh, yeah,
so that'd put you like at 57-ish, which is about the age that AJ retired. So think you can hang around that long?
I don't know. It sounds like a bit of a bet right there. I think we could try to pull that off. But yeah, that maybe in modern day that could be pretty tough. But hey, I'm up for the challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. So you get a chance now to kick off the season. You got the NTT IndyCar season, your 6 championships. You got the 58 wins. AJ at 67. I know you probably at one point in time thought, I'll never even get to Mario at 52. And then you passed that, and he was so gracious about that. Is the AJ thing there, or is it far enough away right now that you're just letting it be?
It's always possible, but it is, you know, it is quite a ways away. You know, that's a tough number to try and you know, get to at this point, and especially with the competition. You know, I only had a couple of wins last year. You know, the champion of the series with Alex only had a couple of wins, you know. So gone are the years, I think, where, you know, you had maybe 6 wins in a season. That would make it obviously a lot more achievable. You know, hopefully we can do that this year. But no, you keep knocking on the door. And right now I just love doing what I'm doing. And I love racing IndyCar. It's such a fantastic series. The Indy 500, the biggest race in the world. Like, you know, there's no downsides to it. So, you know, I'll keep trying, and we'll keep trying to win and see where that takes us, but, you know, we'll keep knocking, man.
So I grew up watching the Indy 500 in the era of AJ Foyt and the Unsers and Mario, and that was such a romantic era and was so competitive. And I've gotten to see you race your whole career, right? Because I was at Panther Racing when you first started running in 2003 and come in and win the championship, and we knew you were great. And this may not be a comfortable conversation for you, but really stepping back from that, we're living in an era where you are literally one of the greatest race car drivers of all time. And I was thinking a little bit about today. you're also in an era where right now it's really competitive. Will Power, who's 4th on win list, is right there in the 40s. You've got Joseph Newgarden over 30. You've got these great race car drivers, Alex Palou coming along. It's almost like if I were younger again following this era, it is an amazing era of competition with unbelievably talented IndyCar drivers.
Yeah, I agree. I think the competition level is maybe the greatest ever. I think just the margins you're talking, that era there were still races won by laps,
right.
Whereas you're talking hundredths of a second or a couple of seconds here or there, for even covering a whole field is very
Right.
tiny. I think a majority of the time now you get over 25 cars that finish on the lead lap at the Indy 500. So yeah, it's intense. Obviously their mechanical dramas that they had in those days were
Right.
a lot more than we deal with these days right now. But yeah, I feel lucky to be in the time that I am. But I always think about, man, it would be so much fun to actually race in that era as well with AJ Foyt, with Mario. It would just be insane. So I don't know. I really enjoy IndyCar right now, and what they're bringing is just insane.
So you've seen a lot. What about the Fox thing? It's pretty cool, I think.
It's been amazing, like just some of the commercial stuff they've put out so far. I think, the involvement that they've had even from kind of mid-season, in 24, coming to the track, seeing what people want, what they think will do better, they're really engaged. So I think this Fox deal is going to be huge for the sport.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great. Yeah. So there you have it, fans. Indy 500 winner, second most wins in all-time IndyCar racing, led more laps at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway than anybody, 44 years old, and still racing like a rookie, ready to go, pick up some more wins. Can't wait to see you out there. Nobody would love more than our fans seeing Scott Dixon pick up win number 2 in the 109th running of the Indy 500 presented by Gamebridge, coming up soon.
Let's go.
Perfect timing, because we are about a minute away from the green flag, hopefully going back out, and this session restarting, JT. About time, about 45 minutes we've spent under this delay, and I thought we'd lost the circuit at one point with that lightning hole, but it looks like we're going to get going. We might actually finally get some decent running down towards turn 1.
I don't know why they said lightning, because all of my maps weren't showing any lightning.
Came up as a lightning, and they evacuated the stands as well. And Indianapolis said it out, Bob Pockrass said it out, so it was a lightning hold. The rain stopped about 15 minutes ago, so the track has now been going through that drying process as well, so we should be good, and hopefully we'll get our TV pictures back soon, and we can go again and continue our coverage. 3, 2, 1. Well, are we still in a delay? No! Track goes green! We are running again! And is anybody going to risk heading out there on the circuit? Not as far as I can tell just yet.
Turn the TV on?
That's another thing as well. No TV pictures. And also, I don't think they've refreshed the timing tower, because all the timing tower is now out of sync, as you can probably tell if you're watching along with us. Here we go. TV pictures are back. Ryan Hunter-Reay has left the circuit, so has a few others. So, yeah, rain delay's over now. We can have our normal graphics back, please. TV directors, we don't need this double up again. We are running. Oh wow, what a cool shirt with the driver. That's one for the history books, isn't it, as well, to come into it. So, practice no longer in a weather delay. Cars heading back out there with an hour and 14 minutes to go. This is till 11 o'clock here in the UK. And JT, no chance of rain for the rest of it, so we should be good now with sunshine coming back out.
Hopefully there's no rain for the rest of it.
Only Ryan Hunter-Reay has gone out there. The fans watching on. A few burgers, a few phones, everything getting ready. And drivers heading back in from their trucks as well to do some more active running at the Brickyard. So we've had to wait, but finally we have a car on the circuit. Here he is, Ryan Hunter-Reay, the only one circulating right now. Currently running 15th in the schedule with 223.204 mile an hour as his fastest time. Might even have a no toe time coming up shortly as well here. That would be a new run around as they continue on pushing hard through turn 4 and down the start stretch. We come once more. So the track's dry. Sunshine is now out. That's the juxtaposition of what we're having. But the one thing I'm worried about, JT, is as we're going to hear from Will Power with Kevin Lee.
Simple question, but you never know. How is the car?
Definitely made it better each day. So probably do a full tank run here and just sort of see how it is with full heavy fuel. Seems, yeah, just need to find a good pack to run in so you can go back a bit, see what it's like in, you know, behind multiple cars.
Will you do more of that tomorrow, or is it tomorrow starting to think about qualifying mostly?
You're definitely going to transition to qualifying pretty quickly tomorrow.
So this becomes an important final hour or so.
Yeah, I think it does, actually. Yeah, I think you want to have a pretty good baseline that you know is good for Monday that you can just slightly tune. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll let you get to work.
Definitely maybe. Closet Oasis fan, perhaps, Mr. Will Power. Ominous for everybody if his car is getting better. It started off good yesterday. It's looked great today. How good will it be by Friday?
You know, I've come to understand that Will Power interviews at the Speedway on practice days reflect the gravity of the moment for him. You know, you really, he is so much more deep in thought and studying. I mean, this place means so much to him, and he understands how hard it is to win, how hard it is to be on pole, and for him, how hard it's going to be to beat. I mean, think about his teammates. McLaughlin, Power, every single weekend to win in IndyCar now. He's got to deal with everybody and those two guys, and then you come here where he knows Newgarden, frankly, is the man, not just of the year, but of the last few. And Newgarden's super happy with his car. McLaughlin's out there. He's got Pagano with him. Who's in Will Power's corner?
Well, Will Power, and I think that's all that matters. You know, he's, you talk about what matters to him and how much this does. All you have to do is think back to his win and those victory lane screams to show you how much the 500 means to Will Power.
Yeah, that's always the case as we are back to green. Cars back in the pit lane, though. And that was Ryan Hunter-8. And now Pato O'Ward and Christian Lundgaard coming back out onto the circuit here. Still a rain cloud hovering around at turn 2 as well, but it looks to be that we will just about get away with that one as multiple cars flurry out to the circuit after they saw that Will Power didn't smash it into the barriers. So we are very much underway. It's really annoying me that the commentary box here is, well, we've got an error with the system. Oh, okay, now I see what's happening. So there's a system error. There we go, as you can see coming through. Turn that off and restore that. And well, I guess temporarily until it's fixed, we'll have to stay on the battle screen because it's annoying me, and I know it must be annoying all of you back at home because for some reason the information won't go away for the switch around out there. So that's a difficult situation. That Daily Rob shirt they were showing on Fox was merely extremely disturbing. Yeah, I agree with you, Warbarrett. It was extremely disturbing. I did not enjoy it one bit. It took my breath away. Honestly, up in the commentary box, I was like, "Oh no, not that. There's too much coming into it." So yeah, 9 times out of 10. A little bit alarming, a little bit more alarming, I think, as to what we could see differently going forward. But it's the way that the cookie crumbles here at the 500. Just everybody going absolutely nuts for absolutely no reason as well. And we all just sort of take it in our stride and see what we're going to have next up in the racing world. JT's vanished again from his positioning, which means I'm having to solo this at the moment. So Kirkwood, Larson, Siegel, Daly, O'Ward, Andretti and Lundgaard are out there on the circuit. Lap times are at a slower speed as they build up runs. As they're now back with us as well.
Back to Indianapolis, Georgia. 500 practice here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Devlin DeFrancesco, your third Indianapolis 500 attempt. Do you feel like you are going for your third attempt already? Like, has time gone by faster than what you think?
Time always goes by faster when you're enjoying it, right? So yeah, I'm ready for the third attempt. It's gone by really fast. We feel ready. I think we're 80% of the way back. where we were when we left the test. We left the test in a really happy spot. I don't think we're quite there yet, but we're close. We made a change now. We'll go out and see how it is.
So what has changed since the test for you specifically in this 30 car?
Generally, conditions are a bit different, and the behavior of the car is a bit different. It's a bit disconnected now. We're not quite in that happy window yet, but just did some traffic running last run and able to follow quite closely and drive up to people. So we're almost all the way there. We'll see if this change helps. I think it will. So this could get us 100% of the way there, and then we'll be ready for Q-Sims tomorrow.
And how is Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan utilizing the fact that you have 4 cars for the 500? Are you setting the cars up differently, trying different things out there?
So we're all trying different things. We're kind of all on our own program a little bit now, and we'll reconvene tonight and see what's worked for each car through the day. But the feedback across the 4 cars has been very similar, which is a good thing. So we'll all be aiming to fix similar issues, and we all seem to have similar strengths as well.
80% of the way. We'll see if you can find this last 20% here in the last hour of practice, guys.
Thank you very much as well to Georgia. As the session continuing to fly by here. Just love it in the cars. All singling together. Got about a month to go until the Indy 500. Sorry, to the Le Mans 24 Hour. Right, back with us, JT. We've got some action out here on the circuit, finally.
Hello.
Hello. We've got running and cars bunched up together straight out there without to go doing their track runs, as they need to.
And a lot of them.
Yeah, at least 7 of them I count as well. Daly. 7, yeah. Daly, Kirkwood, Larson, Siegel, O'Ward, Andretti, Longard, and now add that to Hunaway and Kirkwood have just come out. Hunaway just left the pit lane to rejoin this little battle right behind the running. And I suppose this is similar to what we're expecting the race day to be, isn't it, as well? The overcast conditions, the chances of rain, and the cooler track temperatures. So they need to get out there and really run this one through.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exactly what they are doing now, as we see Carl Larson and Christian Lundgaard running together with, I believe, a third McLaren behind them.
Yeah, as the all-star race for the NASCAR Cup Series gets underway.
Oh my God, a NASCAR advertisement on Sky Sports F1.
I know, what's the world coming to, eh? That's coming up later on.
Yes. It's the 17, 7 and 6 all running together.
Well, the 17, of course, needs to get more track time out there, which is Kyle Larson leading this field.
And the 5. There's
all the
four McLarens are running together.
Well, they're doing their race run practice time early on as I'm trying to get my boot back on. There's most...
What you're doing?
Yeah. I had to crack my heel. I have very bad heels and ankles, so I had to crack it. Otherwise, I would have been in a lot of pain. And I've just tied my shoe. Larson's let one of the McLarens go through, JT. I think it's the 7, the Lundgaard.
7 was behind him, unless if they've changed the order completely.
Nope, Lundgaard ahead of him. Fox confirming it. Yes, I have very bad ankles, and if I don't crack them every now and then, they hurt. Usually I can do it easier when I'm standing up, but because I'm not a madman and I won't stand up for 6 straight hours, I've sat down in the commentary box today.
Joshua Birch sitting down on a commentary broadcast.
I know, I do it for the Le Mans races, but I think Megan's played up with my chair here, so it's not as comfortable as what it usually is.
Yep, always blame Megan.
Well, she's the one who sits in this chair. A few drops of water on the camera lens. Don't worry about that, though. I can't remember the last time I actually stood up. There we go.
When you walked out the commentary box like 5 minutes ago.
I didn't leave the commentary box 5 minutes ago. You left the commentary box 5 minutes ago. I've been here the whole time.
Like 10 minutes ago then. Whenever it was.
So I wish the comp camera is the same camera. Practice continues in a few moments' time. So yeah, Marcus Armstrong and Louis Foster are leaving the pit lane as well. So there's a few more.
But hold on.
Timing tires are back.
Fastest lap ever just done by Scott Dixon around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Fastest lap ever is a last lap speed of 2.324 miles per hour.
That is insanely slow. Did you see the Snail movie?
No, I don't think I have.
It's about that speed. Watch it. What's it called? What's that Snail movie called? Anybody? Anybody know? Snail Indy 500. It is Turbo 2013.
That one. Yeah.
Literally the snail who races the Indy 500. In reality, if a snail went that fast, it'll shred itself to bits in a second. That's the way. Well, think about it. It's running on its slimy end. It goes whoosh, straight on a tarmac. It'll go. Distributed by Fox, however. So technically, DreamWorks and Fox. So technically, this is Fox's second Indianapolis 500, if we want to get technical about it. Because of Turbo. I wonder if they're showing that film over there. That would be... thank you, Craig. It was Turbo, yeah. You put it in the chat before I said... Yes, thank you, Craig, for that one. I wonder if they are showing that on Fox over just before the 500. If I was a kid, and if I was Fox and wanted to get kids interested in the Indy 500, I'd put Turbo on just before and then put the 500 on. Come on, use your brain. You start at 10 a.m., put Turbo on at 8 a.m., or considering you have ad breaks, maybe 7:30, when the kids wake up, you know, like the little tiny ones that wake up early in the morning. And there you go. I've just saved advertising. There's Jack Harvey, our colleague over there in INDYCAR. Hollywood Harvey, as he's now called. And, that's going to be a lot of fun when we get back to practice. Graham Rahal getting strapped back into the car with his unmistakable high visibility overall suit. Oh, that noise goes through you like a knife. That was...
that noise was what my camera was making, which is why my camera was going on and off during the break. I was trying to work out what it was.
Well, at least we had that rain delay then for you to sort that out.
Funny thing was, it wasn't even linked to my camera.
Really?
It was my camera turning on, which was triggering my soundbar, which is never... It's my soundbar, my camera, not connected at all.
And it was just the interference?
Yes.
That is strange.
Hold on. An hour to go at Indianapolis. We know what that means.
What? Happy hour. Forgot about that. Power, Palou, Armstrong, Kirkwood.
I'm so
Rosenquist,
happy.
Foster and O'Ward are out on the circuit. You hoped that we'd get rained down, didn't you?
I want to go to bed. I so want to go to bed.
To be fair, I was kind of hoping that we might get a cancel like yesterday so that we can go on air early, because we've got the Grid Tonight show that I have to really flat through tonight. A lot of stories, and there's literally question, done, over, get it on with, wrap through the show.
It's a very long script today, isn't it?
Let me have a look. Why, have you seen it?
Yeah, I've got it here.
How have you seen this Grid Tonight script?
Hold on, let me get it up.
How has he got the Grid Tonight script? Are you on it?
There's the Tuesday one.
Kobe's writing it now. Wednesday practice recap. Yeah, start times. Harbush. It's 5 pages long, the script.
Yeah, it's long.
That's around about 50 minutes of discussion right there.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, that is extended since I last saw it.
What?
Script.
How are you seeing it? Did you get emailed it?
JB is forgetting that I'm signed into his Google account and I get all the notifications.
Oh, yeah.
Because the trackside stuff that we have to do, you have me as a backup. I won't spoil it. I will leave it there. I won't spoil it.
Just explain why some of my emails been here. Forgot about that. Yeah.
I don't think I have access to your emails. I have access to the drive, but not the emails.
Yeah, I forgot you've got access to the drive, don't you?
Yeah, I don't have access to your Gmail account, but I have access to your Google account, which is Drive. But that also helps for like spreadsheets and stuff, like commentation chart.
That is true. I forgot about that completely. As Alex Palou sets a new fastest time at a 227.546 mile an hour. Now we are getting into the business zone.
Okay, that was a strong bit of coffee, my word.
Okay, that makes more sense now.
I'm not stalking you, don't worry.
I'm just checking something. I'm just checking other things.
The only reason I realised I knew and I found out that I had access to them was because I saw the notification yesterday, which was like, Kobe shared with you the Tuesday night one.
Yeah.
That is literally the only reason I found out.
Just double checking it wasn't hacked. Yeah. I was like, oh, so yeah. I was like, how could you read the script? And I forgot you've got access to the JBMotorsports Gmail account because Omi's got the same actually because you've both gone live on the mobile.
Yeah.
And for some reason you can't do it when you're live as a manager. You can only do it as an owner, so I had to log them in. Oh well, doesn't really matter. Omi back laughing behind the background.
Yeah.
227.546.
I won't do anything I'm not meant to do. I don't know about that Omi though. He's a troublesome one. He is.
To be fair, I think I logged out actually.
Oh, did you?
Because his emails were annoying me too much.
I have a lot of emails.
I can't even see your emails, which is probably a good thing.
Probably for the best, the amount I get. Let me just...
I've got 5,784. It's fine.
What's mine? I bet it's more. I'm just trying to log in. Oh, there we go. Well, there's all my emails. Unread as well. I have 154 unread in the journalist account. And the actual account is 313. I should really have to take a look at this. That's funny, I don't have a nationwide.
Well, believe it or not, cars are going around the circuit right now.
I should really actually take a look at the emails a lot more.
JB, there's cars going around the circuit.
Yeah, and Fox is going to a break. I knew that 5 seconds ago, so I didn't say anything. So Palou has set the new fastest time of the day so far.
You've muted me, haven't you?
No, I didn't actually. I got very close to. And then I thought about saying something else, which is why I didn't say something else about something else. That always happens. So I didn't, in case, you know. So Daly, McLaughlin, Rahal, Hunteray, Siegel, Rosenquist, O'Ward, and Ferrucci are out there on the circuit. I want to say hello to everyone also listening in still on USRN. You've been here all day. Hello, everybody. We saved you from the rain delay coverage and saved Matthew a couple of hours of broadcasting absolute nonsense and then gone on to broadcast absolute nonsense. We've been green, though, for 2 hours and 53 minutes. So we've got 53 minutes remaining in this session. JT, radar is on green. What's the latest? Anything coming in? Are we all okay?
Mist.
Could that play? Is that blowing into the circuit?
Drizzle.
No, just blowing
Rain.
away.
It's to the north of the circuit, but that is forming into another cell.
And that won't hit the track, though?
It shouldn't, no.
That's good, then. How
it's
long?
It's already north. Look, because Speedway's here. It's already north.
How much are we worried about tomorrow already about this? We're due to start at 10 a.m. That's not going to be possible again, is it?
Stop thinking about tomorrow.
I'm glad you said that because Fleetwood Mac, we've recently found out that we can actually play their music on the YouTube channel, and all it does is block us in 2 countries, which is Russia and Belarus, which flash up all the time because of what's happening in Ukraine. So, perfectly fine. You can use Fleetwood Mac, ladies and gentlemen, including the chain, which is going to be very good when we get to the British Grand Prix for Formula 1. And we have a little special treat for F1's 75th anniversary. Yes.
Repeat after me. Im. Allah. GP. Imola GP.
San Marino.
Formula 1 AWS Gran Premio del Made in Italy e dell'Emilia Romagna Grand Prix.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that this weekend. That's why Crofty doesn't do this race. He'd have word jumble.
Doesn't he have that already?
I'm being nice. Commentating is hard.
It is very hard, yes.
Here's Scotty Mack coming out the last corner. 2,195. Well, let's see it across the line. It is 1,000 feet from the yard of bricks down on the entry towards turn number 1. Exactly 1,000 feet. Somebody might want to write that down. Ready for the lights, the green flag fall.
Now you can write that down. You want to know what it is, you can write it down.
I just have. On my stat sheet at the bottom, in little blue. There you go. Line to T1, 1,000 feet. See, I listen. You lot don't listen. He's had to downshift into 5th. He was up to 6th. He's using some of his hybrid power, Scott McLaughlin, right now. But yeah, he's running in this pack with the 77 just behind him of Stingray Rob. Up to 6th gear. You don't lose too much in race trim in 6th. As we see a replay. And JT, do you remember we were talking yesterday about the Penske and the flapping of the wings? It's still flapping today. On the gurneys you can see on the front wing here. Just rocking around the front wing a bit more. Go on.
I don't care about the flappy wings. What I care about is that we've got double yellow submarine on the 25th of May.
What do you mean double yellow submarine?
Joey Logano is a yellow submarine for the Coca-Cola 600.
That is true. Yeah, so there's a look at the, what I was on about, the flappiness of the rear and front wing.
But yes, it is flapping quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see it oscillating under the corners as well, so...
He's not binned it, though.
Oh, he nearly lost it there, did you see? The rear stepped out coming into turn 3. That was almost a curse to the commentator. Scotty Mack was inches away from throwing it to the wall. The rear stepped out. I don't know. They were struggling with this yesterday, and now they're struggling with it again today in the 3 car. It's just... It doesn't look stable through the corners. Even look, it's dancing mid-corner in 2. When it's running on its own, it looks undrivable. When it's running in the tow, the crosswind's getting all into it as well. I've got a feeling McLaughlin might hit the wall at some point. As Larson dives in.
Don't blame me.
Drivers reporting spots of rain. I just heard from Buxton. I hope that's not true.
Buxton?
Buxton, water, yeah. That was a horrible joke. And
Will Buxton?
Yeah, let's go now pit road. Kevin Lee.
It's a brand new race car after the incident in the test. You always hope it's the same. Does it feel the same? Because that last one was really fast.
Yeah, I think both done a fantastic job. Usually taking over 2 months, but they compressed only 2 weeks. It's very, very impressive. So obviously the entire 75 crews and the entire Rejo Ritterman Running and Racing boys did a fantastic job. So I'm very happy to see shining brand new car, and feels very, very similar now. Although the conditions is a bit different, and we are experiencing a little bit technical issue the last 2 days. But hopefully this next slump will give me good confidence.
All right, I know you want to get in. Get back to work. We are inside happy hour, and it's starting to cool down a little bit again, hoping it stays through 6 o'clock. Georgia.
48 minutes to go left in practice. I find myself back in the garages, and more specifically by the Team Penske garages, where the 2-car sits. Joseph Newgarden has called it done for the day as they prepare for practice tomorrow. So as he sits right now, third on the board, the car, they're making the adjustments, getting ready for tomorrow, but the 2 will not make it back out to pit lane today with 48 minutes to go, guys.
Okay, that's a surprise. I thought for sure, JT, as we take a look at it, that Newgarden might go back out and do some running, but obviously he doesn't want to have it. You there?
Hello.
Hello, yeah. See, I ask a question, you respond. That's how it works. We've been commentating together now for 4 seasons. Was it 5?
I ask you ask a question and I server mute you.
Yeah. It's better than what happens sometimes. I'm midway through a question and someone interrupts me. That usually happens as well. I'm midway through a statement and someone
it's because I'm staring at the green flag, yet caution indicator and the radar.
Yeah, what's it looking like? Because I'm seeing some spots here from McLaren with that mist coming in at the last corner. I've just got a feeling
That's
they're
what
going
you
to
can
call it.
see on the radar.
Yeah. Oh, is the radar open? Look. Yeah, it's that rate. Look, that's perfect coming in from 1 and 2. So, 1, 2, where speedway is, that's turn 1. Then it's 2, 3, and 4 as you go round the circle.
Wait,
and that
hold on.
mist is directly across the circuit. Oh, you can draw, can't you? JT drawing, everybody. Art attack. So there's 1, 2. We need to get you like a little pen. There's 3 and 4. And you can see where the range is coming in. And there's the start line. Nicely done, JT. Joseph Newgarden, Scott McLaughlin, and Will Power, your 3 Penske drivers. And they're currently running 2 with Power, 3 with Newgarden, and Scotty Mack down in 14th place.
We need like a digital pad.
Well, I've got one. We are considering also not having that new monitor as a new monitor. We're considering having that as a touchscreen and putting that somewhere. But we don't. Yeah, so we don't have a position for it at the moment.
Is it touchscreen capable?
We're not entirely sure. We haven't tried it yet. I don't think we've even plugged it in. However, I can tell you that it has got an Amazon remote. That's all I know about it. So yeah, it's a very weird Amazon remote, but there you are. See. But yeah, that's all I've got. So if we do have a touchscreen, then fantastic to come through. So we are waiting with that weather radar still flying through, and that mist.
Of course, you need 2 mics. Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't on camera, so I was just playing around. I like my handheld wireless microphone. I think that's one of the best purchases we've made in a long time, actually. To be able to go wireless, it's so much more freeing at the circuit, not being tied to somebody, or as JT will know, not being able to leave and run off after Ash Sutton trying to get an interview with him, and holding and throwing a microphone in his face. I very much do enjoy the wireless mics, and then the commentary box was fun as well.
As you can
yellow,
see.
yellow. I don't know if this is for a track inspection or for water, but tell us what you got, JT. JBMotorsports. Yes, that's our new channel name. We are JBMotorsports. What have you got for us, Weatherman JT?
Don't call me that.
Fine, weather person JT.
We're on an ad break and we don't know what's happening, but well.
There's been a caution, but for what? Chris, come on.
Raindrops front stretch.
Yep. So, rain, go away. Come back outside the month of May.
Hold on, I can do
Let's go down to there you go. So it's on that front stretch that we've got the water coming in as JT is now drawing on the teleprompter. Will Buxton.
Yellow's out for a little bit of weather here at the track. it's just going to be one of those days, isn't it, guys?
It is, and that's what you get here in Indianapolis in May. The weather can be a bit fickle, and we're seeing that over the last 2 days. But again, this is when it starts to create a sense of urgency in the paddock.
Yeah.
You do feel like you have so much practice time when you first show up here, and with a full uninterrupted week of practice, that's true. But we've already had 2 days interrupted by weather, by poor weather, I should say. As somebody pointed out,
there's always weather
online. There's always weather, but it is suboptimal for driving conditions on an oval.
Interesting update as we take a look at Kyle Larson sitting with tear-off still installed. So thanks to our good friends at Arai Helmet, I learned that they use tear-offs on Pato, Rosenquist, Dixon, Pillow, Hunter-Ray, and Larson. Almost all the Arai drivers use them. It's a nice little safety net in case any debris comes in the car, which it still sometimes does, or in case they get a scratch or something. And he said Rosenquist actually goes through quite a few helmet tear-offs. So Kyle Larson, you are right on path. Well, apologies for even questioning.
Where does the tear-off go?
Well, it mounts to the helmet posts on the visor.
No,
you throw it off.
But when you discard one?
Yeah, but you have a... It's not... This isn't like a regular open cockpit. You can't just
Somebody
hold
tell
it out the
Megan
side.
about
You're
they're
gonna have to
talking
lift
about
it up and pull it to the
visor
side.
strips.
Otherwise, it's going straight in your engine air intake.
There's a little rubbish bin.
So what the
Megan
reason
keeps
why
saying
I
about
can't
it.
understand it is right here at the bottom of the leading edge of the aero screen. That is a vent that can open directly to the cockpit. You can have that have like a grate in it to stop big debris from coming in, and on the cockpit side you can actually have different angled vents coming in, so you can direct that air directly towards the driver at a 45-degree angle, kind of down towards the chest and torso, or at a 90-degree angle down to the legs. So if you have it faced straight at the driver, I could see some debris could potentially come in there.
They look like they have it fully blocked with the foam blockers, as does Will Power. Has tiny little ports there. If you see the two little black squares right there, so they've blocked most of theirs, probably for aero benefit, taking drag out of the equation and given poor Will just a wee bit of fresh air coming through. So,
but at 220 miles an hour, you only need an opening that big. That's still a tremendous amount of air that can go through there.
No tear-offs on Will Power that I can see, but maybe we can get a slightly tighter zoom. Becomes our fascination during a rain delay. Who is wearing helmet tear-offs?
I'm just wondering, our fascination or
your fascination? Sorry,
I'm fascinated about. I'm genuinely fascinated about where they get rid of it.
You just put it up. Well, you're overthinking it.
I am, but you're tucked in. It's tight in that cockpit.
Yeah.
You've got the cockpit surround around your shoulders.
I know those.
You can't just lift your arm up, surely,
have you never seen a driver pump their fists in victory celebration?
Yeah, but it's like,
goes over the top
sort of
the
elbow up.
Have you ever seen a driver give a salute to another driver out the top of the cockpit?
Yes, but
yes, you can. That part hasn't changed through the years.
Right. So you're gonna have to reach your arm out.
Arms are quite flexible these days.
To be fair,
where's the clear screen? So your arm's got to come out.
Who gave Will the stylus? What?
That's a long arm.
That's a
get out, right?
Tear off, discard,
cauliflower
maneuver.
in the car.
Let's see what Colton Herta thinks.
Well, Colton Herta, 64 laps today in practice so far, planning on getting back out. And we're discussing tear-offs, and Kyle Larson has them on his helmet. What's your take? Have you done this? Do you have tear-offs?
I do not run tear-offs. I haven't. There's a few reasons why people might run tear-offs. Obviously for debris. Another thing is just to stop chipping on the visor and stuff, stop scratches. But I don't think he's worried about buying new visors, so he shouldn't have that issue. But maybe it's a leftover thing from the dirt car racing. But I haven't used it, I haven't needed them. But like you said, we've done quite a few laps today. Happy with the car so far. Worked on a few qualifying stuff earlier, and then got the car out, and it's right behind us now. So it just got here. So we're getting ready to go. Hopefully this weather kind of clears up really fast. The game we're trying to feels good in race trim, so we'll try a few more things, see if we can get it a little bit better.
And you mentioned that you did some qualifying sim runs, but you didn't trim out or anything. So things are new this year. So did you get a handle?
Yeah, there's a lot of new things. Obviously, the hybrid is the main thing, but how that affects the car in qualifying with the added weight, we want to kind of understand that, how to maximize the amount of speed that you can get from the battery itself. So there's a lot of new stuff this year. The cars do feel slightly different, so we're trying to get a handle on it.
All right, well, good luck. The team is calling him to the race car. He'll get back in that 26, boys.
Positive to hear we'll be back out on track soon. Herta 10th fastest as it stands.
Yeah, just a light hold here for the 500 at the moment. No sign of us going back to green just yet. JT, what have you got for us?
Hello.
I can see you're playing around with the action here.
Yeah.
Is that you just measuring what the actual drops are around the circuit area?
So this is the disturbance on the radar, this number.
Okay.
So if we go up to this one, you can see that this bit of yellow, 37, and then that's what they use to measure how hard the rain is.
So not too bad at the moment, though.
No, this could just be some drops from this passing north of us.
Like we said, it could have just sort of hung around the area.
Yeah.
Well, we are waiting for when we go back to green. Jamie just said that there wasn't too long until as they're getting called back to race cars, but yeah. I've got
Can
something.
we just go checkered now, please? Thank you.
Well, there's a chance. There is a chance. Just, I'm looking at several messages right now on information to see if we are going to have any form of restart time. And so far, we have got none. Practice then on hold with 35 minutes to go here due to some light rain in the area. Darth Raider seems senses a disturbance on the course. I like that one. Darth Raider senses a disturbance on the course. I sense something. A presence I've not felt since. That is a lot of fun. Okay, well, let's head back over to Will and the Fox team then while we are still waiting on a restart time in hopefully a few minutes. And we get the last half hour of the happy hour in.
Back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
To a quiet Indianapolis Motor Speedway. At least online. I mean, on track, I should say. The music is blaring over the PA, keeping everybody entertained.
Is that Hall of Notes?
It is.
Oh, awesome. Love a bit of Hall of Notes. Yes, welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Alex Palou is still fastest from Will Power. We are getting ready to head back out again.
Fresh boots going on the number 60, Felix Rosenquist.
Guys,
you ever wondered what all the handwriting is on the side wall of a Firestone? It's the car number 60 there. I mean, it differs by team. Set 8, probably.
Set 8.
Normally it would say
right.
Well, you know it's a front because it's narrow.
Right.
But right side set 8. And the arrow there probably has to do with some wheel weighting. Now that's going to be the valve stem. And then the other markings, my guess, would be have to do with the wheel weighting once they balance. Mount and balance.
I'm guessing the R and the L stand for right and left.
Safe bet.
Indeed.
Safe bet, right?
Set 6 for Palou.
Just found out, interesting enough at the moment, by the way, that HBO Max has reset back. Well, it was Max. Well, it's gone from being HBO to HBO Go to HBO Now to HBO Max, then to Max, and now back to HBO Max. It's having an identity crisis worse than Prince. Interesting. as we are waiting for the action to come in for the rest of the circuit. So JT, you're playing around again with the radar. What are you seeing as we are hearing that we're still going to be delayed just a couple more minutes? I can't hear if you are talking, by the way. He's concentrating on the order of things right now. Still no sign of when we head back to green flag conditions.
Yep.
Hello, Amy. Yeah, so we're just keeping
Hello.
it. What have you made of the test day so far then? It's been a bit disjointed, more than so than yesterday was.
Yeah, been disjointed. I've just dumped thousands of files in commentators chat as well.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, for people to use across the weekend as well,
Oh,
coming in.
lovely. What's the IMLA
Yes.
preview round 4? Which one's that?
That's a team specific one which has some details.
I've just
coming
opened it
in.
myself.
Yep.
Victus, lovely.
Then I mean you don't need the final one because that's Porsche Super Cup.
No, but I'll keep an eye out, and if I'm doing one race, that'll be nice. Thank you very much, Omi. And I'll dump my notes into the commentary box tomorrow. I've got a very busy morning actually. I've got around about.
Yeah.
A lot.
And you've got a lot to send us as well. So it's going to be quite a lot of fun in terms of resources.
Yes, I know. I've got to send you the Porsche. Have you already got the Porsche file? Because it hasn't changed. It's still the same
well-
timing screen, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I've got everything set up for the Porsche already.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
Then I believe you're producing Sunday anyway.
JT is, as far as I know.
Oh. Are you unable to?
I can't remember where I am.
Well, your race. Well, the thing is, your race finishes like 15 minutes before.
Well, if I'm producing, I may as well lead it. What do you? Right. Okay. This is while JT plays around with what graphics are going on. We're gonna have a discussion about this. What are you on about on Monday? Show me.
Monday? What?
On Sunday. Da-da-da-da.
I'm talking about the Super Cup. That's already my baby.
No, I'm not doing Super Cup. JT is producing Super Cup because I'm somewhere else at that time.
Yeah, we were on about Super Cup, not F2
I
and
can't
F3.
remember where I am. World Superpole race. There I am. Superpole race. I'm at Superbikes. The show doesn't end until 10:45. Yeah. And then I leave to go to Superbikes race 2, and I think because you're hosting this weekend Formula 1.
No, because I'm also doing GV3 and FECA.
JT's pointing 1 minute to go. Is that 1 minute to the green flag? We're going back? Seriously? Next it will be the channel formerly known as HBO Prince. Simpsons reference. The puppy formerly known as Prince. I can't believe we're going back. So, Thursday practice. It'll be myself, JT and Omi once again, with Will Buxton, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, Georgia Hennebury and Kevin Lee. And then ours, that will be the same. Friday, it will be myself, Omi, Matthew Owens, JT, alongside Will Buxton, Townsend Bell, James Hinchcliffe, Georgia Hennebury and Kevin Lee. And the same on for there, as Jamie Little leaves to go cover Fox's final race of the year, which is the All-Star race. So that is the situation at the moment. Back to Fox as we go green.
Join us Sunday, May 25th, beginning at 10 a.m. Eastern for coverage live on Fox of the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. We are getting ready to roll again here with just under 30 minutes left on the clock for day 2 of practice, and a huge gaggle of cars leaving pit lane.
Great shot there of Scott. He's on the Borg Warner, and he's a 6-time champion, and he has a tear-off on his helmet. So
I'm counting 13 cars pulling out of pit lane altogether. These are all people that want to go out there, run in a big pack, Try to get in some dirty air. Try and get a feel for these race cars. This is going to be a fun last half hour.
I'll tell you what, those birds on the back straightaway, not wasting any time getting out of the way. They know what's coming.
The sun.
As everybody starts to wind it up with 28 minutes to go, that'll give them, if it stays green, a full proper stint. About 28 laps, we think, on race day will define a full fuel load. And that's what everybody is probably going after here.
Huge train at the moment of around 15 cars. That's just under half the field that will take the start of the Indianapolis 500 in a week and a half's time. Out there on track right now, more joining all the time. Great to see everybody out as the sun starts to drop behind the grandstands and we get into this golden light and happy hour.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, this is always the time of day you see these big group runs, which I always find so funny because the race is over by 5:30 in the afternoon.
Right.
So it's not the most representative time, you know, of day. Obviously, conditions a week and a half from now can be quite different, so it doesn't matter so much now. But
well, you make a great point because it's 80 degrees, which is a very normal temperature on race day, but the track just 95. An 80-degree temperature race day in the middle of race, the track could be 125. So I think that's what's a little misleading, is the track temp has dropped and things were looking pretty racy just ahead of Kyle Larson as they went into turn 3 side by side. I think that was Dixon and his teammate Palou.
And JT, this is now getting really feisty out here as we got moves going on as Palou goes to the low line. Dixon having to jump up high and Palou's going to sneak through. We've got Larson in there too. So many in the field now just running each other out as well, on the wrong angle for some reason. There we go, hello. You saw so many of the fielders running each other out, trying to have a go, and now we're 80 degrees Fahrenheit, winds at 7 miles an hour, 57% humidity, track up at 96 Fahrenheit. It's getting good out there, and these are good conditions to run in for the last 25 minutes.
And if I remember correctly,
the translations.
I remember 80 degrees Fahrenheit is around 26.7 degrees.
Right, so not too bad as we see now. The McLaren's moving along, so that's going to be the 7 going forward to the front of the field to come into it.
Yep,
so
26.667 to be precise.
Longard gets ahead of Herter on the inside now. I've printed out the spotters guide, by the way, so that's just below our commentary monitor here in the commentary box now.
I still need to print that.
Carl Coco's coming into the pit lane, so is Ferrucci and Stingray Rob. They're all diving down low. Or we had to wait for the final liveries to get confirmed, didn't we, JT? They didn't get confirmed until this morning. The exact ones they're running. So it took a while to get in. 3 yellow flags already. O'Ward has set a new personal best. So is Dominic DiFrancesco and Ryan Hunter-Ray. So even with these iffy track temperatures, they're running a little bit better.
Oh, say goodbye to the commentary box.
Which one?
The TV picks one.
Oh, call Megan. Let's go to Fox while I call Megan.
Out. Let's Dixon and Herter.
Whoa, I thought I said something else then when we joined.
And the McLaren of Pato O'Ward, who ride on board with Pato O'Ward in the Arrow McLaren. Let's take a listen, take a ride.
You're riding on board with Pato O'Ward. Listen up.
Dealing with a little bit of understeer there, James. You saw him soften the front bar, probably stiffen the rear bar with his left hand, making an adjustment on the cockpit. He moved his helmet. Now he's back on the front bar adjustment. Plus dealing with hybrid, plus dealing with shifting, plus dealing with engine settings.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? We actually got to hear that for a second, JT, while Megan fixed the Discord TV pictures to come through. Wonderful angle, though, as O'Ward flies in through 2. He's got Longard ahead of him. McLaren, as you did earlier, before that yellow flag came out, practicing this toe.
Yeah, absolutely. As well, here we go. I believe that was Colton Herter down on the low line. As we're on board with O'Ward, with Lundgaard, his teammate, up in front of him as they head through turn 4 now. 220 miles per hour for the pair of them. But as O'Ward is on the hybrid, look at how much speed you get given by the hybrid. That was 11 miles per hour from the hybrid alone.
And that is what we're going to be looking at this season with the Indy 500. Exactly how much and where you're going to deploy the hybrid. You can see the throttle max is completely on the red zone as well, and how much hybrid you get deployed as well is indicated on the barrier. So actually, if we ride on board quickly as well, just take a look. You see down here and on the other side, that's how much hybrid you've got left. That's the hybrid deployment bar on the McLaren as well, to see exactly where's where. And I think that's a fascinating idea, JT, to give the viewers at home, and both the driver as well, an idea of how much he's got left on the push-to-pass button, which is, of course, the hybrid power.
Yeah, absolutely. And F1 Multiviewer, do you have live hybrid updates? Because if you don't, F1 Multiviewer has live hybrid with them regenning and deploying it.
How do I get access to that?
I shall show you probably tomorrow.
Because all I've got is the hashtag, the differential, the driver name, the last lap, the best lap, the gap, interval, the time, the age. Do I need to go and adjust something?
Yeah.
I'm going to adjust something then. I told the witch doctor.
We can do what we did last time. Join up at 4:15.
Yeah, because I can't work out where the settings are.
Right, you see the top right, you've got the edit, you've got the pencil.
No.
Top right.
Hang on a minute. Live viewing, everybody. I hope you enjoy it. IndyCar live timing. What's the gap? Is it 6,000 something?
I just put it at 0.
I don't have that. I've just got a black screen.
Okay, well, we'll sort it tomorrow.
I'll just launch a... I'll launch a F1 session and see if I can fix it quite quickly. Just open a live timing, replay live timing, and I'll fiddle around with it now.
You won't be able to do it with F1. You have to be on the IndyCar screen.
No, I'm just trying to see, because I've got on the thing, I've selected the hide the layouts tab. So if I get that back, I might have access to. Yeah, I do. Yeah. There we go. I've been able to. I'm adjusting it now. Yay! I have access. Brilliant. We have confirmation. Right. Well, I do this and select everything under the sun.
So I've got push to pass for the road courses, and I've got hybrid. Then I've got the pedals. Then I've got steering angle. I've got the gear. I've got the speed and how many laps they've completed.
Oh my God! This is amazing. And they've got hybrid. Okay, I love this.
Also, it might be good using it for qualifying, because you've got all of the qualifying speeds on here as well.
Yeah, that's true.
So in my qualifying column, I've got lap 1 speed, lap 2 speed, lap 3 speed, lap 4 speed, average speed.
Have I literally just set up a brand new timing tower?
Yes, you have.
From the IndyCar website, and now I need to use Multiviewer?
Yes, you have.
Why am I not happy about that? Maybe it gives you steering angles, my goodness.
Yeah, but if you transfer over to Multiviewer, I don't know if I'll go over to Multiviewer because of the systems.
No, I like this. I think what we might have is a special Multiviewer screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. Right. Oh, excellent. Right. Is this around?
But you could make a full qualifying screen out of Multiviewer.
Yeah, that's true. Coming in for qualifying, yeah.
Because you've got hybrid pedal, steering gear, speed, qualifying speeds, qualifying lap times, you've got everything.
I really like this one. What would the gap be, though?
I don't know. I'm at 18:30 and that's at 18:48, so 18 seconds, so double TV delay because it's taken from Fox.
I've stuck it in, let's see if that works. On the timing tower. I like this. Okay. Right. Yeah. You learn new things every day, I suppose. So anyway, Rob's been improving out there as well. So Santino Ferrucci and Rosenquist. It's at it's 19,000 JT to take there. Yeah, that's what I've got. Laps run today though. Pallot's around 91 on the board. Just going to see if it starts ticking at the same time. 18 will be better, yeah. I think it's 1850. Oh well, what we do to try and work this out, let's quickly check in for the last time today with the world feed.
Rosenquist, sorry. Remember how tight they were stacked? It's pretty clearly starting to spread out a little bit, and that's the difference of tire wear.
Exactly.
As the tires wear, your ability to stay close and get runs going starts to dissipate, and you go to this part of the stint where things spread out, and then you get to the part of the stint which is the last 5 laps where several guys will be hanging on and falling back because they just can't hang on anymore.
They'll be begging their teams to call them in, but the engineers will be really encouraging their drivers to stick it out, try to see exactly what happens in those last 5 laps, that last little fall off on the tires.
So is this the last bit of information that they need to really finish their day off? See how far the tires will run, and then figure out what the car's doing as the tires get into their final lap.
Exactly right.
And we're only at half distance here on a tire stint, still 16 minutes to go. So my guess would be this is about 15 to 17 laps on the tires for a lot of these guys.
So this is real race prep.
Absolutely.
That we're in right now.
Yep. It has begun. Track temp again hovering below 100 degrees. 97 right now.
So when we move out...
Okay, so thanks JT, I'll pop that and get that set up for tomorrow. That's great actually, because you get braking, pedals, steering as well, so we've got a screen that we can throw to. See, learning something new every day as we get running here. 15 minutes, well 16 minutes to go. Last having a decent showing, he is at the moment. He's 14th currently in the pit lane, but not doing too badly. As the runnings will go around. I love hearing that name though. It's such a wonderful atmosphere we're seeing right now. Let's go pit road.
A question still about race setup. They might say, you know what, we'll comfortably qualify with speed in our cars. Let's take tomorrow and still do some race running and continue to dig it. If you're Joseph Newgarden, you're back in the garage, things are good, you're thinking all quality going forward, and you're thinking pole at the Indy 500. How do we get that?
Harvey currently P9, Hunter Ray currently P13. It's been a good day, even if they are a little unhappy with the car.
Yeah, it's not been too bad though, is it? With Pelot still up there, and they'll be closing in. Last speed lap time was a little bit more feisty in racing. I'm just playing around with this graphic that JT sent to me. I've got 27 columns. I've only got room for a couple. So, yeah, it's getting a little bit treacherous to come through.
There are a lot of duplicates, though, so you'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the... What's the hashtag position? Oh, that's it. So I need... then I need the car number, and then the name, and then we'll get the differential. Last lap, best lap. I like having gap. And then where's interval? It's interval and gap. Last lap, best lap. Tyres, okay. Tyre age, yeah, that's not bad. Total laps completed. Gear, RPM, speed, pedals, steering. Well, pedals and steering. Lap 1 qualifying speed. Last lap speed. Best lap speed. Top total speed. What's the total speed? Total average speed. Well, that'll be at the end of the 4 qualifying runs. And then hybrid. Oh, I want that quite close up near the throttle. This is fun. I like this one. Go on.
Don't add throttle and brake because that's included in pedals.
Oh, no, don't worry. And then hybrid and overtake.
It's basically pedals are them together, throttle and brake is them separate.
I've got a good screen. Yeah, I've got one that then I can move up to where they are for laps and qualifying and average speed, so I can move it up and down. But I've got quite a good run around, like 87% of the hybrid power left as well. Oh, great! So what we'll do is tomorrow.
Orange light on hybrid is regeneration.
Yeah.
Green light on hybrid is deployment.
So what we'll do is tomorrow we'll get a screen operational, which will show the. We'll get multi-view on, and we'll put that on the screen. Yeah, go on.
You can also see how quickly it regens and how quickly it deploys.
Yeah, because we've got no hybrid left for Dixon at all, who's out there on a run, but he's already just regened up to 17%.
Yeah, but look how much it regens.
Like insane already. Dixon's at 47%. So this in the race is going to be quite quick.
Watch it in like 10 seconds and see how quick Dixon regens.
Yeah, because he's at 0. Wow.
See? Yeah.
He regens to 100% in like 3 seconds.
Exactly.
The hybrid power is so amazing right now. Still, it's Palou, Power, Newgarden, Dixon, Daly, Malukas, Armstrong, Cash Neves, Harvey, all coming in at the moment. Go on.
Keep watching Scott Dixon, and in around 15 seconds, you'll see how quickly it gets deployed.
Yeah, he's pushed it now, and he was regenerating, and then he's going to push it on the back straight. Rosenquist's out there.
It's going to go all the way down to 0%. Keep watching Dixon.
I'm looking at the monitor. He's activating it from 100 to 0 in about 5 seconds. So you don't get much boost, do you? What is it about? It's a 7-second boost of hybrid?
But it gives you 11 miles per hour.
It's insane, isn't it? How much they can just throw your way and not care. Well, I'm liking this monitor, to be fair.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you very much again. I can see 32 of the 34 cars in this one. So that'll adjust as we go.
I can see 25. That's probably because I'm not zoomed out and I'm not full screen and I'm not on my big monitor.
Yeah, if I zoom out, I can see all 34.
Yeah.
But actually, no. Actually, with a decent size, to be fair. Okay, that'll do me. That's better. Yeah. What's the best speed then? Oh, I've got speeds in kilometres an hour though. I need to change that.
You can change, yeah.
Would that change the F1 as well to miles per hour?
Maybe.
Yeah, I've changed it now. 227.546 miles per hour at the moment. This really is attacking it like crazy right now, isn't it, with the hybrid power? But Palou's still top. Up by a considerable amount of time, I might say, as well, with the interim gap between them all at the moment. Less than 10 minutes to go then in this session. It's typical, we spend all our time on a brand new timing tower and then out comes Multiview with a banger. Well done, Multiview. Amazing stuff. Why is Scott McLaughlin turning to the right? That's well. Is he on the straight? Yes, he is.
This has been around all year, you just haven't known about it.
No, I don't. Well, to be fair, I've only done what,
Scott McLaughlin is steering to the right because he's in neutral on pit road.
Ah, okay, there we go. Yes, he's in pit road. 0 mile an hour on speed. I should probably have a look at that.
Oh, well, final ad break of the day with under 10 minutes left. Well done.
Yay, one more.
Then again, they are on FS1, so...
Yeah, and I'm hearing good news about this. This new Fox 1 that's coming in. Apparently, all INDYCAR would be on there, and it'll be more like the Peacock days coming soon. So, thumbs up there. That we will have full analysis during the breaks. So the international feed will work a little
When's
bit
that
better.
coming in?
I'm gonna look. Fox 1. It will come in. It won't be cheap, but it's this fall, apparently.
So for next year?
Probably, yeah, because the season will be gone by now, won't it? Because we finish in August for some bizarre reason. Typical. Next year's calendar, has it already been announced? I can't remember.
Touring Cars has been announced.
Yeah, nothing from... Yeah.
IMS has been announced. A couple of dates for INDYCAR has been announced, but my rule on filling the motorsport schedule out is I don't add the dates until the full schedules come out, because it makes it confusing.
Good run actually right now for Devin DiFrancesco. He's just moved up the order as well, as a heads up.
Yep.
I'm continuing to adjust because I'm not exactly happy. Go on.
At least we're getting different adverts today.
That is true. So at least something is there. So I don't need the lap time for qualifying. Don't need throttle. Don't need first and last name. I've got. I don't need average qualifying speed. I don't need. I don't need that actually.
You do need average.
I don't need the
qualifying
total speed because that's just pit road. Best lap, last lap. Yeah. Not too bad. I don't need the overtake at this round because there is no push to pass here. There we go. So I just need to move up the last lap time. Don't need lap time here. It's not a lap time runner.
DK's dad.
I've only got last lap on because it shows me if they're in pit or not.
There we go. Oh, I like that monitor. Lovely. Oh, that'll make Megan happy actually. Definitely DiFrancesco is doing amazing right now. He's just done a 223.134 mile an hour lap time. Shooting up the board. I did actually.
Shooting up the board, he's in 19th, JB.
Yeah, but he was down in 20th. He's like, permission to say, yeah, he's doing better. Total lots of rear tyre, hybrid gear, RPM speed steering pedals. There we go. Ah, much better. I have my ovals page, I will call this, with all 34 cars out there.
And then you can make another page with road course page.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, this multi-viewer tool, that's something to add to the list for tomorrow. I wonder how Pallou's Indy 500 win run will be screwed up this time, says ISDL 29 TV as well. He's top so far, 227.546 mile per hour, but anything can happen at the Brickyard. He's done 99 laps so far today. He's about to cross the line to start his 100th across the board. And Kyle Larson improves up into 13th place at 223.985 mile per hour lap times. Just to improve the brightness. Oh, perfect. Multi-viewer is such an amazing commentary tool. I'm in love with them. At least we've still got... So we've got our TV graphics that you see back at home. And then we've got our monitor graphics up here with all 34 cars on the timing tower.
I did try, unfortunately, DigiFlag only works with the F1 multi-viewer.
I kind of expected that though. I wish they did.
Then again, it is called DigiFlag and F1 multi-viewer.
That's true, yeah. I don't suppose we could convince the guys at Multiview to do a driver tracker for INDYCAR, could we? That would be amazing. I might give them a message today. Please, please do it.
Please, driver tracker.
Because the one we have right now is good, but it is a bit blurry, it is a bit too small, and I would like a full screen one so we can all see what's going on.
And it's not on like a proper app, it's on like the screen mirroring.
No, it's on the app.
Oh, is it?
Well, the MacBook, this MacBook can download the INDYCAR app, so that's what it's on.
Yeah, but it's on like a screen mirroring thing, isn't it?
No.
Have you changed that then?
Let's hear from Scott McLaughlin, I'll tell you.
The hour is always a different kettle of fish, but it was nice to go out there and just do a full tank run, and the car felt really good, and yeah, a couple little changes along the way just to see what the difference was there. But yeah, we've had a really good couple of days, so ideally we just keep this momentum going, and it's going to get a little warmer in the next couple of days, so this is pretty good running for us right now.
Keep that momentum rolling, thanks, Scott.
Okay, so World Superbikes, INDYCAR, NASCAR, and IMSA apps I can download to my MacBook from the Apple Store. And they work like an iPad app.
Yeah.
So that's what I have. I have the iPad app on the MacBook as an app, and I can launch, and that's how I get the drive tracker, and all the onboards, and the telemetry.
I'm guessing that's one of your many HDMIs on your OBS.
There's only one HDMI to OBS with a capture card. That's how you all work. Yeah, one single lead. Have I ever shown you the monitor?
Okay, well, I'm guessing it's coming through that HDMI then.
Yeah. I'll send you a photo.
Wow. Time to see a photo of dust. There's not going to be any monitors or TV screens. It's all just going to be dust.
We've cleaned.
Dust. Not any dust. Dust from the 1960s.
You're such a what's-it sometimes.
Where is Omi when you need him?
He's around.
Hello. What's going on? I've not been paying attention.
We're talking about JB's dust from the 1960s in his commentary box.
Right. Yeah, makes sense.
What dust? There, I've sent you a photo. Can you see it?
That is a beautiful mugshot of both of us.
Yeah. So basically, Discord is in a pop-out window with you on one side. Then you get the INDYCAR app, and then you get me just shoved into the top corner. Basically how it works. In fact, hang on a minute, I'm being an idiot. I've got that on here. I can literally show everybody. Hang on.
We are in the final minute and a half, by the way.
I know, but I can literally show everybody that monitor. Hello. That's how it works, you see? So
hello.
It's the INDYCAR app with JT on the Discord call.
I'm so energetic right now.
And then,
hello.
And then my other camera's in the side. So that's how it works. And that's how we all etch it together into this that you see on the broadcast. So, yeah. I was being an idiot then. I was like, what? I forgot that I made that scene earlier on. So, yeah, it's all just sort of popped in together in one place. It's because we're smart. Final minute, though, of this one.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. 1 minute to go, then. What's been your moment, then, of this session, JT? Across the last 5 hours or so we've been having of racing. We've had 3 hours.
Even though we had rain,
yeah,
the delays weren't that long.
No, they weren't. And INDYCAR done an amazing job to actually keep us running. What are you looking at, the clock?
No, I'm looking at the multi-viewer time, which has hit 0 with 20 seconds left.
You need 18,000 is the gap.
Yeah, but you've got the remaining and you've got the track time.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Checkered flag is out, though! That's it!
Oh, it's because they did call it 20 seconds early.
They did call it early, yeah. Yeah. They've called it bang on the time, not the restart time.
No, they called it at 17:59:40 when they were meant to call it at 18.
Aaron Likens must be like, no, I'm done, get out of here. Is it Aaron? It doesn't look like Aaron, does it?
Yeah, it is Aaron.
Well, so it's
okay, so the checkered flag graphic on the timing score went out 30 seconds early, which triggered all of the other ones, but the actual checkered flag on the flag stand didn't go out until 6 o'clock.
Alex Palou then at 227.546 miles per hour. Faster than Will Power's time yesterday. That was a 227.026. And there we have it. It looks like Fox are going off air immediately. They have. They've literally gone. Wow.
Can we do the same so we can go to bed?
Well, I've got to get over, but I've got to read through the results for everyone listening in on USON as the cars come down pit road. So we're not out just yet. Alex Palou at 227.546 miles an hour. From Will Power in second. Joseph Newgarden is third. Scott Dixon goes into fourth position with Connor Daly fifth. David Maluka sixth. Marcus Armstrong is seventh. Helio Castrover is in eighth. Jack Harvey ninth. Christian Rasmussen is 10th. Louis Foster 11th. Colton Herter 12th. Kyle Larson 13th. Ryan Hunter-Reay 14th. Takuma Sato 15th. Scott McLaughlin 16th. Graham Rahal 17th, Carl Kirkwood 18th, Devlin Di Francesco 19th, and Pato Award is 20th. Marcus Ericsson 21st, with Alexander Rossi 22nd, Felix Rosenquist 23rd, Marco Andretti 24th, Nolan Siegel 25th, Jacob Abel 26th, 27th for Kiffin Simpson, 28th Robert Schwartzman, Rinus VK 29th, Christian Lundgaard in 30th, Callum Arnold 31st, Stewie Robb 32nd, Santino Ferrucci 33rd, and Ed Carpenter is 34th position. And another 12 minutes has been added to the timing board, JT, that we've just seen flash up on the monitor. And we've gone back to green flag. What's going on here?
The scheduled in and out pit stops that we had yesterday, and I'm guessing Fox forgot about them.
Ah. Fox, what are you doing with the pit stop practice? They've gone off home early, which is a disappointment to come through. So let's just see if that's going to be broadcast anywhere. I don't think it is, but they're not going to do lap times. It's just an in and out session to come through. There is no broadcast. They have gone off air. Okay, well, we'll hold on for a few seconds and get final thoughts then. As the checker flag is out, the session is over. They're now just doing pit stop practice, which isn't part of the session. Omi, your thoughts, please, on today.
A very interesting day out there, but it's been stop and start, I think, as we've described it, with all of the cautions due to weather. So it's been interesting and looking forward to seeing what is going to happen tomorrow.
Confirmed, by the way, that this is the practice session for practice pit stops, and there is no actual times being set at all. JT, final thoughts from you, please.
Good session. Rain kind of stayed away. We actually got multiple hours of good running. So not a wasted day for once.
Not a wasted day at all. My thanks to JT and Omi. My thanks to all of you at home as well for putting up through us. We'll be on air at 3 o'clock tomorrow, British Summer Time. That's 10 a.m. Eastern for the rookie orientation and refreshers, which is only being done by Tony Kanal. We'll be on air for that one as well, for all of the action. And meantime, I would like you all, please, to follow us over to the Grid Network, because I'm putting it into the chat now. Myself, Kobe Lambeth, and Matt White will be on the call in a few moments' time for all of the action, highlights, and analysis from today.
Oh my God, I'm seeing a face mask on my screen in 2025. What is this?
I think they've gone back in time to a Emilia Romagna Grand Prix of 2020. Yeah. Cheers, JT. Cheers, everybody, as well. We'll be back tomorrow live on JB Motorsports and USON for all of the action. Take care. Bye-bye.